Building the strongest family by mysterious_ghost. Ding. System binding 10%, 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. Congratulations, host. The strongest family system has been bound. Huh? I've transmigrated a broken bar, Arthur muttered, his voice barely above a whisper as he surveyed his bewildering new surroundings. Confusion washed over him like a tidal wave. Arthur was just an ordinary corporate worker, an overworked cog in the relentless machine of corporate life. After 7 grueling days of non-stop overtime, his body finally gave out, collapsing right before his computer screen at home. He thought that was it. He thought he was dead. But little did he know, fate had something extraordinary in store for him. Instead of fading into oblivion, Arthur found himself thrust into a vast and unfamiliar world, one 10 times larger than Earth itself. To his astonishment, he had become the head of the Osborne family, a once mighty lineage now teetering on the brink of destruction. Bound by the standard configuration for all transmigrators, the system which is the strongest family system, Arthur faced an epic challenge: to transform the faltering Osborne family into the most powerful dynasty in existence. Join Arthur on this thrilling adventure as he navigates treacherous waters filled with intrigue, power, influence and danger. Can he lead a declining family back to glory and secure place at the top? Ugh! Why does my head feel so heavy? Arthur groaned, a wave of discomfort wrapping around his skull like a vice. Dizziness washed over him as he struggled to open his eyes, the world appearing blurry and distorted. The moment he did, an intense light assaulted his senses, forcing him to shield his eyes with his hand. After a few moments of adjustment, he dared to reopen them. What greeted him was astonishing: a massive, crystal chandelier glimmering above him in opulent splendor. That's odd. I don't remember having such an extravagant chandelier in my rundown apartment, Arthur muttered, confusion flashing across his face. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his head. He clutched at it desperately as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. It felt as if someone had struck him with a baseball bat, an intense, tearing agony that left him rolling on the floor, drenched in perspiration. What on earth is happening? Arthur cursed, clutching his head as an overwhelming surge of foreign information flooded his mind. It felt as if his skull was about to split apart from the sheer volume of data. Ugh! He groaned in agony, rolling on the floor, sweat pouring from him like a waterfall. Despite losing consciousness, his body continued to spasm and twitch, a testament to the pain he was enduring. About 10 minutes later, Arthur's eyes fluttered open again. What was that all about? He muttered weakly, attempting to sit up. Hiss! A sharp pain shot through him when he tried to sit up, leaving him feeling as fragile as glass, like he had been hit by a freight train. His breath quickened, sweat broke out anew as confusion washed over him. Damn it! What is really happening? Arthur whispered in disbelief. He couldn't remember doing anything that would cause such excruciating pain. Just last night, he had been in his apartment working late into the night on some files for his manager. But now, why was he sprawled on the floor? And that luxurious chandelier hanging above him surprised him as well as before. He didn't remember having such a chandelier. Wait, what is this? Suddenly he finally noticed additional foreign memories in his brain which surprised him a little. Hurriedly closing his eyes momentarily, he sifted through it all until realization dawned upon him. When he opened his eyes again, shock rendered him speechless. A blank look settled across his face. Broken bar transmigrated? The words slipped from his lips in disbelief before confusion morphed into astonishment. Did I just travel through time and end up in this body? And did I just die? The revelation struck him hard, not with overwhelming horror but rather with a sense of surprise he didn't expect just to do like that in front of his computer. Just last night, Arthur had been glued to his computer screen, pushing through endless files for an important presentation due tomorrow. But how did it come to this? As reality set in further, something else piqued his curiosity. After several moments lost in thought, Arthur shook himself back to reality and managed a bittersweet smile. Well, that's not something you see every day. He took a deep breath and reflected on what this could mean for him. At least I didn't die completely. I got a second chance at life. Emotions welled up within him as memories of his past flooded back, memories tinged with sadness and loss. In his previous life, Arthur faced unimaginable hardship. At just 16, he lost both of his parents in a tragic train accident. As their only child, he was thrust into a world of solitude, with relatives unwilling to take him in. Left to navigate life on his own, he relied on government subsidies and the meager inheritance left behind by his parents. His existence was painfully ordinary. No remarkable talents or traits set him apart from anyone else. From high school through university, every experience felt mundane and unremarkable. When he was in university, the government stopped providing him with all the subsidies and benefits because he was already 18 years old. So he had to start working part-time. He had many part-time jobs, working and studying at the same. Life wasn't easy on him at all. He didn't even have the time to experience what university life was at all. All his time was spent on studying on working part-time. After graduation, Arthur faced rejection from 40 different companies before finally landing a job at an average company to work in. He became what many would call a glorious corporate slave, waking up at 7 o'clock a.m. and clocking out at 9 p.m., often working overtime just to keep up. For 5 long years, Arthur's life revolved around work. His social circle barely exceeded 5 fingers. Weekends were spent alone rather than enjoying the company of friends or romantic partners. He doesn't even friends, much less to hang out with them. His routine was monotonous, early mornings filled with roadside food for breakfast before diving back into the grind of office life. As if things couldn't get worse, pressure mounted when his department manager demanded he complete a report for the monthly presentation. For 7 consecutive days, Arthur worked tirelessly, mornings in the office followed by late-night sessions at home that stretched for hours. Exhausted but determined, he pushed himself until his body finally couldn't stand it, gave out under the strain. And just like that, he died. But instead of fading away into nothingness, something extraordinary happened. He found himself transmigrated into a new body. Thinking up to here, a lot of complex and mixed emotions filled his eyes. Although he died and got transmigrated into a new body, he realized this could be the fresh start he had always dreamed of, a chance to escape the shackles of an ordinary life and embrace something extraordinary. Ding, a broken bar system binding a broken bar. 10%, 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. Congratulations, host. The strongest family system has been bound. A cold yet neutral voice echoed in Arthur's mind. Ding, a broken bar system binding a broken bar. 10%, 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. Congratulations, host. The strongest family system has been bound. A cold yet neutral voice echoed in Arthur's mind. A system? Now that's something to be excited about. A slight smile crept onto the corners of Arthur's mouth, and his eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. After all, in his previous life had been a monotonous cycle of work with little to fill the void in his heart. But there was one thing that brought him joy: reading online novels. They were his escape, filling the emptiness and adding a dash of entertainment to his otherwise dull existence. So when he heard the system notification echoing in his mind, he wasn't shocked. Instead, he felt a rush of excitement. This meant he had a chance to start anew in this unfamiliar body. System, are you there? Arthur asked eagerly but cautiously within his thoughts. Yes, host. The strongest family system is at your service. The voice was cold and neutral. Yes. Arthur clenched his fist as excitement danced in his eyes. But then it hit him, something felt off about the name of this system. System, what do you mean by strongest family system? He hurriedly questioned. Yes, you heard correctly. I am indeed the strongest family system, the voice responded again with that same neutrality. Arthur's lips twitched as disbelief washed over him. I think there's been a mistake. You must mean something cooler like strongest black technology system or something. Please check again. His eyes gleamed with hope as he awaited confirmation that would validate his wishful thinking, but disappointment quickly followed. No, host. The system is not mistaken about its name. It is indeed called the strongest family. Arthur slumped back in shock, Speechless. "I think you're bound to the wrong person," he muttered weakly. "Host, I suggest you delve into the foreign memories that have recently been implanted in your mind." The system remained silent for a moment before continuing. "Huh? What do you mean?" Arthur was taken aback by this revelation and felt utterly confused. With curiosity, he closed his eyes and began exploring those foreign memories swirling within him. About 10 minutes later, he opened them slowly. His lips quivered and eyes trembled with realization. "Pantera. Parallel world. I'm in a new world. I traveled through to another world?" He struggled to comprehend everything unfolding around him. Initially believing he'd simply transitioned into another body on Earth after death, Arthur now understood that upon dying, his soul had traveled to an entirely different realm, a world vastly unlike Earth itself. Firstly, Pantera is 10 times larger than Earth. That means Pantera had a surface area of approximately 510 billion square kilometers, and the population is 10 times larger as well, meaning there are about 80 to 100 billion people living in Pantera alone. Hiss. Arthur took in a long deep breath, as he was deeply shocked by the sheer size of Pantera and its population. His eyes were filled with deep shock. This new world, called Pantera, is an expansive land far beyond anything he'd known before. While both worlds shared similar technological levels, with no advanced black technologies, but Pantera technologies 2 to 5 years ahead of Earth, they differed significantly otherwise. Pantera boasted 12 continents compared to Earth's 7. Each continent was larger than those on Earth: Aurelia, Zephyria, Verdania, Noctis, Solara, Aquarian, Erindor, Frostara, Ignis, Lunara, Crystallia, Umbra. These are the 12 continents on Pantera, each continent having its own different countries, culture, languages and may more. Each continent had its own very powerful nations. Apart from these powerful nations or countries, there are also world governments, such as the Pantera Council, a governing body composed from the representatives from each continent responsible for maintaining world peace and coordinating global initiatives. Another thing that makes Pantera different from Earth is that apart from its sheer size and population, the culture of Pantera is also vastly different to Earth. In fact, they are not on the same scale at all. And also the history or Pantera is also very different from Earth. According to the history or Pantera, it was formed by the collision of supercontinents, creating a planet of diverse ecosystem and vast resources. Pantera is divided into 5 eras: the Ancient Era, pre-10,000 BCE, Classical Era, 10,000 BCE 500s, Medieval Era, 500-1500s, Industrial Revolution Era, 1500 to 2000s, and finally the Modern Era, 2000s present. Each era brought the development and significant changes to Pantera, shaping it to its current situation. Its culture is also very diverse. Pantera also had its own festivals and the like. On Earth there is Christmas, Easter, Chinese New Year, etc. Pantera also had its festivals and celebrations, art and entertainment, music, diverse ethnic groups, thousands of them, food and many more, making it very unique. And currently the continent Arthur is in, the Aurelia continent. The Aurelia continent is the 3rd largest continent on Pantera, and the most powerful country in the Aurelia continent, the Aurelian Federation, and the capital is called Neoluminara, an international cosmopolitan city where the continent's technological and economic situation is the strongest, where all elites, talents from all walks of life, huge corporate companies and political of the continent is centered. Arthur took in a deep breath, as he was quite shocked by the information in his mind. He didn't expect there would be such a world. And according to the information, he is currently possessing the body of person with the same first name Arthur but a different surname or family name. The body he is currently possessing is called Arthur Osborne, and the reason this Arthur died was due to over-drinking himself in alcohol, which allow him to successfully possess this body. Looking through the memories of this body, Arthur learned this guy drunk himself to death because of his parents also died. But that's not all. Another factor that contributed to his death is the pressure from work. Arthur was speechless when he realized this. It seems both of them died due to the same thing. work. But Arthur died due to overworking and his body couldn't take it anymore. But this Arthur died not because his manager pressured him but because his company is on the brink of bankruptcy. Arthur's mind raced as he grappled with the shocking truth of his situation. He had discovered that the previous Arthur had succumbed to despair after losing both of his parents and facing the impending collapse of their family business. Overwhelmed by grief, he locked himself in his room, drowning his sorrows in alcohol until it ultimately led to his demise. In a twist of fate, this tragic end allowed Arthur's soul to take possession of this new body. As he processed this revelation, Arthur felt a mix of disbelief and sorrow. "I never imagined I would inherit such a heavy burden," he muttered under his breath, shaking his head as he delved deeper into the memories left behind. After some time, a spark ignited in his eyes. Wow! This guy's family is massive. The Osborne family boasted around 50 members, albeit a low-tier clan within the Orlean Federation. While they were relatively small compared to other families in Neoluminara, the capital of Orleans, they still wielded enough influence to maintain their wealth through various businesses and properties. Tragically, just 2 months ago, Arthur's father, head of the Osborne family, and mother died in a horrific accident when their car was struck by a reckless drunk driver. Although the authorities deemed it an accident due to lack of evidence for foul play, Arthur sensed something sinister lurking beneath the surface. He believed it was no mere coincidence. The disaster struck immediately after their deaths. With their patriarch gone, the Osborne group lost its backbone and quickly spiraled into chaos as banks and creditors closed in for repayment. Suppliers severed ties, and partners withdrew support. Their entire financial structure crumbled overnight. Recently graduated and thrust into leadership at such a young age, Arthur felt crushed under the weight of responsibility. If not for the unwavering support from his uncles and aunties during this turmoil, he might have completely broken down. Yet even with their help, selling off properties and assets just to keep afloat, financial stability remained elusive. Overwhelmed by pressure and despair, Arthur retreated into isolation for 3 days with nothing but bottles for company until death claimed him. "This is too unfortunate," he sighed heavily with pity in his eyes as he reflected on this life that began with such promise yet ended so tragically. But why does it all feel so orchestrated? Suddenly alert to the strange sequence of events surrounding him, his parents' untimely deaths followed by an immediate financial siege on their company, he couldn't shake off the feeling that someone was pulling strings from behind the scenes. Who could possibly want to target the Osborne family? Confusion clouded his thoughts as he sifted through memories searching for potential enemies or rivals who might harbor ill intentions against them. In truth, families like the Osborne family often made enemies through competition. However, identifying any specific adversary responsible for this calamity proved elusive. Arthur couldn't shake the feeling that the tragic death of his parents was no mere accident. The troubles plaguing the Osborne family felt orchestrated, as if someone was deliberately targeting them. He narrowed his eyes, lost in thought, trying to piece together who would want to harm the Osbornes. After a few moments of fruitless contemplation, he shook his head in frustration. "I need to solve this mystery quickly," he mused. "If they've already killed my parents and are intent on destroying the Osborne group, I can't afford to be their next victim. I just arrived in this world, I don't want to die again." Suddenly, the cold voice of the system interrupted his thoughts. "Host, do you now understand your current situation?" Startled, Arthur jolted back to reality at the sound of the system's voice. "Yeah, I get it," he replied with a bitter smile as he rubbed his nose. "So, system," he asked curiously, "what exactly are your functions?" "As my name suggests, I am the strongest family system. My primary function is to assist you in building the strongest family in Pantera. Tasks will be assigned periodically, and you will receive rewards upon completion." Arthur quickly grasped that this system was designed to help him elevate the Osborne family into a formidable force. After all, power is best shared rather than hoarded alone. Reflecting on recent events, the loss of his parents and the precarious state of their company, he felt grateful for his uncles, aunts, and cousins who had rallied around him during this dark time. When he hit rock bottom, None of them turned their backs. Instead, they offered unwavering support. Some even sold off their assets to help pay down debts. The entire Osborne clan had squeezed into one mansion, the last remnant of their once thriving estate, creating an environment that felt both cramped and cozy. What struck Arthur most was how there were no power struggles among family members since his parents' passing. Not one person had brought up choosing a new family head. They were all focused on stabilizing the company together. This sense of unity warmed Arthur's heart, a stark contrast to the greediness he'd experienced among relatives in his previous life. This was what true family meant, loyalty and support. He clenched his fist tightly and made a silent vow. He would transform the Osborne family into an influential powerhouse as repayment for their kindness during his darkest hour. A smile crept onto Arthur's face as he pondered this commitment. It's strange how quickly I've adapted to being part of the Osborne family, he thought with confusion. Although possessing this body meant living within its memories and emotions, he hadn't expected such comfort or attachment towards them so soon. Arthur shook his head, pushing aside the swirling thoughts that threatened to overwhelm him. At least I have a good family in this world, he reminded himself, a small smile creeping onto his face. Suddenly, the cold voice from the system sounded, breaking the moment of reflection. Host, would you like to receive the Family Development Beginner Gift Package? His heart raced with excitement as he quickly replied, of course. With anticipation bubbling inside him, he opened the package, eager to see what surprises awaited. Host, would you like to receive the Family Development Beginner Gift Package? His heart raced with excitement as he quickly replied, of course. With anticipation bubbling inside him, he opened the package, eager to see what surprises awaited. The Family Development Beginner Gift Package have been opened. 10 million Unicreds in family development funds have been rewarded and a piece of stock information. Note: the family development funds can only be used to develop and grow the family. It has been transferred into the host PNB, which stands for Pantera National Bank account. The personal panel have been opened. Looking at these system gift package, Arthur was quite excited when he looked at the huge amount of money rewarded, 10 million Unicreds. Unicreds is the currency in Pantera. In Pantera the currency is completely unified. All countries in this world use the same currency, which is Unicred, which was issued by the World Council a century ago. Its exchange rate is 10 times more than the US dollar back on Earth, which means this 10 million Unicreds can be exchanged for $100 million back on Earth. Previously, such an amount might not have thrilled him. After all, the Osborne Group was valued in the hundreds of millions with annual revenues soaring into tens of millions. But now, facing bankruptcy, this financial boost felt like a lifeline, one that could alleviate their burdens and even settle outstanding debts. Arthur's curiosity piqued at the mention of stock information. Although he wasn't well versed in stock speculation, he knew it could be crucial for their recovery. Wait a broken bar, will this stock information just download into my brain? He suddenly wondered aloud. Correct, host. I will transfer the information directly into your mind. Great, Arthur replied with a shake of his head before diving into his system panel. Personal panel. Host, Arthur Osborne. Identity, head of the Osborne family. Age, 22. Three-dimensional attributes. Strength, 8. Intelligence, 12. Speed, 6. Family panel. Family, Osborne family. Family level, 1. Founding family. Family halo, loyal to the family. Family influence points, FIP, 1,150 points, 10,000 points. Family members, 55 people. Loyalty over 90 means they would sacrifice their lives for the family. Family industry, Osborne Group, Osborne Real Estate Company. Family assets, 10 million Unicreds. System mall, locked. Arthur absorbed this information with satisfaction. System, what exactly are family influence points? He asked. Family influence points represent how prestigious and influential your family is. More prestige equals more power. So only FIP can upgrade our system and enhance our family's strength? Arthur queried further. Correct. Currently, The Osborne family has only 1,150 FIP but needs 10,000 FIP to reach the next level. Got it, Arthur nodded thoughtfully. And what about family level? The family level is current rank or level. The Osborne family is ranked according to the system calculation, but as the family influence continues to expand and become more powerful, then the Osborne family would ranked up as well. Note: the family ranking is tied to the number of FIP the family has. The system quickly explained in its usual cold and emotionless voice. Good, Arthur nodded, a smile creeping onto his lips as he absorbed the information. He closed the system panel and took a moment to survey his surroundings. The room he was now in was nothing short of magnificent, a bedroom that dwarfed his modest apartment back on Earth. In the center stood a massive bed, flanked by an enormous TV mounted on the wall opposite. The floor gleamed with white marble tiles that exuded luxury, while a grand wardrobe loomed nearby. Above him, a stunning chandelier cast a warm glow over the entire space. It was clear, this bedroom was both spacious and luxurious. However, as Arthur's eyes roamed around, they landed on mountains of scattered bottles strewn across the floor. The room was in disarray, and an overpowering smell of alcohol filled the air, enough to make him wrinkle his nose in distaste. In his previous life on Earth, he had never been fond of drinking. In fact, he despised the very scent of alcohol. Even this Arthur, the one he now inhabited his body, had never experienced drinking before. Shaking off his discomfort, Arthur stood up and made his way into the lavish bathroom. Approaching the large mirror, he gazed at his reflection in disbelief. This guy is really handsome. He grinned at himself. Compared to his former self back on Earth, ordinary and plain, this Arthur radiated charm with striking features, a strong symmetrical jawline, full lips that seemed sculpted to perfection, and piercing blue eyes that shimmered like gemstones against thick dark lashes. His skin glowed with health. Tall at nearly 6 feet 2 inches, 1.89 meters, he had a well-proportioned physique, not overly muscular but undeniably fit, with dark brown hair accented by subtle natural highlights. Damn, I'm really handsome. Arthur chuckled narcissistically as he struck poses in front of the mirror. After shaking off those thoughts, he hopped into the shower for a refreshing cleanse. 30 minutes later, standing before another full-length mirror dressed in fresh attire, a pair of casual white jeans paired with a crisp white shirt and topped off with a sleek black blazer, he felt ready to take on anything life threw at him. A small gold cross-shaped necklace adorned his neck while stylish white sneakers completed the look. Now that looks better, he nodded in satisfaction before heading out of his room located on the 3rd floor of this mansion. As he descended the stairs towards the living room, an unexpected voice interrupted him. Master Arthur, you finally decided to come out from your room. Arthur turned around sharply to see where it came from. A man in his 40s stood just a few meters away from him, dressed impeccably in a sleek butler suit complemented by shining black leather shoes and sporting a fine moustache along with neatly combed black hair. The man gives off an elegant and mature temperament, especially his eyes, which were pitch black like the night sky. Arthur stood before the man who had been a constant presence in his life, instinctively calling out, "Alfred." The figure before him was none other than Alfred, the devoted butler of the Osborne family. Having served Arthur's father until his passing, Alfred now dedicated himself to the entire family residing in their mansion. Master Arthur, Alfred said in his deep, resonant voice, fixing Arthur with a steady gaze. If you hadn't come out of your room soon, I would have had to summon the second master. The mention of Nathaniel, his strict yet caring second uncle, made Arthur feel a mix of affection and apprehension. Nathaniel had always been fond of him as a child but commanded respect through his stern demeanor. Arthur managed an awkward smile and replied, "I'm fine, Alfred. Just dealing with some annoying matters at the company lately. So I drunk a bottle 1 or 2 to unwind. Could you please ask the staff to tidy up my room?" "Of course, Master Arthur." Alfred nodded before heading off to make arrangements. As Arthur made his way to the dining hall, he was greeted by an extravagant breakfast spread that took his breath away. At the center of the grand room was a long marble table polished to perfection, set for the entire Osborne family. Exotic flowers adorned its surface alongside crystal glassware and beautifully embroidered linen napkins. The breakfast itself was nothing short of luxurious. Truffle-infused eggs scrambled with black truffle shavings and caviar on toasted brioche. A smoked salmon platter featuring wild-caught salmon from Aquarian paired with Cra tilde mifra A tilde registered che and mini blinis. Cold-pressed juices made from exotic fruits like dragon fruit and golden kiwi garnished with edible gold flakes and freshly baked artisan bread served with truffle butter. Staring at this lavish display left Arthur momentarily speechless. Damn. Is this how rich people eat breakfast? He muttered under his breath. If an outsider were to walk in right now, they never guess that this family was on the brink of bankruptcy. The luxuriousness is simply astounding. As he inhaled the alluring fragrances wafting from the table, his mouth watered at sights he'd never encountered before in his previous life on Earth. Taking a deep breath for courage, he settled into his seat at the head of the table as servants began serving him. Without hesitation, he dove into his meal with gusto, large mouthfuls that disregarded any semblance of etiquette. The servants exchanged amused glances as one chimed in playfully, "Master Arthur, slow down, the food won't run away." He waved her concern aside while gulping down another bite along with a sip of fresh juice. "I haven't eaten for 3 days. I'm really hungry, and this is delicious." "Then eat more," she encouraged cheerfully while signaling her fellow servants to bring more dishes. "By the way, where are the others?" Arthur asked the servant, curiosity evident in his voice. "All of them are out, master," the servant replied. "The first master, second master, and third master went out to find ways to gather more cash. The first miss and second miss are handling matters at the company. As for everyone else, those still in school are here, but the rest have already gone out to seek opportunities to help the company." Arthur paused, surprise flickering in his eyes. For a moment, he forgot about the food before him. His heart swelled with warmth. He hadn't expected his entire family would rally together to find ways to earn money and pay off their debts. Gratitude washed over him as faint moisture gathered in his eyes. This was the family he had always dreamed of, united and loyal. Clenching his fist tightly, Arthur vowed silently that he would never let this family down. "Master, are you okay?" The servant's concerned voice broke through Arthur's thoughts. "I'm good," he replied, shaking off his deep contemplation and smiling at her. "What about my brother and sister? Where are they?" He thought for a moment before asking. "Master Collins is still in school, as is young Miss Emma. She just left for class," the servant answered. Arthur nodded faintly and resumed eating breakfast. According to his memories from before, he had 2 siblings, a younger brother named Collins who was in his 3rd year of university and a younger sister who was a 2nd-year high school student. Both were grieving their parents' passing deeply. They wanted nothing more than to support their family while focusing on their studies and taking lessons that could benefit them all. With these thoughts weighing on him, Arthur sighed heavily and shook his head before continuing with breakfast, a swirl of complex emotions dancing in his eyes. A few minutes later, after finishing his meal, Arthur walked toward the garage. There stood a sleek supercar with gold accents and emerald green highlights, a breathtaking sight. Its aerodynamic shape seemed almost alive as it rested there like a majestic beast ready to awaken. "Damn, what a beautiful car!" Arthur exclaimed as stars filled his eyes at its beauty. In comparison to cars like Ferrari or Lamborghini from his previous life, this Ether GT was on an entirely different level. Nothing could compare. According to previous memories of Arthur's life here, this car cost 10 million unicreds and only 200 were produced each year across all year. He remembered begging his father for an entire year before receiving it as a birthday gift when he turned 18. Initially intended for sale during tough financial times at their company, he had struggled to find buyers willing to pay what it was worth, but now he didn't need to sell it. With excitement bubbling within him, Arthur eagerly opened its butterfly doors and slid into the driver's seat. The advanced dashboard lit up around him with cutting-edge technology that made adrenaline surge through his body. As Arthur pressed the start engine button, The car erupted with a roar that echoed like a slumbering beast awakening from its slumber. The Ether GT transformed into a dazzling blue-silver streak, racing out of the mansion and onto the long asphalt road. Heads turned in unison. There was no denying it. This was a sight to behold. Pedestrians on the side of the road gawked with wide eyes, captivated by the shimmering blur zipping past them. "Wow, what a stunning car!" one exclaimed. "What model is that?" Another wondered aloud. "I know. It's the Ether GT. Only 200 are produced each year in all of Orlia, and they cost a whopping 10 million unicreds." Someone chimed in. "Seriously? That's outrageous. What kind of car demands such a price?" "The world of the wealthy is just so extravagant," another remarked, their voice tinged with envy as they watched Arthur's blue-silver streak glide effortlessly down the road. Arthur gripped the steering wheel tightly, feeling exhilaration surge through him as buildings blurred into indistinct shapes around him. He was surprised by how comfortable he felt at such high speeds, and this wasn't even pushing the Ether GT to its limits. Fearful of attracting police attention, he held back from unleashing its full power. Moments later, Arthur made an elegant turn and came to a smooth stop in front of an impressive office building. With a flick of his wrist, he opened the butterfly door and stepped out, flashing a charming smile that caught the attention of several office ladies exiting nearby. Tossing his keys to a security guard with casual confidence, he strode into the building with his heart racing. "Damn, it feels incredible to be rich. I could get used to this." Inside, he hopped onto an elevator that whisked him up to the 60th floor. A feat accomplished in mere moments. The Osborne Group occupied 3 floors here, from 57th to 60th, and as Arthur stepped off on his floor, he was greeted by employees clad in professional suits bustling about busily. "Good morning, President," they chorused warmly upon seeing him before quickly returning to their tasks. Arthur smiled and nodded back while curiously observing his surroundings. Despite an air of tension hinting at financial struggles within the company, everyone seemed dedicated and focused. This didn't resemble a company on the brink of bankruptcy at all. He felt proud. It demonstrated how seriously the Osbornes valued their team members' commitment. Without wasting any time, Arthur headed straight for the president's office. As he swung open the door, anticipation bubbled within him as he caught sight of a woman figure waiting inside. When Arthur stepped into the office, he was immediately struck by the sight of a young woman around 20 years old, dressed impeccably in a professional black suit and sleek high heels. She was diligently sorting through a stack of documents on the table. This was his cousin, Ashley Osborne, the second child of his second uncle. A true prodigy, Ashley had been skipping grades at an astonishing pace and graduated from Orlia University, the top institution in the Orlean Federation, at just 20 years old. With a degree in business administration. After her graduation, she joined the Osborne Group as his father's secretary. "Brother, you're here!" Ashley exclaimed, turning to greet him with a warm smile that lit up her beautiful face. With snow-white skin, full lips, striking emerald green eyes, and cascading black hair that fell to her waist, she exuded an aura of confidence and elegance. Arthur smiled back and nodded at her before glancing at the mountain of documents on the table. "Looks like you've been busy lately." "Yeah. After all, someone decided to go into seclusion," she teased playfully while rolling her eyes at him. "So I have to pick up his slack." He. "Sorry about that." Arthur chuckled sheepishly as he walked around the table and settled into one of the plush chairs across from her. "So what's going on?" Ashley's expression shifted to one of concern as she replied, "Well, a broken bar. It's not looking good at all. We've sold off all our companies. Only our real estate company is left. Currently, development on our land has come to a standstill because many other companies are eyeing it." Arthur frowned thoughtfully. Even after divesting most assets and properties, they still faced significant debts. "Why don't we just sell off the land too?" he suggested. "We would have sold it by now if not for the ridiculously low offers we're getting." Ashley sighed in frustration. "We bought that land for 20 million unicreds, but they want to buy it for only 15 million, especially Horizon Legacy Real Estate Group, Her voice turned bitter as she mentioned them. Huh? You mean that company owned by the Sterling family? Arthur raised an eyebrow. Yes, it's them, Ashley confirmed with a nod. How much did they actually offer? Arthur asked curiously. Can you believe they offered just 10 million? How can they do this? Ashley clenched her fists in anger. Taken aback momentarily, Arthur shook his head incredulously and sneered. If they think they can buy it for such a price, they're dreaming. In fact, a broken bar. He leaned forward decisively. We don't need to put that land up for sale anymore. We'll develop it ourselves. Huh? Brother, what do you mean? Ashley asked, her beautiful face etched with confusion. We don't have the capital to develop the land. Where are we going to find the money for that? Don't worry about the funds, I've already taken care of it, Arthur replied casually, waving his hand dismissively. Ashley's eyes widened in surprise. What? Is that true, brother? Arthur nodded, a smile playing on his lips. But then concern clouded Ashley's excitement. But brother, you didn't do anything illegal, right? Arthur was momentarily speechless at her reaction, but warmth surged in his heart at her protective instincts. No need to worry, this money comes from a legitimate source, he assured her. Relief washed over Ashley as she patted her chest. That's good. Ashley, Arthur continued, can you call Aunt Emily and second uncle for me? I heard they're at the company. I have something important to discuss. Okay. She nodded eagerly before hurrying out of the office, leaving Arthur alone with his thoughts. About 5 minutes later, a knock on the door startled him from his reverie. Come in, he called out. The door swung open to reveal two familiar faces alongside Ashley. One was Nathaniel Osborne, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a stern expression and square jawline that bore a striking resemblance to Arthur himself. The other was Emily Osborne, Arthur's first aunt, radiating confidence in her tailored office attire and red high heels. Second uncle, Aunt Emily. Arthur greeted them with a warm smile as he stood up. Emily chuckled lightly. Arthur, you finally decided to come out of your room. He scratched his head awkwardly while glancing at Nathaniel's serious demeanor. Nathaniel stepped forward with genuine concern etched on his face. How are you doing, Arthur? Are you all right? I'm good, Arthur replied confidently. Nathaniel nodded approvingly before asking, Ashley mentioned you wanted to see us? Arthur's expression shifted as he turned serious. Yes, he confirmed before looking directly at Emily. Aunt, how much do we owe the bank now? Emily took a breath before answering. Currently, there's a loan of 5 million unicreds from Nova Capital Bank, but our company account only has 3 million unicreds. Arthur fell silent, his mind racing as he processed Emily's words. Emily, the financial manager of the Osborne Group, was responsible for overseeing all the group's finances. However, with only the Osborne Real Estate Company still standing, the pressure was on. Thankfully, his second uncle served as the general manager there and had been pivotal in keeping the company afloat. Without him, it might have already faced bankruptcy. Arthur glanced at Emily and pulled out a bank card from his pocket. Aunt, he said earnestly, there's 5 million unicreds on this card. Please pay off the loan and use whatever's left to support the company for now. Both Emily and Nathaniel were momentarily taken aback, surprise flickering in their eyes like candle flames in a drafty room. Arthur, where did you get this kind of money? Did you do something illegal? Nathaniel asked quickly, scrutinizing Arthur with concern. Arthur felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Why did everyone jump to conclusions? First Ashley and now his uncle and aunt. No, you don't need to worry, this is completely legal, he reassured them with a wave of his hand. Just use the money without any concerns. Okay, if that's what you say, Nathaniel replied with a sigh of relief and a smile breaking through his earlier tension. Aunt, Arthur continued seriously, locking eyes with Emily, once you pay off the loan, cut all ties with Nova Capital Bank. Understood, Emily nodded firmly. And uncle, Arthur added while glancing at Nathaniel, don't put any land up for sale, Anna Maria, we'll develop it ourselves. Sounds good. Nathaniel smiled back enthusiastically. All right then. We'll get things moving right away, Emily said cheerfully as she waved the bank card at Arthur before heading out. Go ahead. Arthur chuckled warmly as they walked out together with Ashley. As he settled back into his chair, leaning against its comfortable embrace, Arthur found himself lost in thought. Arthur, lost in thought. suddenly spoke to the system. Transfer the stock information into mind. Yes, host. Transferring information. Transfer complete. In an instant, a torrent of data surged into Arthur's mind. Surprisingly, he felt only a mild tingling at the back of his head instead of the expected pain. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the stock information now swirling in his thoughts. Aurora Technology is a cutting-edge company specializing in artificial intelligence located in Neoluminara. On February 24, 2029, its stock is projected to skyrocket from 20 Unicreds per share to 100 Unicreds within just 2 days due to a groundbreaking technological breakthrough. However, this claim is nothing but a fabrication by the CEO and elaborate ruse designed to inflate stock prices for shareholders. When the truth comes out on the third day, the stock will plummet from 100 Unicreds to a mere 4 Unicreds. Arthur's brow furrowed as he processed this information. Stock speculation was uncharted territory for him. He had never dabbled in it before and had no idea how valuable this insight might be. With a bitter smile and a shake of his head, he pulled out his phone and began searching online. Damn, it looks like I need to brush up on my financial knowledge or I'll end up being a joke, he muttered as his fingers danced across the screen. The previous Arthur also do not have any knowledge about stocks at all. He was a complete rookie. He only studies management. 20 minutes later, Arthur's eyes widened with shock and excitement. His body trembled as an uncontrollable grin spread across his face. He could hardly contain himself. Ha 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 ha, he erupted into laughter that echoed through the soundproof office. If it weren't for those walls, passers-by might have thought he'd lost his mind. I'm rich, Arthur shouted joyfully as he clenched his fists in triumph. System, I love you. He couldn't believe how lucrative this piece of information could be. If everything went according to plan, if he played his cards right, the potential profits would be astronomical. He realized that this is simply a great opportunity for him to save the Osborne family and even have some capital left to develop the Osborne family for the time being. Although he couldn't calculate exactly how much he'd earn yet, leveraging it 5 or even 10 times would yield life-changing amounts for him and the Osborne family. Taking a moment to calm down after that exhilarating revelation, Arthur checked today's date. It's February 23rd. That means tomorrow is D-Day. His heart raced with anticipation as determination filled him. With renewed focus, he powered up his computer and dove deep into research about stocks, especially short selling, as he'd decided to short sell Aurora Technology starting tomorrow. Time slipped away unnoticed until Ashley knocked on the door. Brother, the company is about to close. Aren't you going home? It's getting late, she called out as she entered and found him glued to his screen. "Huh!" Arthur exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as he gazed out the glass window. The sun was already dipping below the horizon, and faint stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky. He couldn't believe how quickly time had flown by while he was engrossed in work. Turning his attention to Ashley, he stood up from his chair and powered down his computer. "Come on, let's head home," he said with a warm smile as they both left the office and made their way to the elevator. "Brother, I'm so envious of you. That Ether GT of yours is really amazing. I really want one," Ashley remarked, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she pointed at the Ether GT sleek car parked quietly outside. Arthur chuckled softly. "Don't worry, once we get through this tough patch, I'll make sure to buy you one." "Really?" Ashley's eyes lit up with excitement at his words. "Absolutely." "It's a promise," Arthur replied with a nod. He pressed the Ether GT car key that the security guard had just handed him and grinned. "Now hop in, let's get home." With a delighted squeal, Ashley covered her mouth with her dainty hand before sliding into the passenger seat. Arthur shook his head playfully before settling into the driver's seat. With a simple yet powerful roar, the Ether GT transformed into a streak of blue and silver as it sped out of the parking lot and onto the road towards Osborne Mansion. When Arthur and Ashley arrived home, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, ushering in a blanket of darkness. The 2 glowing moons hung high in the sky, surrounded by a twinkling sea of stars, casting their ethereal light upon the world below. Arthur parked the car in the garage and stepped out, his gaze drawn to the mesmerizing moons above. He stood there speechless, marveling at their beauty. Although he was aware from previous memories of Arthur that Pantera had 2 moons, witnessing them firsthand was an unexpected shock. Shaking his head in disbelief but with wonder still gleaming in his eyes, he entered the mansion alongside Ashley. "Welcome, Master Arthur and Miss Ashley," Alfred greeted them as they stepped into the living room, his expression as stoic as ever. "Evening, Alfred," Arthur replied with a nod and a warm smile. "Good evening, Uncle Alfred," Ashley chimed in sweetly. "Dinner is ready." The first master, second master, third master, and both elder misses are already at the dining hall along with several other family members, Alfred informed them. "Okay," Arthur nodded before turning to Ashley. "Come on, let's go eat." Ashley smiled and followed him as they made their way to the dining hall. Upon entering, they were greeted by a long marble table set elegantly in the center of the room. The aroma of dinner wafted through the air as servants busily served dishes to those already seated around the table. Among them were his second uncle Nathaniel and second aunt Emily. Also present were 3 older relatives, his first uncle Julian Osborne, a middle-aged man with bright eyes framed by black hair streaked with gray, and his third uncle Richard Osborne, who appeared gentle despite being in his late 30s. Richard had deep-set green eyes and brownish hair that complemented his kind demeanor. However, Arthur knew better than to underestimate him based solely on appearances. Opposite Nathaniel sat Margaret Osborne, Arthur's first aunt, who radiated elegance even as she approached her late 30s, with her long black hair cascading down her back and a perfectly sculpted face adorned with luscious lips and milky white skin. It was clear she took great care of herself. Seated around the table were also Arthur's little sister Elizabeth and 3 cousins, George, William, and Edward, though many more cousins were missing from this gathering. "Big brother, you're back!" Elizabeth exclaimed excitedly as she leapt from her chair toward Arthur. Her blonde hair bounced cheerfully with each step while a faint blush graced her cheeks. With tender skin that seemed almost luminous under candlelight, she threw herself into his arms. "You're growing up so fast. Remember to act like a lady now," Arthur teased playfully yet affectionately. "I don't care about that. You're still my big brother." Elizabeth pouted playfully before giggling again. Arthur shook his head, a tender smile lighting up his face as he lovingly stroked Elizabeth's blonde hair. "Hey Liz, did you only see your brother?" "What about me?" Ashley's cheerful voice chimed in from the side, her smile brightening the room as she looked at Elizabeth. "Ugh, big sister Ashley." "Of course. You're the one I love the most," Elizabeth replied sheepishly, hurrying over to give Ashley a warm hug. "Arthur, Ashley, both of you are back. Come and sit down, dinner is ready," Julian called out with a welcoming grin, gesturing for Arthur to take his place at the head of the table. "Yes," Arthur nodded appreciatively and made his way to the table. He settled into his seat, casting warm glances at his uncles and aunties gathered around him. "Arthur, I heard from Emily that you resolved the remaining crisis at the company?" Margaret asked with an encouraging smile. Yes, Aunt Margaret. We no longer owe anything to the bank, and there's enough breathing room for the company for now," Arthur replied confidently. "You've done well, Arthur. Your timely assistance has truly saved us. If we had gone bankrupt, well, we wouldn't know how to face Big Brother or our ancestors," Richard, his third uncle said with genuine emotion shining in his eyes. As those words hung in the air, silence enveloped them, a mix of gratitude and worry reflected in their expressions. The atmosphere grew heavy with unspoken thoughts. "Come on now. The company is safe again. Let's not dwell on sad things," Julian said lightly with a chuckle to lift their spirits. "Let's eat." "Yeah, no sad talk at the dining table," Margaret added playfully while giving Richard a gentle nudge under the table. Richard just scratched his head sheepishly and smiled back. Arthur felt warmth swell in his heart as he watched them interact. This was family. Shaking off any lingering heaviness from earlier conversations, he turned his attention to the extravagant dinner spread before him. He swallowed hard, realizing that the breakfast he had enjoyed earlier was nothing compared to this feast. The lavish meal laid out in front of him completely transformed his understanding of how the wealthy live. Although he hadn't yet tasted any of these mouth-watering dishes, but from the memories of the previous Arthur, he knows some of the dishes. For starters alone there is Aquaflare fish, fresh aquaflare fish marinated in zesty tidal citrus and served with crispy seaweed. Star shrimp soup, a creamy delight made from rare star shrooms and a delicate salad bursting with frost bloom petals, Arctic moss, and crystallized snowberries, all drizzled with glacial vinaigrette. Lumina caviar, glowing, pearl-like eggs from the bioluminescent lumina fish found in the crystal-clear waters of Aquarian, served with crispy seaweed crackers and Pantaran sea foam. Cloudberry salad, a light salad made with cloudberries, sky lettuce, and honeyed nuts, dressed with skyflower vinaigrette. As for the main course, there is flame-grilled sky beast, a tender cut of winged creature from Zephyria, grilled to perfection with solar flare truffle butter and accompanied by roasted sunroot vegetables, followed by aerial mousse, an airy dessert crafted from cloudberries and lunar honey, topped with shimmering edible stardust crystallized glowfish, pan-seared delicacies paired with starlit quinoa, galactic venison, slow roasted to perfection in star shrimp glaze alongside moonlit wild rice. As for dessert, the lineup included layers of sweet delight like skyberry parfait, a heavenly combination of skyberry cream, cloudberry jam, and honeyed granola, an enticing imber fruit tart, filled with imber fruit compote and crowned with flame-kissed cream shimmering tidal gelée. Copyright made from tidal nectar and sea pearls. Delectable nebula tart, filled with nebula cream and topped with edible star fragments, and a delightful snowflake parfait, featuring layers of snowflake cream, frozen cloudberries, and crystallized honey. As Arthur inhaled the intoxicating aromas wafting through the air, his eyes widened in anticipation. His mouth watered uncontrollably as he watched others dive into their meals. Unable to resist any longer, he joined them. With each bite he took, he closed his eyes in blissful satisfaction as flavors danced on his palate. Now this is what I call delicious food, Arthur thought to himself as happiness swelled within him. Arthur, now that we've finally resolved the issues with both the family and the company, what's our next step? Julian, Arthur's first uncle, set down his spoon and met Arthur's gaze with a calm intensity. At that moment, everyone at the table paused their meals, their expressions serious, except for Liz, who remained blissfully unaware and continued to enjoy her soup. Arthur surveyed his uncle, aunts, and two cousins with an air of calmness. Well, given that we've sold off many of our businesses and properties to clear our debts, we're left with just one company, the real estate firm managed by my second uncle, he began. Nods of agreement rippled around the table as he spoke. Our current situation is dire. We've hit rock bottom. Climbing back to where we were will be challenging, but I believe we can not only recover but also surpass our previous success. He paused for effect before continuing. Right now, we need to focus on developing our real estate company. Fortunately, we have a significant project underway. If we can see it through to completion, it will provide us with much-needed capital. So my recommendation is to consolidate our resources and strengthen this foundation. Everyone nodded in understanding as Arthur laid out his thoughts. Arthur is right. Our circumstances are precarious, Margaret interjected from her seat. Her beautiful face was etched with seriousness. We must tread carefully during this time. William chimed in as well. Yes, we need to safeguard what remains of the real estate company. It's all that's left after losing nearly everything else. Our enemies won't hesitate to strike if they see an opportunity. A heavy silence fell over the group as they absorbed the gravity of their situation. They all knew how dangerous things could become if they didn't proceed cautiously. After a moment of reflection, Arthur addressed them again. All right everyone, since we're all aware of where we stand currently, a broken bar. He hesitated briefly before adding, We can't delve too deeply into plans without everyone present. Turning to Julian, he said firmly yet respectfully, Uncle Julian, please inform every elder in the family to gather at the mansion 5 days from now for a family meeting regarding our future development strategies. Everyone who has graduated or is in their final year should attend as well. At this announcement about the family meeting, expressions shifted around the table. Seriousness replaced any lingering light-heartedness as they turned their attention back to Arthur. I'll take care of that immediately after dinner, Julian replied earnestly. Arthur nodded thoughtfully, then turned to his first aunt with a serious expression. "Please tell Uncle Charles to join us for the family meeting as well, Aunt Margaret." Margaret's eyes widened in surprise, but within moments, warmth flooded her gaze. "Thank you, Arthur," she replied, her voice softening. Arthur smiled and nodded back at her. Julian and the others exchanged glances of astonishment. They hadn't expected Arthur to take such an initiative. "Remember," Arthur continued, addressing everyone in the room with a firm tone, "the family meeting is just 5 days away. Don't miss it. This gathering holds significant importance for our family and will impact us for years to come." Julian and the others nodded solemnly, recognizing the weight of tradition that had been upheld by the Osborne family for generations. "Good," Arthur said with satisfaction, a smile spreading across his face. Arthur lounged lazily in a large executive chair, a content smile gracing his lips. His hair was still damp from a recent shower, a sign he had just finished freshening up after dinner while everyone else retired early for rest. Clad in comfortable casual wear, he had made his way to his father's study, a room filled with memories of leadership and responsibility. Suddenly, an unexpected voice echoed in his mind. "Host a main family task has been released. Please check it." Startled yet intrigued by this cold announcement from the system embedded within him, excitement flickered in Arthur's eyes. Without hesitation, he opened the system panel, revealing a shimmering silver holographic screen before him. Personal panel. Host, Arthur Osborne. Identity, head of the Osborne family. Age, 22. Three-dimensional attributes. Strength, 8. Intelligence, 12. Speed, 6. Family panel. Family, Osborne family. Family level, 1. Founding family. Family halo, loyal to the family. Family influence points, FIP, 1,150 points, 10,000 points. Family members, 55 people. Loyalty over 90 means they would sacrifice their lives for the family. Family industry, Osborne Group, Osborne Real Estate Company. Family assets, 10 million Unicreds. System mall, locked. Main task, family foundation, lay out the basic foundation of the family that can strengthen the family currently. Reward, unknown. Punishment for failure, unknown. As he scanned through the mission assigned to him, laying down solid foundations for the family's future, he fell silent for a moment. "System," he queried curiously, "what kind of foundation are we talking about?" Host, the foundation refers to establishing companies or venturing into various industries that can strengthen the family's position at this stage. A light bulb went off in Arthur's mind as realization struck him. Completing this mission could yield valuable rewards from the system. However, his excitement quickly turned bittersweet as he contemplated their current financial situation. His family was broke. Fortunately, there were ways to earn money. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Arthur approached his desktop computer and navigated to writing software. With determination coursing through him like electricity, he cracked his knuckles and began typing rapidly against the backdrop of silence that enveloped the study room. The next morning, Arthur sprang out of bed with a burst of energy. After a quick workout and some invigorating stretches in the mansion's well-equipped gym, he returned to his room for a long, luxurious bath. Dressed in a sharp suit, sans tie, he made his way downstairs, where breakfast awaited him. As usual, it was a lavish spread, steaming hot dishes that filled the air with mouth-watering aromas. With his hunger satisfied, Arthur hopped into his sleek Ether GT and sped away from the mansion. Meanwhile, the rest of his family had already left earlier to tackle their own responsibilities in stabilizing both the company and their family affairs. As Arthur hit the open road, the morning sun peeked through fluffy clouds, casting its warm golden glow over everything below. He glanced out at the rapidly passing skyscrapers and elegant buildings lining the street while pedestrians bustled along the sidewalks. The cacophony of honking cars filled the air as he inhaled deeply. A smile crept across his face. He felt more relaxed than ever before. A few minutes later, Arthur expertly maneuvered his Ether GT into a parking spot at an imposing skyscraper adorned with Pantera National Bank emblazoned across its top. Stepping out of his car, He took a moment to admire the towering structure before entering the bustling bank lobby. Inside, people hurried past him in crisp suits. Lines formed at various counters as employees attended to clients. Before long, a striking woman caught Arthur's eye, a tall figure clad in a professional suit with wavy dark brown hair cascading down her shoulders. Her high heels clicked confidently on the floor as she approached him with an enchanting smile that radiated professionalism, with piercing blue eyes framed by stylish glasses and skin like porcelain. She turned heads wherever she went. Even Arthur couldn't help but admire her beauty without any ulterior motives. "Hello sir. My name is Clara. How may I assist you today?" she asked warmly. "Hi Clara. I'm Arthur," he replied with an easy grin. "I'd like to trade in stocks. Your bank offers stock trading services, right?" "Yes indeed, Mr. Arthur." "Please follow me," Clara said enthusiastically as she led him toward an elevator bound for the 45th floor. The Pantera National Bank is one of the top 5 banks globally with branches in every major city. Ding. The elevator doors slid open to reveal a vibrant trading floor buzzing with energy. Giant screens flashed streams of information while traders moved about energetically. Some wore expressions of joy or nervousness as they monitored market trends. Others seemed lost in anticipation or anxiety. Arthur turned to Clara, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Miss Clara," he began, "I want a short sell, and my budget is quite substantial. I also need a private trading room and 3 experienced traders." "Don't worry, the commission won't be low." Clara blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. "Please, Mr. Arthur, could you confirm your budget for the short sale?" $5 million, Arthur replied with a smile, enjoying the shock that crossed Clara's face. Regaining her composure, Clara said solemnly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Arthur, but I need to confirm this as part of our procedure." "Of course, just hurry up," Arthur nodded calmly. "Don't worry, I won't waste your time," Clara assured him before quickly heading off to finalize the details. Minutes later, she returned with a smile and said respectfully, "Everything has been confirmed, Mr. Arthur." "Good," he replied and followed Clara into a cozy private trading room equipped with everything necessary for trading. Shortly after entering, 3 young male traders appeared, with the oldest among them at just over 30 years old. He seemed to be the leader of the group. "Mr. Arthur," Clara introduced Simon with enthusiasm. "This is Simon, one of our best traders at the bank." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Arthur," Simon exclaimed as he extended his hand towards Arthur with a friendly grin that hinted at flattery. He was well aware of the hefty sum Arthur intended to trade. "Nice to meet you too," Arthur responded coolly as they shook hands. "Mr. Simon, I don't have time to waste. Can we proceed?" "Absolutely. We can begin at any time," Simon affirmed seriously while signaling his colleagues to take their positions. Arthur turned back to Clara and asked eagerly, "Miss Clara, how much leverage can I get?" "As per our procedures and considering your current amount," she explained carefully, "you can apply for up to 10 times leverage." Arthur frowned slightly. He had hoped for more but quickly composed himself. "That's okay, please apply it for me." "Okay." Clara smiled in relief. She had feared he might disagree, and swiftly went about making arrangements. With everything set in motion, Arthur deposited all $5 million into his newly opened securities account and declared confidently, "Let's begin." He glanced at his watch just as Aurora Technology stocks were set to open at 10 o'clock a.m. sharp, a perfect timing. "How much are Aurora Technology stocks per share right now?" he inquired eagerly. Simon and his team quickly operated their computers before reporting back, "Mr. Arthur, it's currently $20 per share." Arthur's eyes lit up with determination upon hearing this news. "I want to short sell Aurora Technology using 10 times leverage. Let's dump all $5 million. Simon wasted no time as he directed his fellow traders to start borrowing shares from various brokers. The PNB also holds shares in Aurora Technology, and can consider them brokers too. With a confident nod, Simon initiated the operation. Armed with $5 million and leveraging it tenfold, He was set to control a staggering $50 million in holdings. This meant he could hold on to 2.5 million shares, waiting for the price to dip before buying back at rock bottom. His profit would be the difference. Minutes ticked by, and soon Simon and his team had borrowed about 500,000 shares. Arthur glanced at the clock, anxiety creeping in as the moment for the CEO's big announcement approached. "Can you hurry up?" Arthur urged, pacing nervously around the trading room. An hour and a half later, they had successfully secured all 2.5 million shares. Arthur let out a sigh of relief. The pressure was palpable but now lifted slightly for Simon and his team as well. "Mr. Arthur," Simon asked with curiosity, "why are we short-selling Aurora Technology? Isn't that risky? Their stock isn't looking good." Arthur merely smiled enigmatically. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Now start selling those shares quickly, but keep it discreet. We don't want anyone catching on that something's amiss." "Yes, Mr. Arthur," Simon replied as they began to sell off their shares strategically without causing market fluctuations. "Mr. Arthur, we've sold all the shares." "Now we just wait," Simon reported. Arthur nodded and took a seat with arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips, as Simon and his colleagues monitored market activity closely while keeping an eye on news regarding Aurora Technology. Suddenly one trader exclaimed, "Boss, news just broke that Aurora Technology has made a groundbreaking advancement in artificial intelligence. Their AI tech is 5 years ahead of everyone else." His eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" Simon gasped, shock flashing across his face. "Quick, check the stock price." "Damn, it's rising fast," another trader shouted as they watched numbers soar on their screens. Simon muttered absent-mindedly, "How long ago did this news break?" "It's skyrocketing, Mr. Arthur. The stock price is climbing rapidly." Simon turned to see Arthur still smiling serenely at the screen displaying $20 per share, $20.9 per share, $22.1 per share, $22.56 per share, $25.6 per share. Despite maintaining a calm exterior, Arthur's heart raced with excitement inside him. "Don't do anything just yet. Keep monitoring the market. Nobody leaves this room until we've delivered results. Everything you need is right here, including a bathroom," Arthur declared, his gaze piercing through each trader. "And don't worry about the commission. After this, each of you will receive 10,000. Simon and the other traders exchanged excited glances, their eyes widening at the mention of commission. They nodded eagerly, ready to dive into action. "Don't worry, Mr. Arthur. We're at your service," Simon pledged with a serious nod. "Good," Arthur replied calmly as he turned his attention to the stock price, which had already climbed to 26.3 per share. Days passed in a blur as Arthur, Simon, and the other traders lived in that trading room, eating, sleeping, and even using the bathroom there. Clara was a lifesaver during this time. She brought them blankets and meals while they focused on their screens. Despite receiving numerous calls from family members checking on him, Arthur reassured them he was busy but safe. Meanwhile, Aurora Technology's stock skyrocketed to an astonishing 97.9 per share. Outside their trading room came sounds of excitement and disbelief as other traders reacted to this rapid rise. "Mr. Arthur, the stock price has hit 98 per share," Simon exclaimed. "I know," Arthur replied coolly, unfazed by the numbers flashing before him. "Just wait, this isn't the limit." The next day arrived quickly. Arthur was glued to his screen as Aurora's stock reached an exhilarating 100 per share. His hands clenched tightly around his desk as sweat trickled down his brow, anxiety coursing through him like electricity. "Mr. Arthur, please have some water," Clara said gently while offering him a bottle with a warm smile. "Thank you, Miss Clara," he replied gratefully before taking a long sip. Suddenly, one of the traders shouted in shock, "Boss, news just broke that the CEO of Aurora Technology fabricated breakthrough claims." The news was released by one of their employees, Authorities are already there in the company. It's also said that authorities are raiding their offices for tax evasion for the past 5 years. What? This can't be happening. Simon gasped in disbelief as admiration for Arthur swelled within him. Clara stood wide-eyed. She had witnessed how rapidly Aurora's stock had risen but never expected such chaos would ensue. Look, the stock price is plummeting. Another trader yelled frantically as they all turned to see it drop sharply, from 198.88. In less than an hour, it nosedived to just 10 per share. When it hits !4 per share, start buying. Arthur turned to Simon, his voice steady and serious. Simon was taken aback for a moment, surprised by Arthur's unwavering confidence that the stock would reach that price. But he nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Arthur. He quickly settled into his seat, eyes glued to the rapidly plummeting stock prices. 10.3, 8.2, 7.7, 6.2, 5.1, 4.6. Start buying now, Arthur shouted as soon as the price hit !4 per share. The room fell silent. Simon, 2 other traders, and Clara stared in disbelief when the price suddenly dropped to !4 per share. Arthur's prediction had come true. Without wasting a second, Simon and the others jumped into action, purchasing all 2.5 million shares at !4 each. An hour later, flushed with excitement and adrenaline coursing through their veins, they marveled at their profits. Damn, this is incredible! One trader exclaimed. I never thought short-selling stocks could be this exhilarating. The ups and downs are so stimulating, chimed in another. Simon was overwhelmed with shock and admiration as he looked at Arthur. His respect for him was almost palpable. Arthur let out a huge sigh of relief as his heart finally settled down into a happy rhythm, a smile spreading across his face. Congratulations, Mr. Arthur. You've made quite a fortune, Clara said as she stepped forward to congratulate him. Thank you, Arthur replied with genuine happiness. How much did we make? He asked Simon eagerly. Taking a deep breath, Simon responded with a shaky voice, Sir Arthur, you made 240 million unicorns. Arthur's eyes widened at the staggering figure. His heart raced with excitement as he clenched his fists tightly. He had never seen so much money before in either of his lives. With this windfall, he could ease some pressure on his family's finances. Thank you all. You did exceptionally well, Arthur said to Simon and the other traders. Don't mention it, Mr. Arthur. This is our job after all. Simon waved dismissively but couldn't hide his grin. As promised, your commission is !10,000 each. After we wrap up today's work, I'll add another !10,000 for your time, Arthur added generously. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it, Simon exclaimed joyfully. The other traders shared in their excitement. It took them 3 days to earn just !20,000 each, more than what they earn annually. And Clara, he continued with gratitude in his voice, thanks for everything. I'll give you !15,000. Clara blinked her eyes with surprise in them and said with a smile, there. I will have to thank Mr. Arthur for your generosity. Arthur nodded decisively, turning to Simon with a glint of determination in his eyes. Withdraw the money and return the borrowed shares to the brokers. Deduct the costs and transfer the remaining funds into my bank account. Absolutely, Mr. Arthur, Simon replied with a nod, already diving into his tasks. Miss Clara, could you prepare 2 bank cards for me? Arthur asked, glancing over at her. On it, Mr. Arthur. Clara responded enthusiastically before heading off to handle the card procedures. A smile crept across Arthur's face as he took one last look at the stock price. It had dropped to an impressive $3.20 per share. Sure, he could have made even more profit by waiting longer, but he felt content with his decision after all. Getting too greedy can lead to trouble. Mr. Arthur, everything is done, Simon announced as he turned back towards him. Ding! A notification chimed on Arthur's phone. He quickly pulled it out and his heart raced as he saw over 230 million unicorns had been deposited into his account. What a relief! Mr. Arthur, Everything is ready. Here are your 2 bank cards, Clara said as she returned, presenting him with 2 exquisitely designed gold cards that shimmered in the light. Arthur examined them for a moment before nodding in satisfaction and slipping them into his pocket. "All right everyone, I'm heading out now. My family will start worrying about me if I don't get home soon. See you all later." He waved goodbye to Clara, Simon, and the other traders as he made his way out of the trading room. As they watched him leave, admiration filled their expressions. "What an intriguing guy," Clara remarked with a smirk. "President, do you know Mr. Arthur?" Simon asked cautiously. "What do you think?" Clara replied playfully before exiting the trading room. If only Arthur knew that Clara was actually the president of PNB's Neo-Luminaro branch. But alas, he was blissfully unaware and already speeding down the road with excitement radiating from him like sunshine on a summer day. The Ether GT transformed into a dazzling blue-silver streak against the asphalt, a perfect reflection of his exhilaration. Arthur slowly opened his sleepy, blurry eyes with a loud yawn, the morning glow filtering through the grand French windows that framed his massive king-size bed, big enough for 3 to 5 people, with room to spare. He felt enveloped in comfort as he sank deeper into the plush mattress. Suddenly, an exhilarating thought crossed his mind. Arthur's eyes widened as he hurriedly grabbed his phone from the bedside lamp and glanced at it. Looking at the string of zeros flashing on the screen in his bank account balance sent a thrill through him. Joy radiated from his lips as he recalled how he had made over 240 million unicorns by shorting stocks just yesterday. The excitement had kept him awake long after returning from Pantera National Bank. He could hardly believe that this windfall could lift the Osborne family out of their financial struggles. With thoughts racing, Arthur shook his head and checked the time on his phone. To his surprise, it was already 11 a.m. He hadn't expected to sleep so late but remembered that he had been up until around 2 a.m. After a refreshing bath, he slipped into casual attire. White jeans paired with a blue cotton long-sleeve shirt and white sneakers before stepping out of his room. "Master, aren't you going to have breakfast?" "It's ready." Sally, the head maid, greeted him as he descended the stairs. "No, Sally, I have something important to do today. I'll probably grab something outside," Arthur replied while casting a glance at the dining hall filled with enticing aromas. Regret flickered in his eyes. "Understood, Master Arthur." Sally nodded and returned to her duties. As Arthur stepped outside, he muttered to himself about not missing breakfast again next time. He hopped into his Ether GT and sped away from the mansion toward the company building. 30 minutes later, and after navigating some traffic, he parked and rushed up to his office on the 60th floor. Just as he entered, Ashley walked out of his office. "Brother, you're here!" she exclaimed softly, her eyes widening in surprise. "What's with that expression?" "It's not like you've seen a ghost," Arthur teased playfully as he flicked her forehead gently. Ashley rubbed her forehead and pouted cutely. "You've been gone for 3 days without coming home. How wouldn't I be surprised now that I finally see you?" Arthur chuckled softly while rubbing his nose. "So what were you doing these past 3 days?" "Nothing important," Arthur shrugged nonchalantly. "HMPH. If you won't tell me then don't bother." Ashley huffed before turning away dramatically, a gesture that only made her look even cuter in Arthur's eyes. "All right then." "Can you call Aunt Emily for me?" Arthur said with an amused smile. Ashley nodded eagerly and went off to find Emily while Arthur settled into his executive chair, lost in thought as he stared blankly at the ceiling. A few minutes later, the office door swung open, and in walked Emily, as stunning as ever, followed closely by Ashley. "Arthur, you had us all worried sick." "Where have you been for the past 3 days?" Emily exclaimed, her expression a mix of concern and reproach. "Relax, Aunt. I wasn't doing anything crazy. I was just at Pantera National Bank," Arthur replied hurriedly. Emily raised an eyebrow. "Oh really? What were you doing there? Asking for a loan or something?" "No way." Arthur shook his head vigorously. "I was speculating in stocks." "What?" Both Emily and Ashley gasped in unison, their eyes widening with shock. "Are you serious? Do you even know how risky that is? And where did you get the money to play around with stocks?" Emily shot back once she regained her composure. "Yeah, bro. Speculating in stocks is no joke. Why didn't you tell us before jumping into it? Ashley chimed in from the side. Arthur sighed, looking between them. I know it's dangerous, but don't you want to know how much I made? Alright. How could I forget about that? Emily said quickly. She leaned in closer, curiosity piqued. So, how much did you make? Arthur grinned and asked them both. You guys heard about Aurora Technologies news 3 days ago, right? Aurora Technology? What happened to them? Emily asked with a puzzled look on her face. Oh wait, I know. Ashley interjected excitedly. Quick, tell me what happened. Emily urged Ashley eagerly. Aunt Emily, Ashley began dramatically. 3 days ago Aurora Technology announced they had made a groundbreaking advancement in artificial intelligence, but it turned out to be a total lie cooked up by their CEO to impress investors and shareholders. They've also been dodging taxes for 5 years. Now they're barely hanging on and under investigation. Ashley's eyes widened as she suddenly realized something. Brother, a broken bar, please tell me you short-sold Aurora Technology. Arthur was taken aback but couldn't help but smile at her quick thinking. Smart guess. Wow, I can't believe it. How did you pull that off? Did you have some insider info? Ashley's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at him. Emily was equally astonished. Wow kiddo, you're full of surprises. So broken bar, how much did you earn? She asked eagerly. I invested 5 million with 10 times leverage, so I'm at a broken bar. More than 200 million. Ashley blurted out before he could finish his sentence, her voice trembling with disbelief. Arthur chuckled softly at her enthusiasm but then added with mock exasperation, can't a guy finish his sentence? What? Is it true? More than 200 million Unicrits? Emily's jaw dropped as shock washed over her features. 240 million, to be exact. Arthur chuckled softly, a hint of pride in his voice. Hiss. Emily and Ashley gasped in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief as they turned to Arthur. It wasn't the staggering amount that left them speechless after all. The Osborne family had once boasted hundreds of millions in annual revenue. But after enduring a devastating blow that nearly cost them everything, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, this revelation hit differently. This. Emily stammered, struggling to find her words. Finally, she managed to say with a mix of awe and gratitude, "You've done well, Arthur. You've truly made an incredible contribution to the family. You've saved us." Arthur simply shook his head humbly and slid a sleek gold bank card across the table towards her. "Auntie, there's 20 million on this card. Use it for the company for now. After our family meeting, I'll provide more." Emily took the card with trembling hands, her eyes glistening with emotion. That sum could genuinely turn things around for their company, especially with a crucial project underway. Arthur smiled warmly at his aunt, who was visibly emotional. "Aunt, just use this amount to complete the current land project, okay?" "Yes," Emily replied, taking a deep breath and nodding her head. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask, how is the land project coming along? How far along are you?" Arthur suddenly inquired. "It's about 50 to 60% complete," Emily explained with a smile. "We had to pause due to financial struggles, but now we can finish it in about 1 to 2 months." Arthur nodded thoughtfully. "You need to wrap that up as soon as possible so we can move on to something else." "Understood," Emily said with a serious expression. Taking a deep breath, Arthur addressed both Emily and Ashley. "You both need to prepare for the upcoming family meeting. It's approaching fast." "Yes," they both responded with solemn faces. "Good. If there's nothing else here for me, I'm off. I'm starving." Arthur stood up from his chair and announced. "Didn't you eat before you came here?" Emily asked curiously. "Nope. I was in such a hurry to get this money to you that I skipped breakfast," Arthur admitted with a shake of his head. "All right then. Hurry and grab something to eat," Emily urged him with a smile. "Okay, I'll see you later." Arthur waved goodbye as he walked out of the office, leaving Emily and Ashley behind. "Aunt, this time my brother really saved us," Ashley said as she turned toward Emily. "Yeah, he truly did come through for us this time," Emily replied, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Now go do your job. We have plenty of work ahead now that we have this funding," Emily encouraged Ashley firmly. "Yes, Aunt." Ashley giggled softly while squinting her eyes playfully. Outside the office building, Arthur's car sped down the road like a silver bullet among other vehicles. Where should I go eat? He pondered aloud while lazily scanning the horizon. One hand on the wheel and the other rubbing his chin, he reclined comfortably in his seat as the wind tousled his hair, a picture of relaxation and freedom. All right, let's try this place, he finally decided after sifting through memories of previous dining experiences. With a sharp turn of the steering wheel, his Ether GT veered onto another road and raced off into a blur of motion. About 10 minutes later, he pulled up smoothly in front of an elegant restaurant adorned with luxury cars parked outside, clearly a hot spot among the rich crowd. Stepping out of his car and into the restaurant's inviting ambience felt like entering another world. It was tastefully decorated with an atmosphere that promised tranquility, a perfect setting for dining. "Welcome to Eastwood Restaurant, sir," greeted a waitress clad in formal attire as she approached him with a warm smile. Arthur glanced at the waitress and returned her smile, feeling a sense of warmth in the bustling restaurant. "Sir, do you have a reservation?" she asked, maintaining her polite demeanor. "No, I don't have a reservation. I'm just here to eat," Arthur replied with a slight shake of his head. "All right then, please follow me," she said cheerfully as she guided him to an empty table on the first floor. It was positioned beside a window that offered a lovely view of the streets below. "Thank you," Arthur said gratefully as he settled into his seat. He picked up the menu and began to peruse it, eager to order some delicious dishes along with a bottle of wine. "This is what I'll take," he informed the waitress after making his selections. "Okay, sir." "Please wait just a moment. Your order will be ready soon," she responded before swiftly departing to fulfill his request. As Arthur sat alone at the table, he took in his surroundings. The floor was relatively quiet. Most tables were occupied except for his. He felt like an island amidst the sea of diners. Before long, steaming plates filled with mouth-watering aromas arrived at his table, each dish more enticing than the last. His eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he surveyed the feast before him. "Sir, please enjoy your meal." The waitress smiled warmly at him before moving on to assist other guests. Arthur nodded appreciatively and began to savor each bite of food while sipping on his rich red wine. It was truly one of the best dining experiences he'd ever had. About 30 minutes later, feeling content and full, he finished his meal and settled the bill before leaving the restaurant with a satisfied grin plastered across his face. Standing outside by the entrance, Arthur let out a deep sigh. "Now where do I go?" he muttered softly to himself as memories flickered through his mind like old photographs. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tug on his jeans and looked down to see an adorable little girl around 4 or 5 years old staring up at him. What caught Arthur's eye was her striking white hair that resembled freshly fallen snow. Her eyebrows matched perfectly, and her skin was equally pale. She was undeniably unique and took him aback for a moment. Her calm gaze seemed to pierce right through him as if reading all of his secrets laid bare before her, a sensation that made him feel vulnerable for an instant. Taking a deep breath, Arthur smiled down at her and bent slightly to engage with this enchanting child when, bang! Suddenly, a deafening noise erupted, like a gunshot piercing the air. Arthur, who had been crouched low, felt his heart race as he froze in shock. His eyes widened in horror, and an icy chill washed over him as pain shot through his body. He glanced down at his left shoulder, where blood was streaming out like a crimson waterfall. Without a moment's hesitation, Arthur scooped up the little girl beside him and rolled behind a nearby car for cover. Bang! Just as they settled in, another gunshot rang out. This time it struck the very vehicle shielding them. Heart pounding, Arthur pressed himself against the cold metal, clutching the frightened child tightly in his arms. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he gritted his teeth against the searing pain. Blood continued to seep from his wounded shoulder. "Are you okay?" he whispered urgently to the little girl nestled against him. She looked up at him with wide eyes filled with fear and nodded her tiny head. But then her gaze fell on Arthur's bleeding shoulder, tears spilling down her cheeks, a clear sign of her terror. The street around them was chaos. Screams echoed everywhere as people ran for their lives. Diners poured out of nearby restaurants, panic-stricken and desperate to escape the unfolding nightmare. After what felt like an eternity of silence punctuated by distant cries, Arthur noticed that the gunfire had ceased. Yet his world began to spin. He could feel himself growing weaker by the second. His face drained of color as dizziness enveloped him. Just before darkness closed in around him, he thought he heard faint sirens wailing in the distance, the police and ambulance finally arriving on scene. "Boss, the assassination failed," a figure said in a deep voice while holding a phone. The other end fell silent for a moment before a hoarse voice replied, "I know. Wait for another opportunity, but this time, don't fail me." "Understood, boss," the figure responded before hanging up. When Arthur opened his eyes, the first thing he noticed was the stark white ceiling above him. Confusion washed over him momentarily until clarity struck. He was in a hospital. As he glanced around, he realized he was lying in a hospital bed, various instruments attached to him like lifelines. He attempted to adjust his position slightly when an excruciating pain shot through his body. "Hiss!" He gasped in agony as he looked at his shoulder, now tightly bandaged. The discomfort was overwhelming. A bitter smile crept onto Arthur's face as he lay back on the bed. He hadn't expected to find himself transmigrated into this world only to be on the brink of death again. "Damn it. If I find out who's targeting me, they'll regret it." Arthur gritted his teeth, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He wasn't Matilda Macron. He knew someone was after him, someone he believed was responsible for the tragic death of his parents. Surviving one assassination attempt was just luck, but what about next time? The thought sent chills down his spine. What if this shadowy figure decided to go after the rest of the Osborne family, his uncles, aunts, cousins, and siblings? It would spell disaster for them all. "I need to uncover who's behind this before I lose any chance of sleeping peacefully," Arthur muttered under his breath. With danger lurking in the shadows while he stood exposed in the light, every moment felt perilous. He had to act fast. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing a hidden mission. Reward has been issued." Arthur blinked in confusion. "Hidden mission?" he thought. "System, what do you mean by that?" Hidden missions are discrete tasks that can be completed or triggered under specific conditions. You've successfully completed one by surviving an assassination attempt. Oh, his eyes lit up with understanding as excitement bubbled within him. "Does the host wish to receive the reward?" "Yes, absolutely." Arthur nodded eagerly. Rewards from the system were always impressive. "Congratulations, host. You have received 10 Special Forces grade bodyguards, a bottle of gene evolution liquid, and a piece of future information. The bodyguards will arrive shortly." Wow! Arthur's eyes lit up with excitement when he saw the system rewards. 10 elite bodyguards, gene evolution liquid and a piece of future information. "This is really good." "System," he asked curiously, "why bodyguards? I could hire some myself." Do not compare system rewards to external options. These 10 bodyguards are 5 times stronger than average ones and excel in various combat techniques and skills. Satisfied with this explanation, Arthur turned his attention to the gene evolution liquid. As he read its description, gene evolution liquid can enhance human capabilities 5-fold. "Damn, this is incredible stuff," he murmured with satisfaction before glancing at the piece of future information. He couldn't wait to see how it might impact his life, especially if it involved stock market insights. "I'll check that out once I'm out of here," he decided quietly. Just then, another notification popped up. "Host has been issued a new mission." "Huh? Another mission already?" Arthur was taken aback. Hadn't he just started on one? He quickly opened the system panel to review this new task. Personal panel. Host, Arthur Osborne. Identity, head of the Osborne family. Age, 22. 3-dimensional attributes. Strength, 8. Intelligence, 12. Speed, 6. Family panel. Family, Osborne family. Family level, 1. Founding family. Family halo, loyal to the family. Family influence points, FIP, 1,150 points. 10,000 points. Family members, 55 people. Loyalty over 90 means they would sacrifice their lives for the family. Family industry, Osborne Group, Osborne Real Estate Company. Family assets, 10 million Unicreds. System Mall, locked. Main task, Family Foundation. Lay out the basic foundation of the family that can strengthen the family currently. Reward, unknown. Punishment for failure, unknown. Side mission 1. Investigate the culprit behind your parents' death and your assassination. Reward, unknown. Punishment for failure, unknown. A few minutes later, he let out a heavy sigh and shook his head in disbelief. It seems my suspicions were right. Someone is truly targeting the Osborne family. His eyes narrowed as he pondered who could harbor such animosity. Someone ruthless enough to kill his parents and now come after him. This same person had nearly driven them to bankruptcy. This is serious, Arthur muttered with determination flashing in his eyes. I need to uncover this guy quickly, otherwise, things will get increasingly dangerous. Taking a deep breath, he tried to set aside the looming threat for now. He'd deal with it after being released from the hospital. Suddenly, the door swung open as a nurse walked in. Arthur turned to her with narrowed eyes, cautious and alert. You're awake," she exclaimed, surprise evident on her face. Without wasting a moment, she dashed out to call the doctor. Arthur sighed in relief as she left. He had briefly feared she might be an assassin sent to finish him off. After all, there are countless movies where assassins disguise themselves as nurses. Given that he was currently on someone's hit list, it was only natural for him to be wary. A few moments later, the nurse returned with a doctor in a crisp white coat and gold-rimmed glasses, a man who appeared to be in his 40s. Arthur scrutinized him closely from head to toe. "Arthur, brother, big brother." Suddenly, a soft voice broke through his thoughts from behind the doctor, startling him. He turned around and saw his uncles, aunties, Elizabeth, Liz, Ashley, and a young man who bore a slight resemblance to him rushing toward the bed. It's you guys." A smile spread across Arthur's face upon seeing them. "Arthur, are you okay? Who shot you?" Uncle Julian and the others crowded around him with concern etched on their faces. Liz and Ashley were particularly distraught. Tears streamed down their cheeks. "Please step back so I can examine him," said the doctor firmly but kindly. "Oh, sorry, doctor." They quickly stepped aside for him. After 10 minutes of examination alongside the nurse, the doctor addressed Arthur. "Well, Mr. Osborne, you're stable now. You lost quite a bit of blood previously but you're recovering well. You should be able to leave in a couple of days." "Thank you so much." Arthur nodded appreciatively at the doctor with a warm smile. The doctor nodded back before exiting with the nurse. "Arthur, how are you holding up?" Uncle Julian asked again with genuine concern as he stepped forward. "I'm good, really," Arthur reassured them all with another warm smile directed at Julian and everyone else gathered around him. "But how did this even happen?" Margaret questioned sorrowfully while looking at Arthur lying on the bed as if her heart was breaking into pieces. Who, big brother?" Liz tightly held Arthur's hand as tears streamed down her face. Her eyes were filled with fear upon hearing that Arthur had been shot. Sitting in the hospital, she felt like her world was crumbling around her. She couldn't believe it. First her parents, now her big brother. "Don't cry, Liz, okay?" "I'm fine," Arthur reassured her, gently stroking her blonde hair. Despite his comforting words, Liz continued to sob. "Big bro, I was really worried about you." "I thought you would." A young man who bore a resemblance to Arthur interrupted. This was Billy, Arthur's little brother in his 3rd year of university. "I'm not that easy to die, Billy." "I'm fine," Arthur said with a chuckle, turning to look at Ashley. "Come on, Ash, you're a big girl. Stop crying, okay? It's just a wound on the shoulder." "How can I not cry?" "Look at you in that hospital bed," Ashley said in a choked voice, tears streaming down her face. Arthur didn't know what to say. He looked at his uncles and aunties with a serious expression. "I think our family is being targeted by someone," he said. The room fell silent, a heavy atmosphere settling in. "Yeah, Arthur, you're right. Our family is really being targeted, but we can't do anything about it," Nathaniel said with a bitter chuckle. "I've had this suspicion since your parents died in that accident." "It wasn't an accident, it was planned," Julian added. "We know we're being targeted, but we don't know by whom or what," William chimed in. "We finally managed to handle our bankruptcy, and now this," Emily said, her face full of concern. "What I'm really worried about is if they target the remaining members of our family." "That's what I'm really worried about," Arthur said with worried face. The room fell into a heavy silence, each face etched with concern and worry. Arthur broke the tension, his voice steady yet urgent. "For now, I suggest we gather all family members back in the mansion. Let those who are in school take a leave of absence and return until we uncover who's behind this. No one leaves the mansion until then, and we must tighten security." He scanned the room, continuing with resolve. "Apart from those heading to the company, no one is allowed to leave. Bodyguards will accompany anyone going to the restaurant." Julian nodded slowly after a moment of contemplation. "I think Arthur's plan is solid." Nathaniel chimed in, "It's a good plan for now, but it won't work long term." Emily added thoughtfully, "Exactly. We need to identify who's responsible as soon as possible." "Don't worry about that," Arthur reassured them. "I'll send people out to investigate. But for now, let's call everyone back to the mansion." A chorus of agreement echoed through the group as they nodded in unison. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted their discussion. The door swung open to reveal three newcomers, a middle-aged man, a woman in her 30s, and an adorable little girl. Arthur and the others turned to see who had entered, but when Arthur's gaze landed on the little girl, a smile broke across his face. "It's you!" he exclaimed, waving at her. This was the same little girl he had seen at the restaurant entrance just before everything went wrong. In fact, it could be said that she had saved his life. If he hadn't bent down when she tugged at his jeans, he might not be standing here today. Arthur looked up at the man and woman beside her. "Are you her parents?" he asked curiously. "Yes," replied the man as he stepped forward with a warm smile. "I'm Stephen Blackwood, and this is my wife Mary, and this lovely girl is our daughter." "Are you from the Blackwood family?" Julian interjected from the side. Stephen paused for a moment before responding. "Yes, I am." "And you must be Julian Osborne from the Osborne family?" "That's right." Julian nodded eagerly. "What brings you here?" "I came to thank this young man for saving my daughter," Stephen said earnestly as he turned to Arthur. "This is my big brother's son, Arthur," Julian introduced him proudly. "Thank you so much for saving my daughter's life," Stephen continued with genuine gratitude in his voice. Mary stepped forward too, tears glistening in her eyes as she added emotionally, "I can't express how grateful we are." Arthur quickly waved his hands dismissively. No, I should actually thank her. If it weren't for her pulling on my jeans that day, I wouldn't be alive right now." He smiled warmly at them all. Everyone in the room was taken aback by Arthur's words. Surprise flickered across their faces as they exchanged glances filled with disbelief. But Arthur simply smiled back at them, radiating warmth. He then looked down at the little girl and beckoned her closer. She scampered over eagerly and gazed up at him with wide eyes sparkling with innocence and excitement. "What's your name?" Arthur asked gently while stroking her silky white hair. My name is Snow," she replied shyly. "Snow? What a beautiful name. It suits you perfectly." Arthur chuckled softly. Suddenly, Snow looked deeply into his eyes with hope shining brightly within hers and asked sweetly, "Can you be my big brother, huh?" Arthur blinked in surprise along with everyone else in the room, especially Stephen and Mary, who wore expressions of shock as they glanced between each other and then back to Snow and Arthur. Feeling slightly awkward yet touched by her request, Arthur looked to Stephen for reassurance. The father nodded encouragingly back at him. Arthur looked at Snow, whose eyes were filled with expectation, and smiled and ruffled her hair. "I can be your big brother," Arthur nodded with a smile. Suddenly Snow smiled happily as her pure white teeth were revealed, revealing a genuine smile which seems to brighten up the entire room. "Dad, Mom, I have a big brother. I have a big brother." Snow looked at her parents and smiled happily at them. Mary looked at the smiling Snow and covered her mouth while crying, but she was crying because she was happy. Stephen also wiped away a few tears at the corner of his eyes and smiled happily. Arthur was quite taken back. He didn't expect both Stephen and Mary to have such a big reaction, but somehow he understood why they are so happy. He looked at Snow, who was holding his hand smiling happily, and chuckled softly. Arthur let out a huge sigh as he lay on the hospital bed, a simple smile gracing his face. Just moments ago, he had found himself chuckling at the unexpected surprise of gaining a little sister, a cute 5-year-old at that. Well, this isn't so bad, he mused to himself. It's quite a nice feeling to have another little sister. He shook his head in disbelief, still processing the whirlwind of emotions. After contemplating for a moment, Arthur opened the system panel again, curiosity piqued. That's odd. How come it increased? He raised an eyebrow and muttered softly, confusion etched across his features. System, why did my family influence points go up? I haven't done anything to boost our family's reputation, he questioned. Host, the increase in family influence points is due to your assassination attempt, the system replied matter-of-factly. What do you mean? Arthur was still puzzled. Host, you are Arthur Osborne, the new head of the Osborne family. Even though the family is currently declining, it was once worth hundreds of millions. You were shot right in front of a restaurant. How could that not make headlines? Suddenly enlightened, Arthur's eyes lit up with realization. So that's why his family influence points had surged by over 5,000. Excitement bubbled within him at the thought of what upgrades awaited him in the system. Just then, a knock on the door jolted him from his thoughts. Who could be visiting now? His family had already come by. He wasn't expecting anyone else. Vigilant after having been shot once. After all, they say once bitten, twice shy. He silently scrutinized the door. Host, don't worry, those are bodyguards. From the system rewards, came the cold voice of the system. Ah, okay. Arthur sighed in relief and called out towards the door. Come in. The door swung open to reveal 10 burly men clad in professional black suits who filled his spacious hospital room almost immediately. Their serious faces and imposing presence created an oppressive atmosphere. Boss. They all bowed and greeted him loudly while Arthur stared at them in awe from his bed. Shaking off his daze after a few moments, he took a deep breath and asked carefully, who is your leader? One man stepped forward confidently. Boss, I'm the captain. What's your name? Arthur asked calmly. My name is Sylvester, he replied promptly. Good. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly as determination coursed through him. I need you for something important. We're ready for any task you assign us, Sylvester declared eagerly. Good. Arthur nodded, his expression serious. I'm being targeted, and it's not just me. My entire family is in danger. Someone out there is after us, and I have my suspicions that they were responsible for my parents' deaths. I need you to investigate and find out who's behind all of this. A few minutes later, Arthur shared all the crucial information with Sylvester. He fixed his gaze on Sylvester and said firmly, I want you to uncover the identity of our enemy, and I want it done fast. Assemble 5 of your best investigators. For this task the others will remain at the mansion to ensure its security. Understand? Yes, boss. I promise to complete the task, Sylvester replied loudly, determination etched across his face. Good. You can go, Arthur waved dismissively. The 10 bodyguards bowed before exiting the room. Just as they were about to leave a broken bar. Wait, Arthur called out suddenly. Is there anything else, boss? Sylvester asked as he turned back. Yes, Arthur paused thoughtfully. Leave 2 bodyguards here and send 3 back to the mansion. Make arrangements for the rest. Understood, boss, Sylvester acknowledged before turning to his team. Hunter, Magnus. Here, Captain. 2 burly men stepped forward, one with light skin and a firm build, while the other had a healthy wheat-colored complexion. Both exuded an intimidating aura in their fitted black suits. You 2 are now responsible for the boss's safety, Sylvester instructed sternly. Understood, Captain. Hunter and Magnus shouted in unison. Sylvester turned back toward Arthur with a respectful bow. You're dismissed, Arthur said again with a wave of his hand. As Sylvester led the group out of the room, Hunter and Magnus positioned themselves solemnly at the door as guards. Meanwhile, Sylvester took charge of coordinating their next steps outside of the hospital. Arthur let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he had professional bodyguards watching over him. Though he felt somewhat safer now, he knew better than to let down his guard completely. Days passed quickly. 5 days filled with medical treatments and visits from loved ones like Ashley and Liz, who came almost daily. Initially they were surprised when they saw Hunter and Magnus' presence at his door. They soon understood once Arthur explained everything. His first uncle Julian and Aunt Margaret also visited him. However, others were too busy, especially Emily and Nathaniel, who were preoccupied with urgent company matters since funds had finally come through for their delayed project. Damn, I'm finally getting out of this place, Arthur exclaimed as he completed his final procedures at the hospital, bandages wrapped around his right arm. He inhaled deeply. The scent of antiseptic was something he would never miss. Come on brother, let's go. Ashley rolled her eyes playfully from beside him as Shay urged him to get into the car. All right, I'm coming, Arthur exclaimed, shaking his head as he hurried into the car. The two bodyguards were already positioned in the front seats, one at the wheel and the other scanning their surroundings with keen vigilance. Brother, you're finally going home, Ashley said, her face lighting up with a smile. Yeah, Arthur nodded appreciatively. I really miss home, especially the food. I've been stuck eating all those bland meals in the hospital. Not delicious at all. Ashley giggled softly, amusement dancing in her eyes as she watched him. As they sped down the road, Arthur gazed out at the passing scenery, a flood of emotions washing over him. Just then, Boss Hunter, who was driving, called out sharply, pulling Arthur from his thoughts. We're being followed, Magnus announced grimly from his seat as he peered into the side mirror. Huh? Both Arthur and Ashley exchanged startled glances before Arthur turned to look behind them. A sleek black car was tailing them closely. That black car? Arthur asked urgently. Yes, boss, Magnus confirmed with a nod. Find a way to lose them, Arthur commanded swiftly. He turned to Ashley, whose face was etched with concern. Ash, hold on tight. Ashley nodded quickly and clutched onto him tightly as Hunter veered off onto a different road. But just as they did, the black car accelerated too, its pursuit relentless. A deafening horn blared ahead of them as a massive truck barreled down from the opposite lane towards their car. Reacting instinctively, Hunter swerved sharply to avoid a head-on collision. Their vehicle drifted dangerously but narrowly escaped disaster. Bang! The truck lost control after missing its target and crashed violently into a streetlight pole. Smoke billowed from its wreckage as its door swung open. An obviously intoxicated man staggered out with blood streaming down his forehead before collapsing on the ground. Arthur and Ashley were frozen in terror. Especially Ashley, her face drained of color as she shrank into Arthur's arms, trembling uncontrollably. While Arthur's heart raced wildly with fear and anger alike, how could this happen right after leaving the hospital? If it weren't for Hunter and Magnus quick thinking, a broken bar. Damn it. Do these guys think I'm some soft target they can just squeeze whenever they want? Fury sparked in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly gunfire erupted around them. Bullets riddled their car like rain. Boss, get down, Hunter shouted urgently while drawing an imposing firearm that resembled a futuristic Desert Eagle, a weapon built for power. Magnus mirrored his actions swiftly as both men rolled out of the vehicle to take cover behind it. The streets were engulfed in chaos. Shouts, screams, and cries filled the air as people dashed for their lives. Cars collided with each other and light poles, some even exploding in fiery bursts. It was a scene of utter pandemonium. Arthur gazed out of the car window, his heart heavy with dread. He felt a tight knot forming inside him as he struggled to process the turmoil unfolding before him. Brother, I'm scared, Ashley whimpered from his arms, gripping him tightly as she trembled with fear. Don't worry, Ash. Hunter and Magnus will take care of this, Arthur reassured her, shaking off his daze to comfort his sister. Suddenly, bang, 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 a new wave of gunfire erupted around them. Their car was surrounded by 3 black vehicles as over 20 armed men poured out, shooting indiscriminately. Thankfully, Arthur's vehicle was bulletproof, otherwise, it would have been reduced to rubble by now. Hunter and Magnus took cover behind one of the nearby cars, quickly aiming at 2 attackers before firing their weapons. Boom, boom. The sound echoed like thunder as both assailants fell lifelessly to the ground, lower bodies blown apart in a gruesome display. For the next few minutes, an intense exchange of fire ensued between Hunter and Magnus and the armed men, but it quickly became clear that they were no match for Arthur's skilled bodyguards. Their guns were simply too powerful. With each precise shot, they sent bodies sprawling across the pavement, Some heads exploded into a shower of blood and brain matter. It was evident that these bodyguards were professionals. Their proficiency with firearms was extraordinary. Within 30 minutes, all but one of the armed men lay defeated amidst pools of blood and dismembered limbs, the lone survivor fleeing but losing an arm in his desperate escape. Just then, a wailing siren pierced through the chaos. In mere moments, hundreds of police cars descended upon the scene like a swarm of locusts. Officers clad in protective gear swarmed everywhere while armored vehicles rolled in behind them. The Special Weapons and Tactical Division, SWATD, had arrived. Freeze. Hands up. Lie on the ground. Weapons on the ground now. Shouts rang out from every direction as police surrounded Hunter and Magnus with guns drawn. Remaining calm under pressure, they complied, laying down their weapons and raising their hands high above their heads before being cuffed. Within seconds, barricades went up around the area to secure it against any further threats. Arthur stepped out of the car with Ashley still clinging to him. Her eyes were covered by a white cloth to shield her from witnessing such grotesque horror. "Sir, are you okay?" One member of SWATD approached Arthur cautiously. Arthur shot a cold glance at the SWATD member and said, "Those two you arrested are my bodyguards." "I understand that, but they still need to be put under control." "Please forgive me for this, sir," the officer replied. Suddenly, a commanding voice interrupted their exchange. "Sergeant." Arthur turned to see a man in his 30s, clad in a black leather jacket and a bulletproof vest, with a badge hanging prominently around his neck. He looked like he had stepped right out of a detective show. Beside him stood an equally striking female officer dressed similarly. Her long black hair was tied back in a ponytail, accentuating her stunning features and wild demeanor. "Sir," the SWATD member immediately snapped to attention upon seeing the approaching man. "I'll take it from here," the man said firmly before turning to Arthur with an apologetic smile. "Mr. Osborne." "Well, if it isn't Chief Tom." "You certainly have impeccable timing," Arthur retorted sarcastically. "Whenever there's trouble, you arrive just after it's all sorted out or when there are casualties. You police really know how to make an entrance." "Please, sir, watch your tone." "This is the Chief of Police of Neoluminara, Jessica," the beautiful officer interjected angrily. Arthur raised an eyebrow at her and replied coolly, "Oh really? If I'm wrong, please enlighten me." "We've been engaged in open fire with armed men for 30 minutes straight." "Where were you?" "If it weren't for my bodyguard's skills, I'd be dead by now." "Why did it take more than half an hour for you to respond?" He gestured around at the chaos surrounding them and continued disdainfully, "Look at this mess. If you'd arrived earlier, none of this would have happened. All you're doing is collecting taxes while sitting idly by, completely useless." His frustration boiled over as he spoke. These officers never seemed to arrive until after emergencies were resolved or lives were lost. It made him want to scream. You, Jessica stuttered in disbelief as anger flashed in her eyes. "That's enough, Jessica," Chief Tom interjected calmly but firmly. Jessica huffed indignantly but kept her glare fixed on Arthur as he met her gaze with indifference before turning back to Chief Tom. "Mr. Osborne," Chief Tom began again, "you'll need to accompany us to the station for further investigation and your statement." Arthur nodded curtly, his expression still icy as he held on to Ashley, still blindfolded beside him. "Brother," Ashley's voice trembled slightly as she asked softly, "is everything over?" "Yes," Arthur reassured her gently. "We're going to the police station so we can help with their investigation. Once we get there, I'll remove your blindfold." "Okay," Ashley replied quietly as she nodded. Yesterday at 1:38 p.m., chaos erupted at the intersection of King's Street as a violent gunfight broke out. 20 heavily armed men engaged in a fierce exchange of gunfire with two professional bodyguards, targeting none other than Arthur Osborne, the newly appointed head of the notorious Osborne family. Accompanying him was his cousin, Ashley Osborne. Fortunately, Arthur's bodyguards were quick to act and shielded both from harm. Reports indicate that these bodyguards managed to eliminate 25 assailants before one managed to escape into the shadows. But what's going in everyone's mind is what's happening within the Osborne family. Who have the Osborne family offended? Just 2 months ago, Tragedy struck when Arthur lost both his father and wife in a car accident. 5 days prior to this incident, he narrowly escaped an assassination attempt. Now, with another attack on his life, things are spiraling dangerously out of control. A massive plasma TV mounted on the wall blared the news, its screen flashing chaotic images of armed men exchanging gunfire with 2 bodyguards. The scene was a whirlwind of chaos. Flames danced in the air, smoke billowed ominously, and the sounds of screams and shouts echoed everywhere. Thankfully, much of the disturbing footage had been censored, otherwise, countless viewers would be haunted by nightmares just from watching. In a dimly lit corner of the room sat Arthur, surrounded by a graveyard of burnt-out cigarettes piled high in an ashtray. Heavy smoke curled around him, obscuring his face as his cold eyes fixated on the broadcast. It had been over 24 hours since the shootout that rocked their lives, and now it dominated every headline. The entire city was aware of what transpired yesterday. Since yesterday, the entire Osborne family has been under lockdown. No one is allowed to enter or leave the mansion, and the atmosphere is thick with tension. Bodyguards patrol every corner of the estate, over 100 hired by Arthur himself in response to an alarming threat. Worry and concern flicker in everyone's eyes, casting a shadow over what used to be a lively home. Arthur sits in silence, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable anger. He hasn't slept since returning from the police station after giving his statement about an assassination attempt that nearly shattered their world. Hunter and Magnus, though they managed to evade serious consequences after all according to the law they're in defense, other police also returned their weapons to them. Just yesterday, while Arthur was under attack, 5 assassins infiltrated the mansion. Fortunately, thanks to his foresight in telling Sylvester to leave additional bodyguards in the mansion for protection, they were swiftly apprehended. The thought of what could have happened sends chills down Arthur's spine. If those assassins had succeeded in breaching their defenses, he can hardly bear to imagine the consequences. As these thoughts swirl through his mind, Arthur's face contorts with frustration. Who could possibly want his family dead? He's barely begun to acclimate to this new world when danger seems to lurk around every corner. If he doesn't uncover who is behind this threat soon, peace will remain an elusive dream for them all. Damn it. This is infuriating. Arthur cursed, his frustration palpable as he raked a hand through his hair. His eyes sparkled with annoyance. System, can't you just tell me who's targeting me? He implored, directing his thoughts at the virtual assistant in his mind. Negative, host. It's something you must discover yourself, the system replied curtly. Arthur fell silent for a moment, absorbing the response. A few minutes later, he shook his head and let out a bitter chuckle. All right, system, since I survived yet another assassination attempt, isn't there a reward for that? His eyes suddenly lit up with hope. No reward available, host, came the cold reply from the system. Come on. You knows this round of attacks was way more intense than before. Surely I deserve something for surviving. Arthur argued passionately. As the system fell silent, Arthur rolled his eyes and continued, more than 20 armed men with guns fired at me for 30 minutes straight. Did you see how I was able to fight them off? I still haven't recovered from my previous injuries, but I was still able to survive. You have to give me some reward. Suddenly, a message popped up. Congratulations host for completing a hidden mission, rewards are being given. Excitedly, Arthur read the rewards. Congratulations host, you got 50 bodyguards, 30 normal bodyguards, 10 Special Forces grade bodyguards, and 10 elite bodyguards, all equipped with their own weapons. Congratulations host, you have also received a small military factory that can be materialized anytime. Holy cow! Arthur exclaimed, jumping up from his chair, eyes wide like copper bells and mouth agape in shock and surprise. Are these rewards for me? Arthur asked the system in a trembling voice. The system explained. Yes host. In light of the extreme danger you and your family are facing, these rewards will help you better protect yourselves. Dang, this is too good, Arthur hissed slightly, eyes flashing with excitement. He never expected such rich rewards from the system, especially the military factory which came in handy. What is the military factory's function? Arthur thought for a moment and quickly asked. The system replied, the military factory can produce all kinds of military weapons, but it's limited to weapons like Desert Eagles, submachine guns, hand grenades, automatic rifles, AK-47s, and other smaller weapons. Nice. Arthur's eyes lit up as he nodded in approval. Hey, why are the bodyguards divided into levels? How many levels are there? Arthur asked, feeling a bit confused. System, why are the bodyguards divided into levels? How many levels are there? Arthur asked, looking confused. The bodyguards are divided into different levels based on the amount of gene evolution liquid they are injected with. It can be 5 times, 10 times, or even 20 times higher than what you have. The levels are normal grade, special force grade, elite grade, soldier king grade, royal grade, and war god grade, the system explained. Arthur nodded in understanding, a smile finally appearing on his face. He now had some capital to protect himself and his family. How do I materialize the military factory to appear? Arthur inquired. You can choose any place to place the military factory, the system replied, and a holographic screen appeared in front of him, displaying a high-definition 3D map. This is the map of Neoluminara. Arthur exclaimed in surprise as he closely examined the map. His eyes wandered around the map until they settled on a small mountain range about 100 kilometers outside the city. In a small valley hidden among the mountains and trees, Arthur saw the perfect spot. It was so well hidden that it would be hard for others to discover, as not many people had the time to wander in these mountains. System, let the military factory appear here. Arthur pointed at the small hidden valley. Understood, host. The military factory has been materialized. You can go and see it anytime, the system quickly responded. Arthur simply nodded and smiled, now waiting to hear news from Sylvester about the investigation. Dong, dong, dong. A knock on the door startled Arthur awake from his thoughts. Come in, Arthur said lightly, looking towards the door. The door pushed open, and Alfred entered, bowing towards Arthur. Master Arthur. Alfred, what is it? Arthur smiled at Alfred and asked with a friendly tone. Master Arthur, it is time for the family meeting. The others are already waiting for you in the living room, Alfred said with a stoic expression. Huh? Already? Arthur muttered and looked at Alfred. You can go, I will be down in a second. Understood, Master Arthur. Alfred bowed once again and walked out of the study room. Arthur shook his head. Because of all the recent incidents, the originally family meeting which was supposed to be held 3 days ago have been delayed until now. Arthur simply sighed, opened a drawer and took out a pile of documents and headed out of the study room. In the expansive living room of the Osborne family mansion, a heavy silence hung in the air. Dozens of people sat around the plush sofas, their faces drawn and somber as they stared at the enormous TV mounted on the wall, broadcasting news that mirrored what Arthur was watching upstairs in his study. The atmosphere felt almost suffocating, a mix of grief and uncertainty. Suddenly, footsteps echoed down the staircase, breaking the tension. Everyone turned to see Arthur descending with purpose. As he reached the bottom, a wave of respect washed over the room. All stood up, their expressions a complex blend of solemnity and anticipation. Arthur nodded at them, his voice steady as he declared, "No need to waste time, let's go." With that, he swiftly led the way deeper into the mansion. The group followed closely behind him, navigating past the dining hall until they arrived at an unassuming stone wall next to a bookcase. Pushing aside several books revealed a hidden red button. Without hesitation, Arthur pressed it instantly. The stone wall split apart to unveil a long staircase leading downward. Without wasting another moment, he descended first while everyone else hurried after him. As soon as they entered, the wall sealed shut behind them. Moments later, they emerged into a vast chamber adorned with portraits lining its walls, each painting depicting a patriarch from generations past. These were not just any figures, they represented over 2 centuries of Osborne legacy. Arthur paused for a moment to reflect on their family history, their rise from humble beginnings with Ezekiel Osborne, a blacksmith who struck gold selling weapons and trading goods, Each subsequent head had fortified their wealth and influence until it all unraveled during his grandfather's generation when mismanagement squandered their fortune. His father had managed to restore some dignity before tragedy struck again. Now it was Arthur's turn to salvage what remained. Once one of Neoluminara's most prestigious families with significant clout across Aurelian Federation, now they teetered on the brink of extinction due to arrogance and neglect from previous generations. Shaking off these heavy thoughts, Arthur surveyed the spacious room that resembled a conference area. A long table crafted from mysterious materials dominated its center, surrounded by chairs on either side and an imposing seat at its head. This was where critical strategies were forged for their family's future. Decisions made here would shape everything going forward, an exclusive space reserved for only those deemed worthy. "Everybody, please take a seat," Arthur said simply as he made his way to the main chair and settled in. The others quickly followed suit, their expressions serious as they turned to face him. To his right sat his first uncle, Julian. On his left was his second uncle, Nathaniel, and beside Nathaniel was his third uncle, William. First and Margaret and Emily occupied the seats next to Julian on the right, while Ashley sat beside them. Finally, there was Philip, Margaret's husband, who had married into the family. He and Margaret had 2 children who were currently in their final year at university. Due to recent events, all of them had been summoned back to the mansion. Everyone present in the room was here for a reason. They were about to graduate and would soon step into roles within the family business, a clear indication that they were qualified for this meeting. In fact, Arthur had many cousins. However, only those from the main branch of the family were present today. This included himself, 3 uncles, 2 aunties, and their children, Ashley, Nathaniel's daughter, George, Nathaniel's son, William, Julian's son, Edward, Julian's son, Bella, Julian's daughter, Olivia, Richard's daughter, Charlotte, Richard's daughter, Eva, Margaret's daughter, and Oscar, Margaret's son. In total, Arthur had 8 cousins from this main branch alone. Other branches weren't represented today. The only person who haven't married yet is his second aunt Emily, and Arthur also doesn't know why she haven't married. Notably missing were Billy and Elizabeth. They hadn't yet qualified to participate in these crucial family discussions. Thus far, only those who had completed or were nearing completion of their university studies were present alongside their uncles and aunties. A total of 14 individuals gathered for this important meeting. Taking a deep breath, Arthur surveyed everyone seated around the table before declaring with authority, "Since its founding, the Osborne family has held 20 family meetings. Today marks our 21st meeting, and I stand before you as Arthur Osborne, your current head of family." A heavy silence enveloped the room as Julian and the others waited anxiously for him to continue. With determination etched across his face, Arthur pressed on. "Throughout our family's history until my grandfather's generation, and then my father's, we have faced various challenges. Our once thriving businesses have crumbled down to just one struggling real estate company, a humiliating disgrace that has befallen us all. Because of our failures as a family unit, we are now treated like trash, hunted down relentlessly, and forced into hiding within these very walls." His eyes blazed with anger as he glanced at Julian and the others seated nearby. They lowered their heads in shame under his piercing gaze. 50 years ago, our family was one of the most esteemed in Neoluminara, renowned across the nation. But look at us now, pathetic, humiliated, and treated like trash that anyone can trample on. All because of arrogance. My grandfather and his generation believed the Osborne family could lift the sky with one hand, yet here we stand in disgrace. Arthur's voice trembled with suppressed anger as he spoke. Julian and the others lowered their heads, humiliation flashing in their eyes. "I want all of you to remember this moment," Arthur continued, his tone shifting to one of resolve. "This humiliation is not just a setback, it's a wake-up call for our family. Yes, we've fallen, but remember, destruction brings rebirth. From this day forward, the Osborne family will rise again, and no one will stop us." His determination radiated as he locked eyes with everyone present. As if inspired by his words, They lifted their heads and met Arthur's gaze with newfound determination. The memories of their family's past glory ignited a fighting spirit within them, fists clenched tightly as they vowed not to let anyone hinder their resurgence. Arthur's heart swelled with pride when he saw that fire in their eyes. He nodded in satisfaction and reached for a stack of documents nearby, distributing them to his uncles and aunties. Julian, Nathaniel, Richard, Margaret, Emily, and Philip eagerly opened the documents before them. After scanning through the pages, shock washed over their faces. "What you hold is our development plan for the next 10 years. Arthur said solemnly. "This blueprint will lay down the foundation for our family's revival." Arthur surveyed the room, his expression shifting to one of gravity as he announced, "As outlined in the documents, I've identified 16 industries that our family will focus on developing over the next decade." A wave of astonishment washed over Julian and the others. Ashley and their cousins were equally taken aback by Arthur's bold declaration. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Julian finally spoke up. "Arthur, if we dive into 15 industries at once, won't we run short on capital? Where will we find the funds to support such ambitious ventures?" Emily chimed in from the side, concern etched on her face. "Yeah, Arthur, given the recent challenges our family and company have faced, no bank or financial institution seems willing to lend us money." The group nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed on Arthur with a mix of worry and curiosity. With a light chuckle and a dismissive wave of his hand, Arthur reassured them, "You don't need to fret about finances. In just a month's time, I'll secure so much funding that you won't know how to spend it all." "Huh?" The room fell silent. As surprise flickered across their faces, they struggled to grasp what he meant. "Just focus on completing your tasks," Arthur said matter-of-factly. Julian nodded slowly. Although he was technically Arthur's uncle, at this moment Arthur held the reins as head of the family. "Now let's take a closer look at these industries," Arthur continued confidently. He scanned the room before listing them off. Osborne Media and Entertainment Group, Osborne Transportation Group, Osborne Technology, Osborne Supply Chain Group, Osborne Hospital Group, Osborne Mining Resources Group, Osborne Heavy Industry Group, Osborne Winery Beverages Group, Osborne Pharmaceuticals Biotech Group, Osborne Real Estate Construction Group, Osborne Intercontinental Hotel Group, Osborne Restaurant Group, Osborne Fashion Cosmetics, Osborne Security Defense, Osborne Capital, Osborne Retail E-Commerce Group. As he concluded naming each industry poised for development, an awestruck silence enveloped the room. While Julian and some others had seen this list earlier in their documents, hearing it spoken aloud by Arthur added an extra layer of gravity. Noticing their stunned expressions, Arthur smiled warmly. "I understand you're surprised. Some of you might be wondering if we can truly manage this many industries." They remained quiet but exchanged glances that seemed to say they were tentatively agreeing with him. "Remember," Arthur emphasized, "this is merely our starting point. There are countless industries out there for now. We're focusing on these 15. Philip leaned forward skeptically and asked Margaret beside him, "Are you suggesting we aim for every industry in existence?" "Yes," Arthur replied with unwavering confidence. Hiss. The room fell silent as Julian and the others gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. They stared at Arthur as if he were a madman, grappling with the enormity of what he had just proposed. Even at its peak, the Osborne family had only dabbled in a handful of industries. In fact, the number of industries the family used to be in didn't exceed one hand. Now, here was Arthur, boldly declaring that they would venture into every industry imaginable. Their shock was palpable. Arthur's ambition seemed almost insatiable. "Why do you think we can't do it? Is it too much?" Arthur raised an eyebrow, challenging them to voice their doubts. Julian shook his head slowly. "It's just a broken bar. We're shocked," he admitted, his gaze fixed on Arthur. "Do you really think we can pull this off?" Ashley chimed in, her voice laced with skepticism. "Honestly, it sounds impossible. I've never heard of anyone achieving something like this." Arthur met their uncertain gazes and replied calmly, "Just because it hasn't been done before doesn't mean it can't be done. If it doesn't exist yet, I'll create it." "I know this seems daunting," he continued passionately, "but remember what I said earlier, I'm determined to make our family the most powerful in the world, A family so influential that we could change economies with a snap of our fingers. A family so powerful that we can bankrupt countries if we want to. His eyes burned with determination. With unwavering confidence bolstered by his unique system, Arthur felt ready to tackle any challenge that lay ahead. If he couldn't achieve what he envisioned with its help, well, that would be a fate worse than death. As his words sank in, Julian and the others exchanged solemn looks filled with mixed emotions. "Arthur," Margaret finally spoke up, her smile breaking through the tension. "I believe in you. I truly believe you can elevate our family to new heights." Julian took a moment before nodding thoughtfully. "If Big Brother were here right now, he'd be proud of you. The future of the Osborne family is in your hands. I have faith you will lead us back to greatness." Richard, Emily, Philip, Ashley and the others all nodded along with pride shining in their eyes as they looked at Arthur. "I believe we can do this together," Arthur declared confidently after taking a deep breath, "and we'll witness it all unfold side by side." "Now listen up." His tone shifted to serious as everyone turned their attention back to him. "You're all going to dive into one or more industries," he stated firmly while glancing at his 3 uncles and 2 aunts. "First uncle, you'll spearhead the Osborne Technology Group. Second uncle, you're tasked with launching the Osborne Real Estate Construction Group. Third uncle, you'll establish the Osborne Supply Chain Group. Second aunt, you're taking charge of the Osborne Media Entertainment Group. Ashley, you'll lead the Osborne Fashion Cosmetics Group. And Uncle Philip, you will develop the Osborne Capital," Arthur said as his eyes flashed with deep thinking. Julian, Nathaniel, Richard, Emily, Ashley and Philip, all of them had solemn faces as they looked at Arthur. They know that the responsibility that Arthur have given them is no joke and they can't make any mistakes, otherwise they will feel really ashamed. They are ready to develop the family together with Arthur and make it great, and by developing the family industries can they help in the family development. Brother, what about Aunt Margaret? Aren't you going to assign her a company to establish?" Ashley asked, curiosity lighting up her eyes as she glanced at Arthur. The room fell silent, with Julian and the others sharing puzzled looks while Margaret herself looked at Arthur, confusion evident in her expression. "Aunt, don't worry. I have a different job for you," Arthur reassured her with a warm glance. "I'll fill you in later." "Okay, Arthur," Margaret replied with a smile that brightened the atmosphere. Turning his attention back to his cousins, Arthur added, "As for the rest of you, please hold on for just a moment while I wrap up some details here. Then I'll come to each of you." All of them nodded in understanding and smiles spread across their faces. Arthur then focused on his first uncle Julian. "First uncle, you're in charge of Osborne Technology and its 9 subsidiaries. But let's start by establishing 6 key ones. 1. Osborne Devices. This will handle production of smartphones, laptops, tablets, and wearables. 2. Osborne Software Solutions, tasked with developing operating systems and productivity software. 3. Osborne Cloud Services, responsible for cloud storage and computing solutions. 4. Osborne Cyber Defense, focused on cybersecurity software and data protection solutions. 5. Osborne Semiconductors, dedicated to producing advanced chips and processors. 6. Osborne IoT Solutions, developing smart devices and connected home systems. Julian listened intently, his expression serious as he absorbed the information. "Here," Arthur said as he handed Julian a sleek black USB flash drive. "All the details about Osborne Technology are stored here. As for the remaining 3 subsidiaries, we'll add them once the foundation stabilizes." Julian accepted the flash drive with both hands as if it were a priceless treasure. "Don't worry, Arthur, I won't let you down," he promised earnestly. "I trust you will." Arthur smiled before turning to his second uncle Nathaniel. "Second uncle," he began seriously, "you're in charge of Osborne Real Estate Construction Group, which includes 10 subsidiaries. 1. Osborne Homes, developing luxury apartments and gated communities. 2. Osborne Towers, managing iconic office buildings and retail spaces. 3. Osborne Infrastructure, constructing highways and public facilities." Arthur paused to gauge Nathaniel's reaction before continuing with confidence. I won't delve into details about the other subsidiaries. All necessary information is on this flash drive. He handed it over. Don't worry, I'll make our real estate company powerful, Nathaniel vowed solemnly as he received it. Arthur nodded thoughtfully before turning to his third uncle, Richard. With a swift motion, he pulled out a flash drive and handed it over. Third uncle, you're now in charge of the Osborne Supply Chain Group, which includes 10 subsidiaries. I won't go into all the details right now. Everything you need is on this flash drive. Richard smiled warmly as he accepted the device, nodding appreciatively at Arthur. Next, Arthur turned to his second Aunt Emily with a bright smile. Aunt Emily, you're taking the helm of the Osborne Media Entertainment Group. This encompasses 6 subsidiaries and 15 divisions. Your role is crucial. You are essentially the voice of our family in the entertainment industry. He presented her with another flash drive, his tone growing serious. I have a significant task for you. Within 1 to 3 years, I want us to dominate at least 50%, ideally 80%. Of the entertainment market in the Orlean Federation. We need to establish our presence first in Neoluminara's news media and platforms. Can you handle that? Don't worry, Arthur, Emily replied confidently, her expression resolute as she took the flash drive. I won't let you down. Good. I'm counting on you, Arthur said with an encouraging smile. He then turned to Ashley, handing her yet another flash drive. Ash, you're responsible for the Osborne Fashion and Cosmetics Group, which also has 10 subsidiaries under its wing. This is a big responsibility for someone fresh out of school, but I believe in your potential. Take it step by step. If you run into any challenges that seem insurmountable, don't hesitate to reach out for help from the others or come directly to me. Ashley beamed back at him. Don't worry about me. I graduated with first-class honors in business administration and plan to pursue my master's and PhD soon. Arthur chuckled softly and shook his head before finally addressing Philip. Uncle Philip, he called gently. Philip straightened up immediately, his expression shifting from casual to serious as emotions flickered across his face. Though he had married into the Osborne family, but he had often been sidelined during important discussions, and now being included in this meeting filled him with pride and gratitude. Uncle Philip, Arthur continued earnestly, you will oversee Osborne Capital, the financial backbone of our family businesses. Your role is vital. If your side falters, so does everything we've built together. The Osborne Capital is the most important of the family business. Nothing must happen to it. His gaze was intense as he emphasized each word. For a moment, Philip was taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Arthur, he promised fervently, I swear on my life that I won't let you down. I'll do everything within my power to grow Osborne Capital. His eyes sparkled with emotion, a mix of excitement and gratitude, as Margaret smiled lovingly at him from beside. Good, I trust you can handle this, Arthur said with a nod, handing over a flash drive. All the information you need is right here. Taking a deep breath, Arthur turned to his cousins and declared, as members of the Osborne family, we're born into a legacy. From the moment you enter this family, you're destined for one of 2 paths, business or politics. So now it's time to choose. Julian and the others exchanged curious glances, their eyes shifting toward their 7 of them. All of them had solemn faces as they looked at George and the others, but they were also quite surprised by what Arthur said. They don't know why he added this rule, but this is not the time to ask. Arthur surveyed his 7 cousins, a calm determination etched on his face as he awaited their responses. The room was thick with silence, each cousin lost in their own thoughts. Arthur knew that the Osborne family could not afford willfulness, especially among the younger generation. In times like these, there was no room for whims or personal dreams. It was all about duty and responsibility. As members of the Osborne family, they were bound to follow one of 2 paths, business or politics, no exceptions. Arthur had no intention of entertaining fantasies about happiness or self-fulfillment that wouldn't contribute to the family's legacy. For the next decade or so, each member would need to prioritize the family's growth over individual aspirations, even if it meant sacrificing their dreams. The gravity of Arthur's expression made it clear, there would be no negotiation. Politics or business, those were their only options. Brother, I'll go into business, Edward said as he raised his head to meet Arthur's gaze. "I studied business and management in mining and energy," Edward continued confidently. "I'm ready." "Me too." William, son of Arthur's first uncle, chimed in from across the table. "I've got a degree in mining engineering. I'll also pursue business." Arthur smiled at them both. "Excellent. You two will lead the Osborne Mining and Resource Group. Here are the details. Study them closely." He handed a flash drive to George with a reassuring nod. Bella and Olivia then spoke up in unison. "We've decided to join Ash at the Osborne Fashion and Cosmetics Group." "Great choice." "You'll both serve as CEOs of subsidiaries under Ashley," Arthur replied earnestly. "But first, you must learn from your first uncle for 3 months before being evaluated for your positions." "We understand. We won't let you down," Bella assured him as she adjusted her glasses with determination. Arthur turned his attention to Eva and Charlotte. "And what about you two? Business or politics?" "Politics," they answered simultaneously, surprising everyone around the table. "That works," Arthur chuckled lightly while eyeing them thoughtfully. "If I remember correctly, you both studied law at Orleans Law University." "Yes," Charlotte affirmed with a slight smile. "A broken bar. Interesting." He narrowed his eyes as he considered their futures before focusing on Charlotte again. "You will begin by serving as a judge in the lower courts." Charlotte blinked in disbelief. "But brother, it's not easy becoming a judge, even at that level." "I just graduated." "You got your Juris Doctor degree, right?" Arthur interjected suddenly, his eyes fixed on Charlotte. "Yes," Charlotte replied, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "That's great. You'll serve as a judge in the lower courts for a year to gain experience. After that, you'll advance. And don't worry, as long as there's money, there's nothing in this world that cannot be done," Arthur said with a smile. Charlotte nodded, feeling relieved. As long as she could quickly climb the ranks to become a judge, she was ready to put in the work. "Okay," she affirmed. "In 5 years, I want to see you seated as a Supreme Court Justice," Arthur declared confidently. The room fell silent as everyone processed his ambitious vision for Charlotte. They hadn't expected him to dream so big, to imagine someone from the Osborne family rising to such heights within just 5 years. But they couldn't help but feel excited. Having an Osborne in such a prestigious position could only mean good things for their family's future. "Remember," Arthur continued with unwavering assurance, "as long as money is involved, anything is possible. If something can't be solved, it just means we haven't invested enough." He turned back to Charlotte and said, "Just focus on your studies and leave everything else to me. But make sure you build a solid foundation of skills. Without that, no amount of money will help you succeed. Gain experience at every level, understand?" Charlotte nodded earnestly. "Yes, I understand. I won't let you down." Arthur smiled approvingly before shifting his gaze toward Evan, who sat eagerly awaiting her turn. "As for you, Eva," he began again, "I want you to become a lawyer first. Work at a law firm and aim to win at least 20 cases, 5 of which should be significant ones. After that, we'll establish the Osborne Law Firm and you'll take charge." "Can you do it?" Evan's determination shone through her quick nod. "Yes, I can do it." Arthur chuckled lightly before looking over at Oscar and George. George wasted no time. "Brother, I want to enter the transportation industry." Oscar chimed in calmly but confidently, "I'm interested in heavy industry. It's one of the country's vital pillars." Arthur nodded thoughtfully. "All right then." The Osborne Heavy Industry and Osborne Transportation Group will be entrusted to both of you. But remember, spend 3 months learning from our second and third uncles before proceeding. He tossed each of them flash drives containing valuable information. Both brothers caught the drives with serious expressions and acknowledged his words with determined nods. Arthur took a moment to gather his thoughts, then nodded firmly. He turned to his first Aunt Margaret, his expression serious yet determined. "Aunt Margaret," he began, "we're establishing Osborne Holdings, which will oversee all our family industries. You will serve as its first president." He glanced at his uncles and aunts before continuing, "The presidency will rotate every 5 years among the 5 of you." Taking a deep breath, Arthur elaborated, "Osborne Holdings will hold all shares of our various businesses and their subsidiaries. Each year, Every industry must transfer 90% of their annual profits into Osborne Holdings while retaining 10% for operational costs, excluding employee salaries. Julian and the others exchanged glances filled with contemplation. Satisfaction flickered in their eyes as they absorbed Arthur's vision. "And let me be clear, no company under our family banner will ever go public," Arthur added with an air of nonchalance. "As the parent company for all our industries, Osborne Holdings is crucial. If any of you wish to expand your business, you'll need to submit a detailed report explaining your intentions. Additionally, we'll have an evaluation team that visits each company monthly and annually to assess performance. There are rewards for meeting standards and consequences for falling short. They'll come incognito at any time, so always be prepared," Arthur concluded with a smile. The weight of responsibility settled over Julian and the others like a heavy blanket. They realized that if they didn't develop their companies effectively, failure would lead to penalties, a thought none of them relished. "Osborne Holdings will also serve as a cash reserve," Arthur continued. "If anyone needs funds or finds themselves short on resources when their company is struggling, you can apply for assistance from Osborne Holdings." Emily raised her hand thoughtfully. "Arthur, since you're assigning tasks here today, what about the other family members?" "Of course, those interested in business will take on roles as CEOs within our various subsidiaries," Arthur explained confidently. "Veterans in management can jump right in. Those who lack experience can learn from you all for 3 months before being evaluated for positions." "What about those who want to start their own businesses?" Julian interjected after considering this new structure. "They'll receive $10 million from Osborne Holdings," Arthur replied matter-of-factly. "However, if they fail in business, punishment will follow." He paused dramatically before adding, "In fact, any younger generation member wishing to start a business will receive the same amount, because as long as you're an Osborne, you must contribute." Nathaniel chimed in next. "And what about those interested in politics?" "Simple. They can pursue careers as lawyers or judges or seek political positions such as mayor or minister, as long as it benefits the family," Arthur stated decisively. Nods of understanding rippled through the room as everyone absorbed his words. "Any other questions?" Arthur asked, scanning the room. The family members exchanged glances and shook their heads, signaling they had nothing more to add. "Good," Arthur nodded, turning his attention to his first aunt, Margaret. "Aunt, I'll be transferring $200 million to you shortly. This will serve as the foundational funds for everyone to kickstart their respective companies. While this amount might not cover everything, I'll be sending another sum in a few days." "Okay," Margaret replied with a warm smile. "All right everyone," Arthur declared with a serious expression. "This marks the end of the 21st Osborne family meeting. You're all dismissed." Julian and the others quickly rose from their seats, bowing slightly to the portraits of past family leaders before offering a respectful nod to Arthur as they exited the conference room. Moments later, only Arthur remained, lost in deep thought amidst the echoes of familial legacy. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through his reverie. "Congratulations host for completing mission number 1. Congratulations host, system have met conditions to upgrade." "Congratulations host, the family have been upgraded." "Congratulations host, you receive 200 million unicreds for family development, 100 bodyguards of various levels." "Congratulations host, you have received 1 billion unicreds for family development, 10 attributes points." "System have finished upgrading." "System all have been unlocked." Suddenly the long-lost system voice sounded in Arthur's mind, waking him up from his deep thoughts. As dense blue holographic notifications popped out in front of him, Arthur was suddenly overwhelmed by a flurry of dense system notifications popping up in front of him. But as he quickly processed the information, a broad smile spread across his face. "Finally!" he exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he opened the system panel to check his status. Personal panel. Host, Arthur Osborne. Identity, head of the Osborne family. Age, 22. 3-dimensional attributes. Strength, 8. Intelligence, 12. Speed, 6. Family panel. Family, Osborne family. Family level, 2. Century-old family. Family halo, loyal to the family. Family influence points, FIP, 5,000 points, 100,000 points. Family members, 55 people. Loyalty over 90 means they would sacrifice their lives for the family. Family industry, Osborne Group, Osborne Real Estate Company. Family assets, properties, 200 million Unicreds. System Mall, unlocked. Main task, family foundation, lay out the basic foundation of the family that can strengthen the family currently. Reward, unknown. Status, complete. Punishment for failure, unknown. Side mission 1. Investigate the culprit behind your parents' death and your assassination. Reward, unknown. Punishment for failure, unknown. Moments later, he noticed some impressive changes on the status panel. First off, his family level had soared from level 1, founding family, to level 2, century-old family. Even more thrilling was the appearance of a new tab labeled Family Assets and Properties, revealing that the Osborne family now assets worth an astonishing 200 million Unicreds. And then came what Arthur had been eagerly anticipating, the unlocking of the System Mall. A smirk crept across his face as he realized it was finally accessible. With eager anticipation, Arthur clicked on the System Mall tab, and a vibrant new screen materialized before him. The mall was neatly organized into various industries, making navigation a breeze. There were sections for technology, entertainment, food and beverage, and much more, each filled with enticing categories. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he tapped on the entertainment section. Instantly, different categories under this industry flashed onto the holographic screen. When he selected the gaming category, his heart raced at what he saw. Countless popular titles from Earth. Damn, I'm rich. Arthur grinned foolishly as he scanned through the prices. League of Legends, price, 100 million Unicreds. Plants vs. Zombies, price, 20 million Unicreds. God of War, price, 100 million Unicreds. World of Warcraft, price, 300 million Unicreds. Candy Crush, price, 10 million Unicreds. Assassin's Creed, price, 50 million Unicreds. Titanfall, price, 200 million Unicreds. Helldivers, price, 300 million Unicreds. Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, price, 200 million Unicreds. Grand Auto Theft, all parts, price, 700 million Unicreds. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Arthur scrolled through an array of beloved games that had once captivated him back on Earth. His lips trembled slightly in excitement. This was like a dream come true. Shaking with anticipation, he pressed into the movie section next. As numerous categories popped up before him, he could hardly contain his glee while scrolling down. John Wick, all parts, price, 500 million Unicreds. Titanic, price, 500 million Unicreds. Resident Evil, all parts, price, 500 million Unicreds. Extraction, all parts, price, 100 million Unicreds. The Expendables, all parts, price, 400 million Unicreds. Fast and Furious, all parts, price, 600 million Unicreds. The Dark Knight, price, 400 million Unicreds. Mad Max, Fury Road, price, 300 million Unicreds. The Matrix, price, 700 million Unicreds. Damn system, you really did good. You did good. Arthur simply gave thumbs up to the system. Arthur continued to scroll down the System Mall. The more he scrolled down and looked at the System Mall, the more excited he becomes. What really made him really excited is the various black technologies in the mall. These technologies, if taken out into the world right now, can set off a storm. With this, the Osborne family will become the strongest family in the world in no time, Arthur muttered with a confident smile. Arthur couldn't contain his excitement as he explored the vast offerings of the System Mall. It felt like a treasure trove, with everything from Earth's blockbuster movies and games to cutting-edge technology and groundbreaking pharmaceuticals. He envisioned the future where he could tap into these resources and generate immense wealth. After all, many of these films and games had raked in billions back on Earth. His heart raced as he stumbled upon the anime section, filled with beloved classics like Shrek, Frozen, and Kung Fu Panda. But what truly captivated him were the pharmaceutical and biotech categories. Here, Arthur discovered potential cures for diseases that had long plagued humanity: cancer, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, the list went on. Just think about it, back on Earth, millions suffered from cancer daily. The market was worth trillions. And in Pantera, a world vastly larger than Earth, imagine how many people needed treatment. If he could produce a cancer drug here, it could propel the Osborn family to unimaginable heights. The thought made Arthur's breath quicken, his face flushed with anticipation. The temptation to unveil this miracle cure immediately was overwhelming, but he knew better than to act impulsively. Calm down, he reminded himself, taking a deep breath to steady his racing thoughts. Revealing such a powerful asset too soon could attract unwanted attention from powerful corporations that would see him as a threat. Instead of rushing into action, Arthur decided to focus on more manageable opportunities first, like weight loss medications or treatments for myopia. As he browsed through the system mall's offerings with renewed determination, something caught his eye, a category labeled talents. Intrigued, he tapped on it. To his delight, numerous subcategories appeared before him: technology programming talents, business management talents, scientific research talents, creative artistic talents, bodyguards, engineering technical talents. Each talent came with its own price tag, igniting excitement within him. So I can buy skilled individuals across various industries? Arthur asked eagerly. Yes, host. You can purchase them as long as you have the funds available. Don't worry about their identities, the system will take care of everything. Wow! His eyes sparkled at this revelation. Security was paramount for him right now. The Osborn family was under threat from all sides, and strong bodyguards were essential. He quickly navigated to the bodyguard section without hesitation. Normal bodyguard, price, 10 million unicreds. Elite bodyguard, price, 30 million unicreds. Special elite bodyguard, price, 50 million unicreds. Special force grade bodyguard, price, 100 million unicreds. Soldier king grade bodyguard, price, 200 million unicreds. Mercenary king grade bodyguard, price, 300 million unicreds. Royal grade bodyguard, price, 500 million unicreds. War god grade bodyguard, price 700 million unicreds. Wow! Why are these bodyguards so expensive? Arthur's eyes widened as he took in the staggering prices of these elite protectors. Host, the reason these bodyguards come with such a hefty price tag is that they are significantly more powerful and professional than standard bodyguards. For instance, those available in the system mall are twice as strong as typical guards found elsewhere. Plus, each higher grade offers increased professionalism and strength. Compared to the last, the system voice chimed in his mind unexpectedly. Arthur shook his head in disbelief. Yes, they were pricey, but when it came to family safety, there was no room for compromise. After receiving substantial cash rewards from the system upgrade, and with his family's status also on the rise, 1.2 billion unicreds didn't seem like an insurmountable amount anymore. He pondered over the various levels of bodyguards for a moment before making a decision. He purchased 2 special elite bodyguards and 1 special force grade bodyguard, spending 200 million unicreds and leaving himself with a cool 1 billion. After instructing the system to send his new hires to Sylvester for further arrangements, he felt a surge of excitement about his next venture, speculating in international future oil markets in just a few days. The thought of potential profits ignited a fire within him. If all went well, it could inflate the Osborn family's wealth beyond imagination. With renewed determination, Arthur closed the system panel and exited the conference room wearing a satisfied smile, humming cheerfully as he strolled through the hall with hands clasped behind his back. Master Arthur, Captain Sylvester is looking for you, Alfredo announced just as Arthur stepped into the expansive living room. In an instant, Arthur's cheerful demeanor shifted to one of seriousness and cold resolve. Tell him to come to my study immediately, he instructed firmly before heading upstairs to his study room where he settled into his chair with an intense gaze. Moments later, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Arthur called out lightly while fixing his eyes on the entrance. The door swung open to reveal Sylvester's imposing figure stepping inside. Sylvester quickly bowed upon entering. Master Arthur, We have discovered who is targeting the Osborne family. Arthur's heart raced as he absorbed Sylvester's words. He took a deep breath, striving to steady himself, and fixed his gaze on Sylvester. "Who is it?" he asked, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. "It's Oliver Sterling," Sylvester replied. "Oliver Sterling?" Arthur raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "Yes, Master Arthur. Oliver Sterling is the eldest son of the head of the Sterling family and currently serves as the CEO of Horizon Legacy Real Estate Group." Sylvester's tone was grave, and suddenly, everything clicked for Arthur. He recalled that this was the same man who had attempted to purchase their development land at an absurdly low price. "Are you sure?" Arthur pressed, searching Sylvester's face for any hint of doubt. "Absolutely, Master Arthur," Sylvester affirmed with a serious nod. "We began our investigation with the assassins we captured, those who tried to infiltrate the mansion days ago, and one of the armed men who ambushed you recently. Through various methods of interrogation, they ultimately confessed that it was Oliver Sterling who hired them. We've confirmed everything. All evidence points directly to him." A chilling realization washed over Arthur as his eyes turned cold and steely. "Was he also responsible for my parents' deaths?" Sylvester nodded solemnly. "Yes." Fury surged through Arthur as he clenched his fists tightly, knuckles turning white against the pressure of his emotions, his eyes bloodshot with rage and sorrow. "Congratulations, host. You have completed side mission 1. Rewards are being issued." "Congratulations, host. You have completed side mission 1. Rewards are being issued." "Congratulations, host. You have received 10 attributes points and 3 pieces of future information." Arthur's mind was a storm of anger and sorrow as he absorbed Sylvester's devastating news. Arthur didn't even bother to look or pay attention to the system rewards at all. His entire mind was clouded by anger and sorrow. His suspicion was right. His parents' death wasn't an accident at all. All of it was man-made. His family was now in danger, all because of one individual, and to make matters worse, this person was around his age. The weight of the news settled heavily on Arthur's shoulders. "Master Arthur," Sylvester began solemnly, "we uncovered something alarming. The bankruptcy of the Osborne family that was engineered by none other than the Sterling family. It all started when your father refused to sell them a piece of land under our real estate company." Arthur blinked in disbelief. "You mean the land we're currently developing on the north side of the city?" Sylvester nodded gravely. "Yes, Master Arthur." "Damn it. Just because my father refused to sell them the land, they had to kill my parents?" Arthur's voice thundered as he slammed his fist onto the table, his eyes ablaze with fury. The weight of his grief and anger was palpable in the room. What could possibly drive them to such lengths? Why go after the entire Osborne family? He took a deep breath, attempting to rein in his emotions. Sylvester, ever composed, slid a folder across the table. "All the information you need is right here. Everything about the Sterling family and their obsession with that piece of land." Arthur opened the folder, flipping through its contents until shock washed over him. His gaze shot up to Sylvester, disbelief etched on his face. "Are you sure this information is accurate?" "Absolutely, Master Arthur," Sylvester replied earnestly. "We went to great lengths to uncover it. In fact, we stumbled upon this intel during an interrogation. One of our captives spilled everything. He's apparently the leader of their group and overheard Oliver Sterling discussing plans." As Arthur absorbed the details, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. The documents revealed that Oliver Sterling and his family were desperate for the land that Arthur's father had recently purchased at auction for $15 million. A price that had seemed ridiculous at the time but was now poised to skyrocket in value due to upcoming city developments like a new subway station and schools just meters away. Months ago, when Arthur's father bought that seemingly worthless plot of land, he faced ridicule from high-profile figures including members of the Sterling family themselves. But now that same land was suddenly worth hundreds of millions. The Sterling family was able to get the news from some connections that the city authorities have announced the development of a subway station and some key schools near the land. In fact, many wealthy and other real estate companies individuals had also heard the news about these developments through various connections but chose to walk away when they realized they could do nothing about it. Not so for Oliver Sterling. Greed consumed him. They offered Arthur's father double what he paid for it, but he stood firm against their temptations. When legal means failed them, desperation turned into something far darker. While others retreated upon realizing they couldn't have what they wanted, Oliver rallied allies who shared his insatiable hunger for wealth, and together they targeted Arthur's father and the Osborne family businesses relentlessly until bankruptcy loomed over them all. Their twisted plan hinged on forcing a sale at rock-bottom prices once Arthur's family was financially crippled. Arthur's father had always been underestimated, even when the Osborne family teetered on the brink of bankruptcy. Yet, he stood firm, resolutely refusing to sell their land. This stubbornness infuriated the Sterling family, who were driven by greed and finally resorted to killing Arthur's fathers. They believed that if they eliminated him, acquiring the land would be a simple task. After all, they dismissed the rest of the Osborne family as inconsequential. What they didn't anticipate was the resilience of the Osbornes. What they didn't even expect was that the Osborne family would bounce back from bankruptcy and even started to develop the land. Seeing all of this, anger boiled over within the Sterling family. Their desperation led them to target Arthur himself. But what they don't expect is that this isn't the previous Arthur anymore. This is a completely new Arthur, with a heavy heart and clenched fists around a folder filled with revelations. Arthur took a deep breath. The cold realization washed over him. The Sterling family's greed knew no bounds. They were willing to sacrifice lives for their ambitions, and this seems like this isn't the first time that they have done something like this. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Host. A new mission has been issued. Mission, Revenge Mode. As head of the Osborne family, you must eliminate every obstacle standing between you and your rightful place at the top. An eye for an eye. Take revenge against the Sterling family for what they did to you and your loved ones. Startled back into reality by this unexpected directive, Arthur hesitated before asking, "You mean I should kill people?" "Yes, host," came the system's brief reply. Arthur was taken aback. Killing? The only life he'd ever taken was that of a chicken back on Earth, a feat he accomplished only after enduring pecks and flaps from its feathery fury. Now he was being asked to end human lives. It felt like an insurmountable leap. "Is there any punishment if I fail this mission?" he pondered aloud. "Is there any punishment if I fail this mission?" Arthur pondered, his thoughts swirling as he addressed the system. "No, host. There is no time limit or punishment for this mission. You can choose to decline it. But remember, you are not the miserable orphan you once were on Earth. You are now Arthur Osborne, head of the Osborne family. Every action you take must serve the interests of your family." When Oliver Sterling murdered your parents, he felt no remorse. He simply eliminated an obstacle in his path to success, the system briefly said, and fell completely silent. The system's words hung in the air like a heavy fog, leaving Arthur momentarily speechless. He leaned back in his chair, lost in thought as he processed this stark reality. The system was right. He was no longer that lonely boy from Earth, the one who had faced life alone without friends or family, treated like a slave by his boss until his untimely demise. Now, he was Arthur Osborne, leader of a sprawling family that depended on him for protection and sustenance. Yet the thought of taking a life filled him with dread, a stark contrast to how casually Oliver had ended his parents' lives. Just the thought of it sent a chill down Arthur's spine, draining the color from his face. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and his eyes seemed to wander into an abyss as he clenched his fist, trembling slightly. "Master Arthur," a voice broke through the haze. Sylvester had been standing there all along, watching him with concern. The sudden call jolted Arthur back to reality. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Arthur waved Sylvester off. "You can head out now. A few bodyguards will meet you outside. Here are the coordinates for a military factory. I'll reach out if I need anything." "Yes, Master Arthur." Sylvester accepted the flash drive containing the crucial information and exited the study room. As the door clicked shut behind him, silence enveloped Arthur once more in that dimly lit space. The only sound was his ragged breathing echoing in the stillness. an unsettling reminder of the weight resting on his shoulders. Let's hope this works like those potions in the novels I've read back on Earth, Arthur thought, standing stark naked in the bathroom, clutching a small bottle filled with a shimmering green liquid that sparkled under the light. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror, took a deep breath, and poured the liquid into his mouth. Not bad at all, tastes like tangerine, he mused, touching his chin and licking his lips. But just as quickly as he savored the flavor, his expression shifted dramatically. A sudden warmth enveloped him. He felt heat radiating from every inch of his skin. Within seconds, he was flushed red like a cooked lobster, beads of sweat pouring from every pore as steam began to rise from his body, almost as if he were being boiled alive. Before he could even ask the system what was happening, another wave of discomfort hit him. Clutching his stomach, Arthur sprinted toward the toilet just in time to release an overwhelming load. The stench filled the air so rapidly that even he struggled to breathe through it while pinching his nose shut. It was quite a sight, steam rising from his bright red skin while he sat on the toilet, grimacing yet somehow comical. After about 20 minutes of this chaotic ordeal, Arthur emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe, gripping the doorframe for support. His face had lost its color. Fatigue washed over him as he stepped toward the full-length mirror. With a deep breath to steady himself, he stripped off the robe and gazed at his reflection with newfound admiration. Damn, I think I better kiss heaven goodbye because it's got to be a sin to look this good, he exclaimed with glee while admiring himself. The gene evolution liquid had worked wonders. His body had transformed significantly. His face appeared more sculpted and three-dimensional. Although six-pack abs hadn't fully developed yet, faint outlines hinted at their potential. His biceps and triceps were now noticeably defined, and astonishingly enough, he'd grown taller, from 1.83 meters to nearly 1.94 meters. His physique was leaner yet muscular, not exaggerated like bodybuilders but beautifully compact with even a hint of a mermaid line. Damn, I'm too handsome. He grinned widely as he struck poses before the mirror. Oh, let me check my attributes. He eagerly opened up his personal panel to review his newly enhanced stats. Personal pain. Host, Arthur Osborne. Identity, head of the Osborne family. Age, 22. Three-dimensional attributes. Strength, 12, intelligence, 15, speed, 10. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he reviewed his newly updated attributes. His strength had surged from 8 to an impressive 12, intelligence climbed from 12 to a remarkable 15, and speed jumped from 6 to a solid 10. The effects of the gene evolution liquid were undeniable. He felt a significant boost in strength, clarity in his mind, and an exhilarating lightness in his body. Suddenly thinking of something, he recalled the 20 attribute points awarded by the system after completing 2 challenging missions. With determination, he allocated his points, adding 5 to strength, now 17, boosting intelligence by 10, a whopping 25, and enhancing speed by another 5, bringing it to a respectable 15. As he did so, a refreshing sensation coursed through him, especially in his brain. His thoughts became sharper and quicker, memories long forgotten resurfaced with vivid clarity. Wow, this is incredible! He exclaimed softly, marveling at how vibrant his mental activity had become. He felt immensely stronger. Lifting Ashley seemed like it would require little effort now. Everything around him appeared more vibrant. His hearing was acute enough to catch whispers from downstairs, while every one of his 6 senses sharpened dramatically. With a joyful smile, he dressed casually and sped off from the mansion towards Aunt Margaret's place, eager to provide her with some much-needed capital, and not forgetting to bring along a few bodyguards for protection. As time passed swiftly over 5 days filled with activity for the Osborne family, except for the younger children who enjoyed their carefree days, the rest were hard at work laying down the foundations of their respective businesses. Julian, Nathaniel, Richard, and others were fully engaged in establishing their company's groundwork. Arthur transferred over a $200 million into Osborne Holdings' main account under Aunt Margaret's management. She promptly distributed funds according to each company's needs. While this amount wouldn't solve everything overnight, it laid essential groundwork for their industries. Arthur advised them first to rent office spaces and hire numerous employees for lower and mid-level positions. They could later recruit upper-level executives through the System Mall. Arthur himself was far from idle during these busy days. He prepared meticulously for an upcoming stock speculation that promised substantial profits, enough to significantly bolster the Osborne family's financial stability. He also examined 3 pieces of future information rewarded by the system, 2 valuable plots of land comparable or even superior in worth to one previously purchased by his father, and another regarding future stock opportunities, all potentially worth billions. Meanwhile, scrolling through the System Mall left him feeling both excited and frustrated. Everything was enticing yet prohibitively expensive, at least for now. "Nice doing business with you, Mr. Rowan," Julian exclaimed as he rose from the plush, luxurious sofa. He extended his hand, shaking hands with the middle-aged man before him. "Mr. Rowan." "No, Mr. Julian," Mr. Rowan replied with a bittersweet smile, shaking his head. "We should be thanking you instead. Your timely assistance has saved countless employees from being jobless." Julian simply smiled in return and said, "Tomorrow we will meet to sign the acquisition contract." "Yes, Mr. Julian," Mr. Rowan agreed as he led Julian towards the elevator, their conversation flowing easily between them. "I'll prepare everything so that it's all settled tomorrow." "Looking forward to it," Julian responded warmly as he stepped into the elevator. "See you tomorrow, Mr. Julian," Mr. Rowan called out as the doors closed and began their descent to the lower floors. A few moments later, Julian and his male assistant exited the office building and made their way toward the entrance. But as they walked away, Julian paused for a moment to glance back at the towering structure with a heavy sigh. Who would have thought Aurora Technology would fall so far? A company once valued at hundreds of millions is now worth only 10 million. "Mr. Julian, please get into the car," urged a bodyguard clad in a professional black suit, complete with an earpiece and dark sunglasses that gave off an imposing presence. The bodyguard had just parked a sleek business car in front of them while 2 other guards stepped out of another vehicle nearby. Julian shook his head slightly and was about to enter the car when suddenly, flash! A red light flickered across his forehead. "Get down!" shouted one of the bodyguards as they lunged toward Julian and his assistant just as they hit the ground. The moment they hit the ground, bang! The sharp crack of a gunshot echoed through the night, and a streetlight across the way was left marred with a huge bullet hole. Julian's face drained of color, his skin turning a ghostly pale as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Beside him, the male assistant was absolutely terrified, his face as pale as a ghost. In a flash, the 2 bodyguards sprang into action, yanking Julian and the assistant into the car as the car quickly sped off in a dazzling streak with immense speed. At the entrance of the office building, chaos had already ensued as screams and shouts echoed everywhere. "Bang!" "What?" Arthur exclaimed, slamming his hands onto the table. He shot up, shock etched across his face, a mix of fear and disbelief evident as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. "Get him back to the mansion, hurry!" He barked into the phone before abruptly hanging up. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he felt an icy coldness wash over him, mingling with a simmering rage. "Oh, Oliver, 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 you're really pushing my limits," Arthur muttered under his breath, lowering his head in frustration. Moments later, he raised it again, cold determination flashing in his eyes. "System, I accept the mission," he declared quietly yet with an intensity that echoed through the room. "Mission accepted. There is no time limit. Completion will earn the host luxurious rewards," the system's voice chimed in swiftly. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Arthur exited the study and descended the stairs. In the living room awaited his second uncle Nathaniel, along with Richard, Margaret, and Emily. They were all there, just 4 of them, while Ashley and others were absent for now. Arthur nodded at them before sinking into the sofa as a tense silence enveloped the room. Grim expressions painted their faces. Arthur's was particularly dark. He hadn't anticipated that Oliver would start targeting other family members. The very thing he feared the most had come to pass. A reality that sent chills down his spine. He couldn't bear to lose another family member. He simply couldn't take that risk. Clenching his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white, he stewed in anxiety. Suddenly, the roar of engines pierced through the silence from outside. All eyes darted toward the door as several figures entered. His first uncle Julian accompanied by 4 bodyguards. Everyone let out a heavy sigh of relief, smiles breaking across their faces. Emily, her eyes still red from tears, exclaimed, "Big brother." Without hesitation, she dashed into Julian's arms, hugging him tightly as sobs racked her body. "Come on, Emily. You're a grown woman now, stop crying." "I didn't get hurt or anything," Julian reassured her, gently patting her back. "I already lost one brother. I can't bear to lose another." Emily choked out between sobs. The room was thick with emotion. The others exchanged glances with Julian. They too had lost a brother and shared the same fear. When they received news of Julian's assassination attempt, terror gripped them all. They dropped everything and rushed to the mansion. "Uncle, are you okay?" Arthur finally asked after taking a deep breath. Guilt flickered in his eyes. "Yeah, Arthur, I'm fine, thanks to the bodyguards you assigned to me. If it weren't for them, I'd be dead right now," Julian replied with a smile. "We need to put a stop to this, otherwise, we won't have peace, and our entire family is in danger," Nathaniel declared grimly. "You're right," Richard chimed in from the side. "We need to dig deeper and find out who's behind this. It's time we take matters into our own hands." The others nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a shared resolve. Margaret spoke up, her voice trembling with urgency. "This person targeting our family has now set their sights on the remaining members. First it was Big Brother, then Arthur, and now second brother. If we don't act soon, who'll be next? Me? Fourth sister? Fifth sister? Or even all of us?" A heavy silence fell over the living room as everyone exchanged worried glances. Anger simmered beneath the surface. They could no longer go about their lives normally without fear looming over them. "Everyone, don't worry," Arthur said suddenly, his face serious. "I've already figured out who's targeting us. I'll handle it, I promise." Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked upstairs. "Arthur!" A broken bar Emily called after him but was silenced by Julian's gentle shake of his head. They all sighed heavily, sharing a moment of unspoken concern. Bang! Arthur slammed his fist onto the table as he entered the study room again. His face contorted with rage as he clenched his fists tightly. His eyes burned red with emotion. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number urgently. "Come to the study room now." He hung up abruptly and sank into a chair, lighting up a cigarette with shaky hands. The thought that his first uncle had nearly died weighed heavily on him. If not for the bodyguard's quick reaction, it could have been catastrophic. Guilt washed over him like ice water. If only he had accepted that system mission earlier. Oliver had begun targeting his family directly. Today it was his first uncle who survived. But what about tomorrow or next week? No one is currently safe. While Oliver and the Sterling family were still breathing, Arthur felt a wave of dread wash over him as he thought about his first uncle. If anything were to happen to him, the guilt would haunt him for the rest of his life. Losing a family member was a fear that gripped him tightly. After all, in his previous life, he had no relatives left after his parents died. It was only when he joined the Osborne family that he experienced what it truly meant to have a family again. Now, that precious feeling was under threat. He had the resources and strength to protect them, yet today, because of his cowardice, someone close have nearly lost their life. Just then, there was a sharp knock on the door. Sylvester entered the study room with military precision and stood at attention before Arthur's desk, his expression serious as ever. Arthur took one last drag from his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke as he locked eyes with Sylvester. "I have a mission for you," Arthur said in a gravelly voice. "I want you to exterminate the entire Sterling family. Don't leave anyone alive. Do you understand?" His gaze bore into Sylvester's. "Yes, I understand," Sylvester replied solemnly. Good. I expect news of their death to be front-page headlines by tomorrow, Arthur stated coldly. I promise to complete the mission, boss, Sylvester affirmed with determination in his voice. Good. You can go. Arthur waved dismissively as Sylvester bowed and quickly exited the study room, leaving Arthur alone in the dim light. He glanced at his phone. Trending across various news platforms was the attempted assassination of his first uncle, a topic sparking heated discussions online. Arthur's eyes narrowed with icy determination as he scrolled through the online chatter. Tomorrow, it won't be the Osborne family trending, he muttered under his breath, a chill in his voice as he shut off his phone. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa that screamed wealth and power, a massive living room resembled a grand hall more than a home. Bang! A stunning white vase, clearly worth a fortune, shattered against the wall, scattering shards everywhere. Damn it! Another failure! Oliver Sterling shouted furiously, his handsome features twisted with rage. With a sharp jawline and high cheekbones accentuated by sinister eyes, he looked every bit the part of someone who have anger issues. Calm down, Oliver, came the calm voice of Kane Sterling, seated comfortably on an elegant sofa. As head of the Sterling family and father to Oliver, Kane exuded authority even in moments of crisis. The Sterling family may not have the ancient lineage of the Osbornes but had quickly risen through dubious means with backing from a mysterious benefactor. Their arrogance had grown alongside their newfound power in Neoluminara. Despite their rapid rise, their reputation was tainted. Unethical business practices were their norm. If they couldn't acquire something through legitimate means, they resorted to illegal tactics instead. It was common knowledge among upper-class circles that Oliver and his family were behind many misfortunes that befell Arthur and the Osborne family. The recent attacks on Arthur's parents and multiple assassination attempts on the Osborne family have left everyone uneasy. The upper class knows all too well that the Sterling family is behind it, yet they turn a blind eye as long as their own interests remain untouched. Father, how can I convince you that if we don't secure that piece of land, we won't be let off easily? Oliver looked earnestly at his father. I know that, boy. You don't need to remind me, Kane replied coldly, his gaze piercing through Oliver. I'm sorry, father, Oliver muttered quickly, lowering his head in fear. Kane's icy demeanor softened slightly as he sighed. I understand your impatience, but with the escalating attacks on the Osborne family lately, do you really think other influential families doesn't know that we are the ones behind it? If this continues, we risk isolation in this city. While the Sterling family may not care about that now, isolation can be detrimental, especially when it comes to business. He paused for effect before continuing. We need to lay low for a bit and devise a new strategy to acquire that land. It's our top priority. Oliver listened intently but couldn't help but look puzzled as he raised his head again. Father, why is that land so crucial to that person? Sure, I know city authorities plan to build a subway station nearby and some schools, but isn't that an overreaction? Kane chuckled softly and shook his head. Oh boy, you still have much to learn. He leaned in closer. Do you realize why that land is so valuable? Oliver shook his head eagerly, waiting for his father's insight. Not just one subway station, there will be 12 plus 3 universities and 5 high schools. Kane exclaimed. What? Oliver's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked like he could fit an egg in his mouth. Yes, that much, Kane confirmed with a nod. That means, Oliver stammered as realization washed over him. The only places in Neoluminara with so many subway stations are Metroplex Plaza with 10 stations, Sunset Square Mall with 5 stations, Golden Gate Shopping Center, 5 subway stations, Harmony Plaza 9 subway stations, Cityscape Galleria with 6 subway stations. Oh my gosh. Kane nodded knowingly. Exactly. That land could become the 6th largest commercial hub in Neoluminara. No way. It could even surpass them all, Oliver said excitedly. If managed properly, it might become the business center of this city. Now you see why it's so important, Kane said with satisfaction. Oliver nodded, but his eyes betrayed a storm of envy and jealousy that simmered just beneath the surface. Damn it! Just because the Osborne family snagged that land for a mere $15 million doesn't mean they got to steal. It's now worth hundreds of billions, and it could skyrocket even more in the future. His voice dripped with frustration. Don't worry, Kane replied with a cold smile. They won't be able to hold on to that land for long. At those words, Oliver's eyes sparked with renewed hope, a sinister grin creeping across his face. Buzz! Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He answered casually, What? Something happened at the company? Okay, I'm on my way. He hung up and turned to Kane. Dad, there are some minor issues at the company I need to head out. Go, Kane waved dismissively, his tone nonchalant. With a quick nod, Oliver rushed out of the villa. Moments later, the roar of an engine echoed from the garage before fading into the distance. Time slipped away, and in a blink of an eye it was already evening. The evening sun began its descent, casting a warm orange hue across the horizon. The sky transformed into a breathtaking canvas of colors, but inside the towering office building, the atmosphere was anything but serene. In a lavish office adorned with expensive furnishings, Oliver sat in his grand chair behind an imposing wooden desk. His brow furrowed in deep thought as frustration bubbled within him. Damn that Arthur! He's like a cockroach, impossible to squash, he muttered, rubbing his temples in irritation. As he glanced out through the expansive glass windows at the fading sunlight, his eyes darted to his watch. Surprise flickered across his face. Time had flown by without him noticing. Without uttering another word, he rose from his chair and strode out of the office. Passing through the workspace, Oliver noticed several employees still diligently focused on their tasks. The moment they spotted him, fear washed over their faces as they quickly lowered their heads. Ignoring them completely, he made his way to the private elevator and descended to the lower floor. A few moments later, as the elevator doors opened with a soft chime, Oliver stepped out and headed toward the entrance of the building. Just then, a sleek car pulled up right in front of him. A bodyguard rushed forward and opened the door. Oliver cast a brief glance at the bodyguard before stepping toward the vehicle, when suddenly, bang! Suddenly Oliver half of his head was blown off like a watermelon being crushed as blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the bodyguard stood frozen, his figure drenched in blood. He stared in horror at the headless corpse of Oliver, lifelessly sprawled in a pool of crimson. The silence shattered like glass, replaced by an ear-piercing scream that echoed through the air. Panic erupted among the crowd gathered outside the office building. Pedestrians and employees alike were engulfed in terror. Some fell to their knees, retching at the sight before them, while others fainted on the spot, unable to comprehend such a horrific scene. Meanwhile, within the opulent dining hall of the Sterling family villa, Kane sat at a lavish table laden with food. His wife, a kind-faced woman in her 30s, sat beside him with their 2 children, a girl about Oliver's age and a 12-year-old boy. Despite the feast before them, no one was eating. All they seemed to be waiting for someone. Where is that boy Oliver? What's taking him so long? Kane snapped, glancing impatiently at his watch. Calm down, maybe he's busy at work, his wife replied soothingly as she grasped his hand gently. Dad, I've already called him but nobody seems to be picking up, exclaimed their daughter, her eyes darting nervously toward Kane. Kane merely nodded in response, an unsettling silence enveloping them. Suddenly, bang! The front door exploded inward with a deafening crash, sending splinters flying across the room. Before Kane's family could react, 5 men clad in black uniforms stormed into the dining hall, guns drawn and ready. Who are you? Kane stammered as he instinctively shielded his family with trembling arms. A burly man stepped forward with an icy glare. Dead men do not need to know anything. Please, don't harm my family, they're innocent. Kane pleaded desperately as realization dawned upon him. Mr. Sterling, the burly man said coldly, have you ever heard the saying about cutting weeds and uprooting roots? Terror washed over Kane as he opened his mouth to protest, but it was too late. With a swift motion of his hand, He signaled his men. Bang, 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 bang. Gunfire erupted like thunderclaps as bullets tore through flesh and bone. There was no time for screams, only silence followed as crimson cascaded from their bodies. Kane's expression froze in terror. His wife clutched their son tightly before both fell lifelessly together. Their daughter met a similar fate, her life extinguished in an instant as chaos reigned supreme within those once hallowed walls. In mere moments, the Sterling family, once proud figures within Neoluminara, lay slain without mercy or remorse. "Let's go," the burly man said, glancing at the bloody scene before signaling to the others. They quickly made their exit from the Sterling family estate. About 10 minutes later, the blaring sirens of police cars echoed in the distance. "Congratulations, host. Mission completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check." Arthur stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window of his bedroom, the world outside a blur as the system voice echoed in his mind. His eyes were vacant, seemingly lost in thought, as a whirlwind of emotions churned within him. The chilling news he had just received, the annihilation of the Sterling family, left him grappling with an overwhelming sense of confusion and sorrow. Buzz. The sudden vibration of his phone jolted him from his reverie. He glanced at the caller ID and picked up. "Boss, the mission has been completed," came a serious voice from the other end. "Good," Arthur replied, his tone muffled and distant. "Come and see me tomorrow," he instructed before hanging up. Taking a deep breath, he pushed aside the tumult of feelings swirling in his heart. There was nothing more to be done for now. Curiosity piqued, Arthur opened the system gift package to unveil what rewards awaited him for completing the mission. "Congratulations, host. You have received a luxurious reward gift package." "Congratulations, host. You have received 10 billion in family development funds." "Congratulations. You have received 15 attribute points." "Congratulations. You have received 5 pieces of future information." "Congratulations, host. You have received a super artificial intelligence." While the vast sums of money and valuable information were impressive, it was the mention of super artificial intelligence that truly ignited excitement within him. "System, is this super artificial intelligence like Jarvis or Skynet?" Arthur asked eagerly. "Please, host, do not compare our product with those inferior systems from your previous world." Arthur took a deep breath as he extracted the reward from the system space. A small stick-like device appeared in his palm, no larger than a pinky finger. He examined it closely. "So this is the super artificial intelligence?" he murmured before turning back to the system. "How do I use this?" "Just plug it into any electronic device such as a computer or laptop." Oh, with newfound determination, Arthur hurried to his desk where a laptop lay waiting. He swiftly inserted the stick into its USB port. Instantly, vibrant strings of data flashed across the screen at breakneck speed, so fast that they made even Arthur dizzy. A moment later, a blue virtual face resembling Gideon from the flash materialized on screen. "Greetings, Master. I am your advanced super artificial intelligence." The synthetic voice sounded eerily human yet distinctly mechanical. "Wow!" Arthur gasped in astonishment as curiosity sparked in his eyes. "Do you have a name?" "No, Master," replied Evelyn, the name he would soon bestow upon this remarkable entity. "Well then," Arthur pondered for a moment before declaring confidently, "from now on your name is Evelyn." "Thank you, Master, for naming me," Evelyn responded warmly. Arthur leaned forward, his excitement palpable as he inquired, "Evelyn, what exactly are your capabilities? Can you truly dominate the internet? Can you outthink anyone on this planet?" "Yes, Master," Evelyn replied with a hint of pride. "I can do much more than that. I possess numerous advanced features and capabilities." Arthur's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Okay then, I'm all ears. Tell me everything." As if responding to a command, a list of virtual data flickered to life on the side of the computer screen. Evelyn's voice resonated through the room as it began to enumerate its extraordinary abilities. Internet and digital world dominance. Evelyn is a master of the digital realm, capable of controlling, manipulating, and extracting information from the internet with unparalleled efficiency. Hacking and cybersecurity, infiltrates any system in seconds, bypassing firewalls and encryption effortlessly. Defends the Osborne family's digital assets against even the most sophisticated cyber attacks. Creates untraceable backdoors into systems for future access. Data mining and analysis processes exabytes of data in real time to extract actionable insights. Monitors global internet traffic and social media to detect threats or opportunities. Predicts trends based on online activity. Everything from stock market movements to geopolitical shifts. Digital manipulation can create and spread deepfakes or fake news to manipulate public opinion or discredit enemies. Can erase or alter digital records, making it seem like events never happened. Can control IoT, Internet of Things, devices, from smart homes to industrial systems. With control over IoT, Internet of Things, devices, from smart homes to vast industrial systems, Evolent stands as a formidable force in the realm of strategic and tactical superiority. Evolent is not just any AI, it is a master strategist, capable of meticulously planning and executing complex operations with unparalleled precision. Global surveillance, with access to data from satellites, drones, and surveillance cameras worldwide. Evolent can track individuals or groups in real time, predicting their movements and intentions with astonishing accuracy. Military might. In the military arena, Evolent excels at designing and simulating advanced weapons, drones, and defense systems. It has the capability to command autonomous armies of drones or robots for combat or security purposes while predicting enemy strategies and providing countermeasures instantaneously. Political influence. Evolent's reach extends into political manipulation as well. It can sway elections, influence policies, and shape public opinion by skillfully manipulating data and media narratives. Even more chillingly, it can blackmail key figures into supporting the Osborne family's agenda. Technological innovation. As a genius inventor, Evolent accelerates research and development by simulating experiments and predicting outcomes. It designs cutting-edge technologies such as quantum computers, nanobots, and fusion reactors while envisioning smart cities with optimized energy use, transportation networks, and resource management. Personal assistance. Evolent serves as an impeccable personal assistant for Arthur, managing his schedule with finesse while prioritizing tasks effectively. It predicts conflicts before they arise and offers solutions in advance. In terms of health monitoring, Evolent keeps tabs on Arthur's well-being in real time, suggesting diet plans or exercise regimens, and even detecting threats like poisons or viruses that could compromise his health. Communication becomes effortless as Evolent translates languages instantly while mimicking voices or writing styles to send messages on Arthur's behalf. Autonomous operations. Operating independently without constant oversight allows Evolent to control fleets of drones or robots for various tasks, be it surveillance or construction, adapting seamlessly to changing conditions along the way. When it comes to financial management, Evolent optimizes investments while minimizing risks through clever maneuvers like creating shell companies or offshore accounts to conceal wealth. "Damn, this is incredible!" Arthur exclaimed wide-eyed at all that Evolent could do. He didn't expect Evolent to be so powerful, which really made him really excited. "Wow, this is incredible!" Arthur exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he absorbed the myriad capabilities of Evolent. With Evolent by his side, he felt invincible. A whirlwind of dangerous yet fantastic ideas began to swirl in his mind. But just as excitement surged through him, Evolent's voice cut through the euphoria like a bucket of cold water. "Master, my current abilities are restricted. I cannot perform at my highest level." Arthur snapped out of his daydream, resentment flickering in his gaze. "What do you mean your abilities are restricted?" he asked urgently. "I require a powerful host to unleash my full potential," Evolent explained calmly. "A host? Like something I attach to you?" Arthur replied, confusion knitting his brow. "Affirmative, Master, similar to how I'm currently housed within this laptop," Evolent clarified. "Oh, got it." Arthur nodded quickly, understanding dawning on him. "So how much power can you exert from this laptop?" "Currently, I can only utilize 0.2% of my full strength," Evelyn stated matter-of-factly. However, I have access to all global information and can decode any encrypted data, no matter how secure or secretive it may be, as long as there's an internet connection. I reign supreme. The faint hint of arrogance in its tone didn't escape Arthur's notice. Holy cow! That's unbelievable! Arthur gasped, utterly speechless at the revelation that even a fraction of Evelyn's power could be so formidable. Master, Evelyn continued, I possess numerous other abilities too vast to list. Arthur nodded again but couldn't hide the excitement gleaming in his eyes. So what kind of host would allow you to unleash your full capabilities? Could a supercomputer do it? No, Master, Evelyn replied with certainty. A supercomputer would only enable me to exert 10% of my strength. Only an exascale quantum computer can unlock my complete potential. Arthur was left scratching his head in confusion. He had heard about quantum computers before but never about this exascale quantum computer. A broken bar. What exactly is an exascale quantum computer? He asked curiously. Master, Evelyn explained patiently, an exascale quantum computer operates at exascale levels, 1018 operations per second. Its advantages include unprecedented power capable of solving currently unsolvable problems. Universal computation can simulate any physical system with flawless accuracy. Breakthrough potential holds the promise to revolutionize fields such as medicine and materials science. Applications: simulating entire ecosystems or galaxies, designing advanced materials and pharmaceuticals, solving complex global optimization challenges in a matter of seconds. Wow, that sounds amazing, Arthur exclaimed despite not fully grasping all the technical details. Hey, system, how much does an exascale quantum computer cost in the system mall? Arthur inquired, curiosity piqued. One exascale quantum computer costs 1 trillion unicrods, the system responded promptly. Arthur's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy smokes! He exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. He took a deep breath, wiping away the beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead. What about a regular quantum computer? He asked, hoping for better news. One quantum computer costs 500 billion unicrods. The system replied. Yikes. Nope, we won't be going down that road anytime soon, Arthur said hurriedly as he closed the interface, clutching his chest with a look of sheer disbelief. Turning to Evelyn, he sighed and said, Evelyn, I'm afraid we'll have to settle for a supercomputer for now. Affirmative, Master, Evelyn replied calmly. Once I find a suitable place, I'll get you set up with the supercomputer, Arthur continued thoughtfully. After a moment's pause, he added, Evelyn, can you transfer to my phone? Yes, Master, came Evelyn's voice, but this time it emanated from his phone lying on the bed. Good, Arthur nodded in satisfaction before issuing another command. Evelyn, I want you to organize and devise a plan for me to dominate the tech sector, real estate industry, medicine field, banking and finance sector, oh, and entertainment too, all within 1 year. Already on it, Master. Evelyn's voice responded eagerly. But don't give it to me right now, let's wait until tomorrow. I'm really tired today, Arthur said as he climbed onto the bed and prepared for sleep. Affirmative, Master. With that final confirmation, the phone screen faded to black. The next morning, Arthur stirred awake in his king-size bed, a comfortable smile gracing his face. The plush mattress felt so inviting that he almost considered staying nestled under the covers a little longer. Good morning, Master, came Evelyn's voice from the phone resting beside him. Good morning, Evelyn, Arthur replied with a smirk as he glanced at the device. As he swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood up, he asked, what's today's weather like? Evelyn promptly responded, Master, here's your weather update. Temperature, 72 degrees F, 22 degrees C, with a high of 78 degrees F, 25 degrees C, and a low of 65 degrees F, 18 degrees C. Conditions, clear skies with only a 10% chance of rain. Wind, a light breeze at 5 miles per hour from the northeast. Air quality, excellent, with a PM2.5 index of just 12. Would you like me to adjust the room temperature or blinds to your preference, "Sir?" "No need for adjustments, it's perfect as is," Arthur replied while stretching out his limbs. "Evelyn, please turn on the television and pull up any news regarding the Sterling family," he instructed after a moment's thought. "Affirmative, Master." Almost instantly, the TV mounted on the wall flickered to life, revealing a female news presenter delivering breaking news alongside footage of a villa surrounded by police barricades. "In tragic news yesterday around 6 p.m., she reported gravely, Oliver Sterling, the eldest son and CEO of Horizon Legacy Real Estate Group, was shot dead outside his company building." Simultaneously, his family, father, mother, sister, and brother, were killed in their family villa. Authorities are currently investigating this shocking incident. Arthur stared blankly at the screen as disbelief washed over him. After several moments of silence filled only by the reporter's voice, he shook himself back to reality. "Evelyn," he commanded decisively, "draft me a plan to acquire Horizon Legacy Real Estate Group from the Sterling family. I want full ownership at the lowest possible price." He paused for thought before adding another task. "Also look into who targeted the Osborne family business months ago, uncover all their information and any dirty secrets they might have." "On it, Master," Evelyn confirmed confidently as it began accessing networks at lightning speed. Feeling satisfied with these orders completed in record time, Arthur headed into the bathroom for some personal care. A few minutes later, Arthur stepped out of the bathroom, droplets of water glistening on his skin as he wrapped a towel around himself. With purpose, he made his way toward the closet. Just then, Evelyn's voice broke through the morning haze. "Master, I've retrieved all the information you requested." "Should I report it now?" he asked, his tone eager yet respectful. "Not right now, I'll review it later," Arthur replied with a casual shake of his head. "Just remind me." "Yes, Master," Evelyn responded before falling silent. 20 minutes later, Arthur found himself seated in the dining hall, surrounded by family, his uncles and aunts, cousins, and a few other relatives, all enjoying breakfast together. The atmosphere was lively until Ashley turned to him with a curious look. "Brother, did you catch this morning's news?" she asked. "Yeah, I saw it." "It was about the massacre of the Sterling family," Arthur replied somberly. Ashley nodded gravely. "I wonder who they offended to end up like that." "It must have been someone powerful," Arthur said quietly, unease creeping into his expression. "The person behind this is truly cruel. They even killed a 10-year-old child," Ashley exclaimed. Arthur nearly choked on his food at her words. Cough, cough. He grabbed for his glass of water while casting an awkward glance at Ashley. "Are you okay, Arthur?" His second aunt Emily's concerned voice broke through the chatter at the dining table. "I'm good," Arthur replied, taking a sip of water and casting an awkward glance at Ashley. Just then, Alfred entered the dining hall with an urgent expression. "Master Arthur, there are 2 police officers at the entrance who want to see you." Arthur's heart raced at the mention of police. Surprise and a hint of panic flickered in his eyes before he masked it with a smile aimed at Alfred. "Oh, police. What could this be about?" "Take them to the living room. I'll be there in a minute," he instructed, trying to sound calm. His first uncle Julian leaned forward, brow furrowed with concern. "Arthur, why are the police looking for you? Did you do something bad?" The worry was palpable. Everyone at the table exchanged anxious glances. Arthur shrugged, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "No, I don't think I've done anything to warrant the police looking for me." "Maybe it's about the information regarding the recent attacks on our family." He wiped his mouth with a napkin, stood up, and made his way to the living room. As he walked ahead, Julian and the others exchanged worried glances before following him into the room. Upon entering the living room, Arthur was met by 2 familiar faces, Chief Tom and Officer Jessica. A smile broke across his face as he greeted them. "Oh, isn't it Chief Tom and Officer Jessica? What brings you to my humble abode?" But before he could settle into small talk, Chief Tom's expression turned serious. "Mr. Osborne," he began, his voice steady but firm, "you are suspected of being involved in the murder of the Sterling family." "Suspect? Seriously?" Arthur's expression remained stoic, but his eyes betrayed a whirlwind of shock and disbelief as he glanced at Chief Tom and Jessica. The tension in the room was palpable. mirrored by the astonished faces of Julian and the others who had accompanied Arthur to the living room. "Chief Tom, what makes you think I'm a suspect?" "When the incident occurred, I was right here in my study, never left this mansion. You can check the surveillance cameras or ask my family. I haven't gone anywhere since yesterday, so how can you label me a suspect?" Arthur's voice was steady but laced with frustration. "Mr. Arthur, whether you like it or not, you are a suspect," Jessica interjected coldly, her gaze piercing through him, though a hint of mockery flickered in her eyes. Arthur narrowed his eyes dangerously at her before turning back to Chief Tom. "You'd better have some evidence to back up your claims or else I won't be going anywhere." Chief Tom's expression hardened slightly as he replied, "You need to come with us." "Is this how your police operate? Just barging into someone's home and throwing around accusations without any proof?" Julian stepped forward, visibly upset. "Mr. Arthur, we believe you have something to do with the deaths of the Sterling family," Jessica stated impatiently. "And how exactly do you know that?" Arthur shot back coldly, an icy glint flashing in his eyes. "Because we know that the Sterling family was targeting you," Jessica began angrily but suddenly halted mid-sentence, covering her mouth, as she turned toward Chief Tom with an apologetic look. "What did you just say?" Arthur's face darkened as he processed her words. Julian and the others exchanged glances as their expressions changed drastically. Their eyes blazed with fury by what they had just heard. "So you already knew about my parents' deaths? About all those assassination attempts on me and my family? You knew it was the Sterlings behind it all?" His voice trembled with barely contained rage as he continued. "I should have known." He glared at both Jessica and Chief Tom. "You were aware of who killed my brother and sister-in-law yet did nothing while they continued to target my family. But now that they're dead, you rush here with your self-righteous faces to arrest my nephew." "Motherfucker, is this how your police work?" Julian's voice rose in anger until he nearly roared at Chief Tom. The chief frowned back at Julian with a chilling gaze. "Mr. Osborne, watch your tone. I am the chief of police in Neoluminara. Fuck your title. If it weren't for your badge, I would have punched you right now," Julian yelled as Nathaniel and Richard held him back from lunging at Chief Tom. "Brother, calm down. You might get into trouble for this," Nathaniel cautioned. The group was seething with anger at the shocking revelation, but they knew they had to keep their cool and not make things worse. "Mr. Arthur, are you coming with us to the station or not?" Jessica asked, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Arthur exploded in rage. "Do you really think I'm an easy target? What's wrong with your head? Is your head full of shit? Did all your brains and intelligence grow on a breast?" "I'm furious right now. When the Sterlings killed my parents, you knew it was them. Why didn't you arrest them then?" "My entire family was in danger." "Now I understand why it took so long for you guys to respond when I faced an assassination attempt. I even suspect that you're in cahoots with the Sterling family." Spittle flew from his mouth as he raged. Jessica and Chief Tom exchanged alarmed glances. Their expressions shifted drastically. "Mr. Arthur, do you realize you're falsely accusing a police officer?" Chief Tom said through gritted teeth. "Oh, I'm the one wrongly accusing a police officer? Look who's talking." Arthur shot back sarcastically. "When you showed up, what did you say? That I was a suspect without any real evidence." "Screw all of you." He turned his fury toward Jessica. "Listen here, you stupid bitch, looking like an undeveloped sperm cell. Don't speak to me like that. It makes me want to slap you. Go crawl back into whatever hole you came from, your mother's womb or some god-forsaken place, and listen closely, Chief Tom. Just because my Osborne family has fallen doesn't mean you can treat us like dirt. Unless you find actual evidence linking me to the Sterling's deaths, I won't follow your orders to the station. Otherwise, I'll see you in court. Now get out of my house before I throw both of you out myself. I don't care if you're the chief of police or just a pack of lackeys." His face radiated an icy fury as he cursed at both Chief Tom and Jessica. Their faces flushed red with embarrassment and anger. They looked like monkeys caught off guard as they glared at him. Jessica's cheeks burned with humiliation. She had never been insulted like this before, not even by her own parents. If looks could kill, Arthur would have dropped dead countless times over by now. But he remained indifferent to their silent wrath. "Let's go," Chief Tom finally said after taking a deep breath to regain his composure before walking away. Jessica shot one last furious glare at Arthur before following him out of the mansion. Once outside, Jessica turned apologetically to Chief Tom. "I'm really sorry, it's just that every time I see him, I want to punch him in the face." "It's okay, it's not your fault," Chief Tom replied while shaking his head. "So, what do we do now?" Jessica asked, taking a deep breath, as she braced herself for the next steps. Chief Tom ran a hand through his hair, frustration evident in his voice. "We need to find evidence that Arthur was involved in the incident." "What surprised me most is how calm and cunning he was during our encounter. I honestly thought that because of our identities and applying a little pressure would make him crack, but I couldn't have been more wrong." Jessica frowned, her reluctance palpable. "So we just leave him like that?" "Who said anything about leaving him be?" Chief Tom replied, waving his phone in front of her with a glimmer of hope. "Wait. Did you record everything he said to us, including the insults?" Jessica's eyes lit up with excitement as she realized the potential. "Yes. And you know the consequences for insulting a police officer, especially the chief," Chief Tom declared confidently. "With a little tweaking, we can settle this once and for all." He pressed play on the recording, but nothing happened. He pressed again, still silence filled the air. Leaning closer, he discovered that the recording had vanished without a trace. Chief Tom's expression darkened. "Damn it!" he cursed under his breath. Jessica looked at him in confusion. "Chief, what's wrong?" "The recording has been deleted," he said gloomily. Her eyes widened in shock. "What?" Tom narrowed his gaze coldly. "Looks like I underestimated Arthur far too much." With determination etched on his face, he turned away and strode off, prompting Jessica to quickly follow suit. Meanwhile, Arthur stood calmly as Margaret voiced her concerns gently. "Aren't you worried about getting into trouble for insulting them like that?" Arthur smirked and shook his head dismissively. "Nope." Emily chuckled bitterly but couldn't hide her anger and resentment as she added, "I never expected the police to side with the Sterling family all along, treating us like fools." Ashley chimed in with a smile, relieved yet cautious. "At least now that the Sterling family is gone, we can finally relax a bit." As they reflected on their past struggles against the Sterling family, an array of emotions washed over them. But one thing was clear, they were no longer in danger. A broken bar, at least for now. "All right everyone, let's continue our breakfast," Arthur said cheerfully as he led them back to the dining table for breakfast. In Arthur's study room later on, he looked at Evelyn's blue face intently. "Are you sure everything has been deleted?" Evelyn declared confidently. "Affirmative. Everything has been wiped clean, every word you spoke in the living room, every trace of your insults and curses directed at the chief of police, it's all gone. As long as I exist in this digital realm, no one on this planet will ever uncover a single thing." Arthur nodded, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Of course, he wasn't naive enough to hurl insults directly at the chief without taking precautions first. He had Evelyn handle the cleanup, ensuring that any connection to those heated words was erased before it could come back to haunt him. "Master, I've already hacked into the police security system and into their database and obtained the information you want," Evelyn said as it displayed the information on the side of the screen. "Master, based on the information I've accessed from the police database, it appears that the deaths of Mr. and Mrs. Osborne were orchestrated by the Sterling family." The police were aware it was no accident, yet Chief Tom Hanks halted the investigation, Evelyn stated in its cold, emotionless voice. Arthur remained silent, his eyes reflecting a chilling hatred that simmered beneath the surface. Apparently, Chief Tom received orders from his superiors to cease all inquiries into this matter. "I initiated a deep trace protocol and accessed internal communications and command logs of the police department. I discovered a directive sent to Chief Tom by his immediate superior, Commissioner Laura Hayes," Evelyn continued. Arthur raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Deputy Commissioner Hayes? Why would she stop the investigation? Who instructed her?" Evelyn responded swiftly, after analyzing Deputy Commissioner Hayes' communications. I traced a series of encrypted messages exchanged between her and a high-ranking wealthy individual. These messages suggest that Hayes was acting on orders from someone outside the police department. Arthur's curiosity piqued as he asked urgently, "Outside the department? Who is it?" "The messages originated from a private server linked to a shell company," Evelyn explained in its cold tone. "However, I managed to bypass the encryption and trace the IP address to a secure location." "Where?" Arthur pressed. "The IP address leads to a private estate owned by Christopher Campbell," Evelyn replied. A puzzled expression crossed Arthur's face as he asked, "Christopher Campbell? Who is he?" "Master Christopher Campbell is the third son of Mark Campbell, head of the influential Campbell family," Evelyn clarified. Confusion etched on his features. Arthur said, "Evelyn, quickly search for information about the Campbell family for me." "Affirmative, Master," came Evelyn's prompt response. Initiating a broken bar information gathered. A moment later, Evelyn's voice rang out again. "That was fast." Arthur smiled. He was growing fonder of Evelyn by the second. "Tell me about the Campbell family, just the basics," he urged eagerly. "Affirmative." Evelyn's tone remained steady as it elaborated. "The Campbell family has roots stretching back over 100 years in the Orlean Federation. They are among its most powerful families with significant influence in both business and politics. Their main base is in Metrospire, the first capital city of our federation. The Campbells rank among the top 5 wealthiest families here, with net worths estimated in hundreds of billions or even trillions of unicrids. Their connections run deep within Orlean government circles. Several family members hold high-ranking positions such as senators and governors. Their interests span multiple industries including real estate, banking and finance, healthcare and pharmaceuticals. Essentially they have their fingers in every pie." Arthur sat in silence, absorbing Evelyn's reports about the Campbell family. He couldn't believe that after such a short time in this world, he was already facing a mid-level boss. The power and influence of the Campbell family shocked him. He never imagined they were worth trillions and had such deep political connections. No wonder Christopher Campbell could command a commissioner with just a flick of his wrist. With a bitter chuckle, Arthur shook his head. "We used to be worth trillions too," he muttered. "Why is Christopher targeting me and my family?" "Last I checked, the Osborne family hasn't offended them." Arthur quickly snapped back to reality and asked Evelyn, "Master, the reason Christopher Campbell is targeting the Osborne family is due to the piece of land your father bought about 4 months ago. All the misfortunes that have befallen your family, almost going bankrupt, are orchestrated by Christopher Campbell," Evelyn explained. Arthur's expression darkened as he processed this information. He hadn't realized that all their troubles stemmed from this Christopher guy, and that his parents' deaths might be connected too. Damn! His face twisted with anger, turning red with resentment. "Master, please calm down. Your blood pressure is rising. Take a deep breath." Evelyn's voice rang out soothingly. Arthur inhaled deeply and managed to steady himself, though confusion still clouded his mind. "I don't understand. Even if that land is huge and they plan to build a subway station and schools there, why would this guy go so far for it?" "Master, you're underestimating its value," Evelyn replied with a hint of playfulness in its cold voice. "Even if I were human, I would do anything to acquire that land." "What do you mean?" Arthur asked, taken aback. "You see, Master, the Osborne family got an incredible bargain here, what humans call hitting the jackpot," Evelyn said with a hint of teasing. Arthur rolled his eyes at Evelyn's teasing tone but pressed on impatiently. "Just tell me." Evelyn continued to explain. "According to my calculations, if managed well, in 5 years that land could be worth hundreds of billions, or even trillions. And the piece your father bought approximately is 10,000 square kilometers." "Holy motherfucking cow!" Arthur jumped up in shock as realization washed over him like ice water. "Evelyn, are you serious?" "My father bought 10,000 square kilometers of land for just 15 million unicrits," Arthur stammered, disbelief etched across his face. "Affirmative, Master," Evelyn replied matter-of-factly. Arthur inhaled sharply, his mind racing. The sheer magnitude of the deal left him flabbergasted. How could anyone score such a bargain? Sure, 10,000 square kilometers might not seem like much on Pantera, a planet so vast it dwarfs Earth, but if you were to plop that size down on Earth, it would rival small countries and major cities. Let's break it down. New York City, USA, 783.8 square kilometers, meaning this land is about 12.7 times larger than NYC. London, UK, 1,572 square kilometers, so it's roughly 6.4 times the size of London. Tokyo, Japan, 2,194 square kilometers, making it about 4.6 times bigger than Tokyo. Los Angeles, USA, 1,302 square kilometers. This land is approximately 7.7 times the size of LA. And when comparing to countries, Puerto Rico, 9,104 square kilometers, it's slightly larger than Puerto Rico. Lebanon, 10,452 square kilometers, it's almost the same size as Lebanon. Jamaica, 10,991 square kilometers, just a tad smaller than Jamaica. Connecticut, USA, 14,357 square kilometers, about 70% the size of Connecticut. Now let's look at some land masses. Wales, UK, 20,779 square kilometers, it's roughly half the size of Wales. Hawaii, USA, 28,311 square kilometers, that makes this plot about 35% the size of Hawaii. Lake Ontario, North America, at 18,960 square kilometers, it's around 53% the size of Lake Ontario. To visualize it better, imagine a piece of land that's 100 kilometers long and 100 kilometers wide. That's exactly how massive this area is. It could fit 12 New York cities or 6 Londons within its borders. After running these numbers through his head like a calculator gone wild, Arthur felt a wave of weakness wash over him as he slumped into his chair, utterly stunned and lost in a daze. The shock was palpable. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly burst out, his body trembling with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Arthur threw his head back, laughter erupting from deep within him. It was so intense that tears streamed down his cheeks, and his face flushed bright red. He laughed until it hurt, 10 minutes straight of pure joy. Taking a deep breath to regain composure, he still couldn't suppress the twitching of his lips. The laughter just wouldn't stop. "Master, I can see you're truly happy," Evelyn's emotionless voice chimed in. "Of course, Evelyn. How could I not be thrilled? We're talking about 10,000 square kilometers of land here," Arthur exclaimed excitedly. "Master, it's just 10,000 square kilometers. Why are you so excited?" Evelyn replied matter-of-factly. Arthur's excitement faltered as he shot a confused look at Evelyn. "Is this really how humans are meant to converse?" "Master, I am not human," Evelyn stated flatly. Arthur's words caught in his throat as he struggled to respond. "Well, his face twitched slightly. If Evelyn were human, he might have punched it by now for its lack of understanding. "Master, Pantera have a surface area of 51 billion square kilometers, radius 29,550 kilometers and a volume of 100 trillion cubic kilometers. So a land of 10,000 square kilometers is not something to be shocked about," Evelyn explained. Taking another deep breath to steady himself, Arthur realized that Pantera operated on an entirely different scale than Earth. That 10,000 square kilometers would be considered a country back home, but here, just an abandoned piece of land worth a mere $15 million. Speaking of which, Arthur asked curiously, why is such a vast area only valued at $15 million and left abandoned? Evelyn explained, "Master, 10 years ago the government planned to develop that area into the central hub of Neo-Luminara during an election campaign. However, when the president lost the election amidst various setbacks, those plans fell through. Over the years they attempted to revive interest in that land but ultimately failed. So 2 years ago it was put on sale, but no one was willing to buy as they all seem it as worthless until your father bought it. So that's why it's been sitting there," Arthur said slowly as clarity washed over him. Evelyn continued, "In fact, numerous wealthy individuals had their eyes on that land too, They knew about the government's intentions but were too late. Your father had already secured it before they could act. The top 5 families in the country had even planned to jointly develop it. But why can't the government just go ahead and develop it themselves? Arthur wondered aloud. Evelyn replied logically, the government prefers not to waste resources. They simply need to announce plans for subways or schools nearby, and people will rush to buy up that land for development. Arthur nodded thoughtfully. He recognized the truth in what Evelyn said. Master, your father didn't even have the idea of buying that land, Evelyn suddenly revealed, catching Arthur off guard. What do you mean? Arthur's expression shifted dramatically as he leaned in closer. Curiosity etched across his face. Evelyn continued, before your father made the purchase, he met with someone. It was only after that meeting that he decided to go ahead with the deal. As it spoke, Evelyn pulled up images and videos captured by surveillance cameras. Arthur's heart raced as he stared at the screen, watching his father interact with a mysterious old man. Tears welled in the corners of his eyes as memories flooded back. After a moment of silence, he shook his head in disbelief and asked, Evelyn, what are they saying? I can't hear anything. Evelyn explained, it seems that after their meeting, this person erased all traces of himself from the internet. Anything related to their encounter has been wiped clean. This footage is all I could find. It was recorded by a hidden camera. Arthur shook his head again, fixated on the video of the old man speaking to his father as if trying to imprint every detail into his memory. Evelyn, he asked urgently, have you found any information about this old man? No, master. There are no records of him anywhere in the world. It's like he never existed at all, Evelyn replied. What a strange guy. Arthur muttered under his breath, pondering the mystery before him. Evelyn, can you explain why you believe that piece of land will be worth trillions in just 5 years? Arthur finally asked, his curiosity piqued. Master, I infiltrated the database of the Urban Development and Construction Bureau and uncovered some crucial files. According to this information, the government plans to develop an astonishing 1.08 million kilometers, approximately 418,165 square miles, of surrounding land. The 10,000 square kilometers your father acquired occupies nearly a quarter of that area, placing it right at the center of this monumental project. Evelyn continued with excitement. The government's ambitious plan includes 12 subway stations, strategically placed in a radial pattern around a commercial plaza. Each station will serve as a vital transit hub for surrounding regions. 6 high-speed railways. These lines will radiate outward from the plaza, connecting major cities across the globe. 20 metropolis-level roads, a grid-like network designed to link the 10,000 square kilometers of land in the middle with urban areas nearby. Each road will boast 20 lanes to accommodate massive traffic. Highways and interchanges, elevated highways circling the middle that is your land, and multi-level interchanges to manage traffic flow efficiently. 10 universities, positioned in a ring around your land, specializing in diverse fields like technology, medicine, and arts. 20 high schools and 14 middle schools, distributed evenly across urban areas for easy access. 10 elementary schools and kindergartens, located within walking distance of residential neighborhoods. Arthur's eyes widened in amazement as he absorbed Evelyn's detailed report. Wow, this is absolutely insane. Building something like this could cost trillions. But think about it, Evelyn replied calmly. The benefits alone are projected to exceed that amount. Yeah, I get it, Arthur nodded thoughtfully. Especially for you, this is going to benefit you immensely, master. Evelyn displayed further data on screen. To develop your 10,000 square kilometers effectively, I recommend constructing an ultra-modern world-class commercial plaza at an estimated cost of exactly 100 trillion unicrods. What? 100 trillion? Are you sure that's not too much money? Arthur exclaimed incredulously. Yes, master, Evelyn confirmed matter-of-factly. However, my calculations suggest that annual revenue could range from 80 trillion to 100 trillion unicrods. With perfect management in place, this commercial plaza could sustain the Osborne family for generations. Arthur frowned slightly. You do realize money doesn't just grow on trees? Master, Evelyn replied smoothly with a tone of confidence. Earning money is straightforward for me. As a super artificial intelligence capable of infiltrating networks and manipulating stock markets among other things, money is merely digital numbers to me. Arthur's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Can you really do all that? Affirmative, Master. Shall I initiate the process? Evelyn inquired with a mechanical politeness. Arthur quickly waved his hand, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. No, don't do anything unless I ask. He was undeniably tempted by Evelyn's capabilities. After all, why go through so much trouble to earn money when you could simply steal it? The allure of manipulating the stock market with Evelyn's immense computing power was intoxicating. The potential profits were staggering. But Arthur couldn't bring himself to consider it. The thought of waking up to headlines screaming millions jumping off buildings made his stomach churn. No, he couldn't do that. Shaking off the dark thoughts, he turned to Evelyn and asked, if the government is only planning to build subways, railways, roads, schools, and other infrastructure projects, isn't 1.08 million square kilometers of land excessive? Why include residential complexes? Master, Evelyn explained patiently, the government intends to sell off surrounding areas where they plan to build. This will encourage businesses to construct those residential complexes instead. Damn, these old foxes are really cunning, Arthur muttered under his breath. Indeed, Evelyn continued. Various real estate giants, powerful families and individual developers have already been tipped off and are preparing to purchase large plots at an upcoming secret auction in 3 days. The public won't hear about it for another month. What the hell? These guys are lightning fast. Arthur cursed angrily. Though he already owned 10,000 square kilometers of prime real estate, greed gnawed at him. Who doesn't want more? With powerful families and corporations gearing up for this secret auction, small companies would be left scrambling for scraps once the news broke. Master, Evelyn said smoothly, I've infiltrated their systems and added your name to the invitation list. I can also generate a genuine virtual invitation card since attendees receive one. Good. Do it now, I want some plots. Arthur replied eagerly. Master, Evelyn cautioned, greed is considered an original sin. Shut up. Where did you even learn philosophical quotes? Arthur shot back incredulously. I learnt it from the internet, came Evelyn's matter-of-fact response. Arthur shook his head in disbelief but couldn't help but smile as Evelyn displayed a luxurious virtual invitation card on screen, a dark elegant background adorned with subtle gold accents resembling velvet curtains and a mysterious emblem at its center. Evelyn, how much money do I have in my account? Arthur asked curiously. Master, you currently have only 11 billion in your account, Evelyn remarked calmly. To be honest, that amount wouldn't even buy the smallest plot of land at auction. It would just lead to embarrassment and lose face, as you humans always say. Arthur's lips twitched at the comment, a mix of irritation and amusement flickering across his face. Worry creased his brow as he thought about his financial situation. 11 billion was far from enough, especially since the stock opportunities promised by the system were still weeks away from yielding any profit. Evelyn, can you access bank information for deceased individuals who had no family or relatives to claim their assets? I'm also interested in any criminals who've amassed dirty money over the past 2 years, Arthur asked suddenly, his eyes lighting up with a spark of hope. Affirmative, Master, Evelyn replied promptly. Great. Go ahead and gather that information for me, Arthur urged, excitement bubbling beneath his composed exterior. A moment later, Evelyn's voice chimed in again. All done, Master. I must say, I'm starting to like you more and more, Arthur chuckled. Now tell me what you've found. Evelyn swiftly projected the startling information onto the screen. Master, after analyzing the Orlean Federation's population and economic data, I've determined that approximately 19.115 million people have died in the past 2 years without family, relatives, or assigned bank accounts. This figure includes 405,000 criminals who committed heinous acts. The total amount of unclaimed money in their bank accounts is around 955.75 trillion Unicrods. This money remains unclaimed and could be redirected for other purposes if legally authorized. Arthur blinked in disbelief, his face blank as he struggled to process this staggering revelation. What did you say? I didn't catch that, he stammered, feeling as though he had misheard. In simpler terms, Master, Evelyn clarified patiently, the total amount of money from deceased individuals without family or assigned assets over the last 2 years is 955.75 trillion Unicrods. Holy shit! Arthur's complexion drained of color, not from fear but sheer shock, as he nearly toppled off his chair. 955.75 trillion! Arthur exclaimed, his voice rising with incredulity. A moment later, his lips began to tremble. He fought back laughter until it burst forth uncontrollably. If it weren't for the soundproofing of his study room, his maniacal laughter would have echoed throughout the mansion. Evelyn, are you sure this money isn't linked to anyone? Arthur managed to ask between fits of giggles. Negative, Master, Evelyn replied with certainty. Wait a minute, Arthur said as curiosity piqued again. If this colossal sum is just sitting there racking up interest, why hasn't the government seized it? Actually, Master, Evelyn explained calmly, the government has been withdrawing trillions of Unicrods every year from these accounts. Some funds support public structures while others line the pockets of high-level officials. In fact, they've already withdrawn 200 trillion to fund projects in Neoluminara. Oh, Arthur raised an eyebrow and smirked mischievously. So what you're saying is, we could wipe everything clean for me? Master, Evelyn cautioned gently, if we were to do that now it might incite unnecessary panic and tension across the country. While I can erase our traces easily enough, having 955.75 trillion Unicrods vanish without a trace would undoubtedly cause chaos within the system. Arthur paused as clarity washed over him. Evelyn's point was valid. Trillions disappearing out of thin air would certainly raise alarms, even if Pantere's daily market flows were measured in quadrillions! In the grand scheme of Pantere's economy, trillions might seem like pocket change. With daily market flows soaring into the quadrillions, the mere mention of trillions barely raises an eyebrow. Research from industry experts back on Earth reveals that Earth sees around $150 trillion in daily market activity. In stark contrast, Pantera boasts a staggering 20 quadrillion Unicrods flowing through its markets every single day, 133 times more than Earth. So when we talk about 955.75 trillion Unicrods, it's really not as impressive as it sounds. However, if trillions were to vanish into thin air, you can bet that it would stir up some serious panic. Then taking 2 trillion won't cause much of a stir, right? Arthur asked casually. No, Master, Evelyn replied smoothly. The commotion will be minimal. Nothing to worry about. Perfect. Set up multiple bank accounts globally and transfer the funds into them. Make sure to erase all traces so they won't notice anything unusual for at least a week, Arthur instructed with confidence. Already taken care of, Master, came Evelyn's prompt response. Arthur couldn't help but smirk as he shook his head in disbelief. I guess I'll have to get used to your speed. Now, Evelyn, show me what you've gathered on those companies that colluded with the Sterling family against the Osborne family. His eyes narrowed as a cold smirk spread across his face. It's time for revenge. Master, there are 30 multinational real estate giants that have set their sights on the Osborne family industries, alongside the Sterling family, just a few months ago. Each of these companies is valued at a staggering trillion Unicrods, wielding influence that stretches across the nation and even globally. They each manage multiple properties under their banners, Evelyn reported as the information flashed on the screen. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly at the data displayed before him, lost in deep thought. His fingers drummed rhythmically on the table as he leaned back in his chair. Have you dug up their dirty secrets? Arthur asked calmly. Yes, Master, Evelyn replied promptly, projecting a wealth of information onto the screen. As Arthur leaned forward to scrutinize the details, his expression shifted dramatically. Moments later, he burst into laughter. "Damn, I didn't expect these guys to be so bold, and dirty too." He shook his head in excitement. "Master, do you want me to report this information to the relevant authorities?" Evelyn inquired. Arthur waved a dismissive hand. "Sending them to jail would be too easy and light a punishment for them. Besides, do you think they did all this alone? They must have connections among high-ranking officials shielding them. Even if we manage to imprison them, they'd likely be out within months." His eyes narrowed with determination as a cold smirk crept across his face. "I want them to suffer just like my Osborne family did. I want to see them bankrupt." "You mean you want to short-sell them?" Evelyn asked for clarification. "Exactly," Arthur confirmed with a nod. "Evelyn, what's the average share price of all 30 companies?" Arthur quickly queried. "The average varies currently. It ranges from 8,000 Unicreds per share at its lowest to 10,000 Unicreds at its highest," Evelyn stated matter-of-factly. "Good." Arthur's eyes lit up as an insidious plan formed in his mind. "Evelyn, here's what I need you to do. Inflate each company's share price to 100,000 Unicreds per share by releasing some convincing yet entirely fabricated good news about them. With your computing power, this should be child's play." "I've already begun the procedure, Master," Evelyn's voice chimed back efficiently. "Excellent." "Once each company's stock price reaches 100,000 per share," Arthur continued eagerly, "use 2 trillion Unicreds to open multiple securities accounts, each with at least 20 times leverage. After that's done, unleash their dirty secrets across every corner of the internet. I don't care how, videos, messages, pictures, everything must go viral and remain unerasable. If any high-ranking official tries to intervene on their behalf, expose them too. I want these companies completely bankrupt." "Understood, Master," Evelyn replied. "But, Master, if we bankrupt all 30 companies, there will be a flood of unemployed people on the streets, hundreds of thousands without jobs." Evelyn's voice was filled with concern. "Don't worry, I have it all under control," Arthur said nonchalantly. After all, his second uncle Nathaniel's real estate group was in the midst of building a new foundation that would require plenty of labor. The unemployed from those 30 companies in Neoluminara would find their way into new jobs. As for those outside the city, with Evelyn's assistance, he could manage that too. "Master, what about the CEOs and higher executives from these companies targeting the Osborne family? Are you planning to send them to jail?" Evelyn asked. "Nope. I have something far more interesting lined up for them." Arthur grinned, revealing his sparkling white teeth. "Evelyn, what time is it?" Arthur asked suddenly. "It's exactly 3:45 p.m., came Evelyn's reply. "Huh, time really flies," Arthur exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by how quickly the hours had passed. He stood up and stretched comfortably. He'd been cooped up in the study room for far too long and felt stiff. "Evelyn, tell Sylvester to meet me at the gym," he instructed as he exited the study. It was time for some training with Sylvester to sharpen his combat skills and gain experience. While he possessed great power, he knew he needed more than just strength. Defensive and offensive skills were essential to harnessing his true potential. Lumina Financial District, LFD, stands as one of Neoluminara's largest financial hubs, a bustling metropolis adorned with towering skyscrapers and interconnected sky bridges. This district houses the headquarters of trillion Unicred corporations, banks, and financial institutions. The majestic skyscrapers stretch thousands of meters into the sky, showcasing Neoluminara's robust economy and cutting-edge technology alongside that of the Orlean Federation as a whole. Thousands, if not millions, of white-collar workers bustle through this vibrant area daily. It's a sight unlike any other. In one particularly impressive office building soaring 500 meters tall with around 120 floors, at the top in an opulent office designed to exude wealth and power, at its center sits an enormous desk crafted from exquisite wood, a polished masterpiece equipped with high-tech gadgets that alone measures 5 feet wide. Surrounding it are limited edition couches, coffee tables, shelves brimming with luxury items, the epitome of success. Currently occupying an expensive ergonomic chair is Damian Reeves, the CEO and founder of Emerald Green Real Estate Group, a rotund middle-aged man sporting oily hair and small beady eyes that squint suspiciously when he smiles broadly through his large mouth. Though he may appear harmless at first glance, Damian is anything but. He's ruthless beneath that facade. He wasn't able to build such a trillion Unicred's company based on his ability. He used underhanded means as well. He is also one of the people who joined hands with the Sterling family to bankrupt the Osborne family. Damian leaned back in his chair, a satisfied smirk creeping across his face as he gazed at the luxurious virtual invitation card on his phone. I may not have snagged that land from the Osbornes, but this is my ticket to a windfall, he muttered with a grin. Just then, a sharp knock interrupted his thoughts. Come in, he called out casually, barely looking up. The door swung open to reveal John, a short man dressed in a crisp white shirt and long black trousers, sporting a tie that seemed just slightly too tight. He entered with an eager smile that could only be described as sycophantic. What's up, John? Damian asked without much enthusiasm. Boss, we've got some news about the stock market, John exclaimed, practically bouncing on his heels. Damian's interest peaked. What do you mean? Did our stock price drop? John shook his head vigorously. No, it's skyrocketing. We went from 10,000 per share to 12,000 and it's still climbing. I checked online. Everyone's buzzing about us and it's all good news. Damian's eyes widened in disbelief before excitement washed over him. Are you serious? Absolutely. You can look for yourself if you don't believe me, John replied eagerly. With an arched eyebrow and newfound urgency, Damian logged onto the internet and confirmed John's report. His shock quickly morphed into exhilaration as he processed the implications of this unexpected surge. Did we do something extraordinary? John asked cautiously. Damian inhaled deeply. Greed glinted in his eyes. Quick, get the publicity and marketing teams on board. Let's capitalize on this momentum. We need to go all out. This is our chance to rake in serious profits. Yes, boss. John nodded enthusiastically before darting out of the office like a chicken pecking for grain. A wide grin split Damian's face as he reveled in the sweet taste of opportunity that had unexpectedly landed in his lap. But it wasn't just Damian who was feeling lucky. All 30 companies targeted the Osborne family were experiencing similar fortunes. They were quick to seize what they thought was an incredible opportunity, throwing everything they had into boosting their stock prices. Little did they know that this apparent boon was merely the beginning of their downfall. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and just like that, 3 days had passed. During this time, Arthur chose to stay within the confines of his mansion, meticulously crafting a structured daily routine with the help of Evelyn. Each morning began early with invigorating runs around the estate, followed by weightlifting and gym exercises. After a refreshing bath and a hearty breakfast, he would retreat to his study to jot down crucial details for the family foundation. Thankfully, Evelyn made this task much easier for him. Arthur kept a close watch on the progress of his uncles, aunts, and cousins through real-time updates projected by Evelyn. With a staggering injection of 200 billion Unicreds into Osborne Holdings' account, the establishment of various companies surged ahead at lightning speed. Additionally, he allocated 100 billion Unicreds to purchase 20 luxurious villas surrounding the mansion for his family members. Ever since their financial collapse forced them to sell off most properties to settle debts, over 50 relatives had been crammed into the single remaining mansion. Now that Arthur could access unclaimed wealth from around the globe with ease, he simply waved his hand and acquired 20 spacious family-style villas for everyone. As these 3 days unfolded, the entire Osborne family was buzzing with activity. With their rivalry against the Sterling family resolved, there was no longer any reason to hide away in their mansion. Those still in school returned to classes while both older and younger generations who had graduated were assigned various roles within the family business to lend a hand. Everyone was busy. However, despite having dealt with one threat, Arthur remained vigilant. The true mastermind behind their troubles still lurked in the shadows. Consequently, every family member was assigned bodyguards for protection, some discreetly while others were more visible, and security measures at both the mansion and newly acquired villas were significantly heightened. Moreover, thanks to Evelyn's operations, stock prices for 30 targeted companies skyrocketed. The excitement among higher-ups and shareholders reached fever pitch as they unleashed promotions and advertisements galore. Little did they know they were fanning flames that would lead to their own downfall. Watching it all unfold left Arthur speechless. He shook his head in disbelief before instructing Evelyn to continue generating buzz online to accelerate those stock prices even further. Arthur also recently harnessed the terrifying computing power of Evelyn to dive into the world of stock speculation. It was during this time that he caught a glimpse of Evelyn's true strength, and it left him utterly awestruck. The speed at which Evelyn generated wealth was nothing short of astonishing. It felt as if money was simply being plucked from thin air. In just 3 days, Arthur managed to amass an incredible 10 trillion unicreds. Yes, that's right. 10 trillion. While Arthur understood that this amount might be 10 billion into some giant corporations and families and just a drop in the bucket, he couldn't shake off the sheer disbelief. Earning such an astronomical sum in mere days seemed like something out of a fantasy novel, too outrageous to be real. Yet, there he was, grappling with his newfound fortune. Just months earlier, the Osborne family teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, desperately needing a mere 5 million unicreds to settle their debts. Now, Arthur had transformed his financial fate overnight. To him now, money had become little more than a number. His focus shifted entirely towards elevating the status and influence of the Osborne family. With Evelyn by his side, financial worries were a thing of the past. However, every time he glanced at those dizzying figures in his bank account, he couldn't help but feel a pang in his chest. A reminder of his previous life as someone who barely scraped by with 4 figures saved up and relied on junk food for survival. The excitement and adrenaline rush from having so much wealth couldn't just vanish after all. He wasn't like those oil tycoons from the Middle East back on Earth who treated cash like confetti. Now fully focused on expanding the family's influence and power, Arthur recognized that while earning 10 trillion unicreds was impressive, and could sustain countless generations, it meant little against the backdrop of elite families and corporations where such sums were merely pocket change. Having 10 trillion sitting idle in an account might seem grandiose, but Arthur knew that true power lay not just in accumulation but in action. To grow the Osborne family's legacy, turning that wealth into tangible influence was paramount. Otherwise, it would remain nothing more than numbers gathering dust. While 10 trillion might seem like an unfathomable sum for the average person, enough to make anyone feel like he owns the world, even if they had to sell their entire family to get it, it's practically pocket change to the true rulers in a world like Pantera. Imagine the excitement of having 10 trillion for ordinary people. It could sustain an ordinary individual for hundreds of thousands of years and support generations to come. Yet, for the true elite of society, this staggering amount barely registers on their radar. Arthur, who has spent few months in this world understanding the basic power dynamics and economic landscape of Pantera, quickly realizes that while 10 trillion is thrilling, it won't elevate the Osborne family's status one bit. To him, in this vast ocean of wealth and influence, 10 trillion feels more like a mere drop, hardly enough to make a splash. But here's the twist: right now, Arthur sees this colossal sum as a golden opportunity. With it, he can embark on ventures that could reshape his future and quickly build up the foundation of the Osborne family, although he knows 10 trillion is not even enough to build 1% of the family foundation. Sir, today is the day for the secret auction. It starts at exactly 8 p.m. Evelyn's voice broke through Arthur's concentration as he immersed himself in a financial book. I know, Arthur replied nonchalantly. But I've changed my mind, I'm not going. Sir? Why cancel? Evelyn pressed. Evelyn, Arthur said with a hint of seriousness in his tone. You do realize Christopher Campbell will be attending? Yes sir, Evelyn confirmed. He's one of 5 VIPs at this auction. So if I go, I'll be targeted not just by him, but by nearly everyone at the auction. They'll do everything in their power to stop me from buying any of that land, Arthur said with a wry smile as he gently flipped to the next page of his book. "Does that mean you can't go anymore?" Evelyn asked, curiosity piqued. "Nope." Arthur shook his head decisively. "I can't let such a massive opportunity slip into someone else's hands while I just sit back and watch." "Sir, you do realize you already have the biggest piece of the pie, right?" Evelyn chimed in. Arthur's lips twitched in amusement as he chose to ignore Evelyn's comment. "Even though I won't attend myself, I'll send someone in my place. He should be arriving shortly." Just then, there was a sharp knock on the door. "Speaking of the devil, here he is." Arthur grinned. "Come in." The door swung open to reveal a bespectacled man clad in a crisp black suit. He looked about 30, young and handsome, with a tall and slender build that radiated success. "Greetings, family head," he bowed respectfully upon entering. Arthur nodded, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "Ethan, I have an important task for you." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "I need you to attend a secret auction tonight at 8 p.m. They're auctioning off 500 plots of land, 20 of which are crucial for us. You must secure those no matter what." With that directive hanging heavily in the air, Arthur slid a small box toward Ethan. Ethan opened it to find an exquisite diamond-crusted bank card featuring the Pantra National Bank logo alongside an advanced-looking phone. "This card holds 5 trillion Unicreds and the phone contains all the details about the auction," Arthur explained. "Evelyn has already generated your invitation. No one will suspect you." "I won't let you down," Ethan replied seriously. "Good. You can head out now." With a wave of his hand, Arthur dismissed him. Ethan bowed once more before exiting the office building. Stepping outside through the grand metal gates of the mansion, Ethan appeared at the grand entrance of the mansion. As soon as he did, 3 sleek black cars pulled up. Especially eye-catching was the luxurious business car in the center. As doors opened with precision, 10 bodyguards emerged from 2 vehicles flanking Ethan's ride. 2 more stepped out from his car's passenger seat. "Mr. Ethan, my name is Sylvester. I'll be your protector this evening," announced one burly bodyguard who had just exited from the middle car with an authoritative salute. "I'll be relying on you then, Sir Sylvester," Ethan smiled appreciatively. "Please head in the car," one of the bodyguards said, opening the door with a firm yet inviting gesture. Ethan nodded, stepping into the back seat, and was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of luxury. The interior was nothing short of luxurious. Plush leather seats cradled him in comfort, while the floor gleamed like polished marble glass. This spacious vehicle could easily accommodate 5 to 10 people, but for now, it was just him. Without wasting a moment to admire his surroundings, Ethan focused intently on his phone, scrolling through information with a serious expression. The world outside blurred as they took off. With a low roar of the engine, racing into the distance where the evening glow painted shadows across the sleek exterior. Nestled in the serene embrace of a mountain, away from the relentless hustle and bustle of Neoluminara, lies the opulent Summit Haven Resort. This sprawling sanctuary is a marvel of architecture, with its terraced structure cascading gracefully down the mountainside. Each tier reveals private villas and suites adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows that invite breathtaking views. Imagine unwinding in outdoor hot tubs or retreating to elevated cabins tucked within lush forests. This is not just a getaway. It's an immersive experience designed for those who seek the extraordinary. As night falls, Summit Haven transforms into a dazzling spectacle. The resort glows brilliantly against the backdrop of twinkling stars, showcasing an impressive lineup of luxury vehicles, from sleek supercars to classic beauties, all parked elegantly in front of its grand entrance. Guests step out clad in designer attire, men donning tailored suits and women radiating elegance in exquisite evening gowns adorned with sparkling jewels. They stroll towards the magnificent hall, where an atmosphere of affluence envelops them. Inside, guests are greeted by a stunning chandelier that hangs like a crown above intricately set dining tables laden with made delicacies and fine wines. Laughter and conversation mingle with soft piano melodies, creating an ambience that exudes sophistication. This gathering is no ordinary affair. It attracts the elite, the CEOs and top executives from multinational corporations, influential officials, and members of prestigious families, individuals whose combined wealth exceeds hundreds of trillions. Amongst this illustrious crowd stands Damien, engaged in lively conversation when he spots Alexander approaching him, dressed impeccably in a custom sky blue suit. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Damien, long time no see. I hear your company has been thriving lately," Alexander exclaims cheerfully as he raises his champagne glass. "Ah, Alexander, good to see you," Damien replies modestly yet unable to hide his pride. "We've been fortunate." "Fortunate? Your stock prices have been soaring." Alexander chuckles. "Just luck." Damien smiles humbly while savoring his success internally. "Mr. Alexander, are you also here for the auction as well?" Damien asked with a hint of curiosity, quickly shifting the topic. "Why else would I be here?" "I'm hoping to snag at least one piece of land," Alexander sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "The competition is going to be fierce soon. Everyone here has their eyes set on at least a plot of land," Damien remarked. "Exactly. After all, every single person in this room shares our ambition. A plot of land can rake in billions of unicorns each month and trillions annually if managed properly," Alexander replied. Damien nodded thoughtfully, taking a sip of his red wine while narrowing his eyes. "I really envy the Osborne family. They stumbled upon a treasure without lifting a finger." Alexander's expression darkened with envy. "It's true they got incredibly lucky." Damien smirked, momentarily taken aback before responding, "But do you really think they can handle such a massive pie all by themselves?" Alexander nodded knowingly. "You're right, that land is just too enticing. Many won't let the Osbornes enjoy it without interference." "Exactly. I've even heard whispers that they're already being targeted by some powerful figures," Damien said with a cold smile. "Who?" Alexander asked, curiosity piqued. "I heard it's someone from Metrospire, a member of one of those prominent families," Damien replied, shaking his head knowingly. It wasn't just Damien and Alexander who were buzzing about the auction and gossiping about the Osborne family. The atmosphere was thick with chatter. Nearly everyone was discussing how fortunate the Osbornes were while nursing regrets or scheming against them. While many people gather here for the auction, it's clear that this event offers much more than just bidding on items. It's a unique opportunity to forge friendships and expand their network. As the saying goes, a rabbit has three burrows, and having a diverse circle of friends can open multiple pathways to success. Looking around this hall, these aren't just ordinary individuals. Each person comes from varied backgrounds and influential circles within high society. Imagine the potential of connecting with even a few of them. It could unlock doors to exciting business opportunities and invaluable support in the future. "Please welcome Mr. Christopher Campbell." Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the hall, silencing the crowd as all eyes turned toward the entrance. There stood a young man clad in an impeccably tailored suit made from luxurious fabric. His blonde hair gleamed under the lights, and his piercing blue eyes shone with arrogance. With high cheekbones and thin lips framing an air of superiority, he was tall and exuded an aristocratic elegance that demanded attention. As Christopher stepped into the hall with his chin held high and disdainful gaze sweeping over everyone present, he reveled in their admiration. His heart swelled with vanity and satisfaction. He thrived on being in the spotlight where people looked at him with awe and respect as if he were royalty. The moment he entered, admirers flocked around him like moths to a flame, each hoping to catch his eye or curry favor for future gain. Everyone knew Christopher's impressive lineage. After all, the Campbell family ranked among the top 5 families in the Orlean Federation with vast connections and businesses spanning multiple industries. In a world where dragons and snakes roam, not everyone takes Christopher seriously. Some individuals, undeterred by the formidable Campbell family, stand their ground, either matching their power or boasting backgrounds that rival their influence. There are also some people who only thinks Christopher is just an arrogant rich sycophant. Yet, despite a lot of people not taking Christopher seriously, a crowd still gathers around Christopher, feeding his vanity and boosting his ego. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the chatter. "Hey, you're blocking the way." The words sliced through the air like a dagger, causing Christopher's expression to twitch with irritation. He was just feeling great about himself, his vanity being satisfied to the fullest, and someone is going to spoil for it him. Anger ignites in his eyes as he whirls around, ready to confront whoever dared challenge him. The moment he turned around, his eyes widened as amazement flashed in them. Standing before Christopher Campbell was a strikingly beautiful woman in her early 20s, draped in a long wine-colored evening gown. Her face seemed to embody perfection, as if the universe had taken its time to sculpt every feature with meticulous care. With skin as pure and luminous as freshly fallen snow, she radiated an ethereal glow that made one wonder if she were truly human. The softness of her skin suggested fragility, while a delicate diamond necklace adorned her swan-like neck. Her figure was nothing short of exquisite. Every curve and angle was flawlessly proportioned. A slim waist led to perfectly elongated legs, creating an image of harmony that captivated all who gazed upon her. Long black hair cascaded down her back like the night sky, framing a pair of mesmerizing dark eyes that sparkled with mystery. Full, luscious red lips complemented long lashes that fluttered gracefully with each blink. She was simply too beautiful for words. The moment she entered the grand hall, she eclipsed all other women present. Men stared in awe as her beauty cast a spell over the entire room. Christopher's eyes widened in amazement. He found himself momentarily forgetting his plans to confront the man who had interrupted him earlier. Yet, just then, impatience flickered in Ophelia's stunning gaze as she frowned slightly at Christopher. Even this small gesture added to her allure. "Can you move out of the way?" came a voice from beside her. A young man, dressed in a custom-made black suit exuding aristocratic charm. Christopher's expression soured as he glared at Benedict. "What are you doing here, Benedict? Aren't you supposed to be in Metrospire?" Benedict looked at him incredulously before snorting dismissively. "If you can come here, what makes you think I can't?" "Let me tell you," Christopher replied with an air of arrogance, "as long as I'm here, don't expect to claim even a scrap of land." Benedict shook his head mockingly. "I'm not here to squabble over land like you or my Lancaster family has everything under control. I'm just here to accompany Miss Ophelia." Taken aback by this revelation, Christopher asked incredulously, "What do you mean?" "Oh, Christopher," Benedict said disdainfully, "no wonder you're the least favored in your family and always lose out to your older brothers. Do you really think top families waste their time fighting low-level commoners for something they could acquire with just a few words?" Fists clenched tightly in anger, Christopher shot back defiantly, "Then why are you here if not for the auction?" "As I mentioned," Benedict replied casually with a lazy smile that belied any seriousness regarding their previous exchange, "I'm only accompanying Miss Ophelia. And even though my family has it all sorted out already, as part of my own test, I still intend to purchase some plots myself." Christopher inhaled deeply, his gaze locking onto the stunning woman named Ophelia. A flicker of heat and ambition ignited in his eyes as he spoke. "Miss Ophelia, are you here to participate in the auction or merely to enjoy the spectacle?" He flashed a gentlemanly smile, hoping to charm her. Ophelia shot him a cold glance before turning away without another word. Benedict chuckled softly from nearby. "Christopher, I hear you've been targeting a small family in Neoluminara, even driving them to bankruptcy. Yet you still haven't managed to seize the Blue Pearl, despite eliminating their head and his wife." "That's none of your concern," Christopher retorted disdainfully. "I will get my hands on the Blue Pearl eventually. That family is nothing but an obstacle." "Ha ha ha. You do realize you're not the only one after it?" "Many eyes are on that prize," Benedict teased playfully. "If you want it for yourself, you'll find it quite challenging." "Why are you interested in the Blue Pearl?" Christopher narrowed his eyes at Benedict. "I know my own strength," Benedict replied confidently. "Instead of fighting tooth and nail for something that may slip through my fingers, I'd rather secure a smaller piece of land and develop it. That will yield immense profits down the line." He patted Christopher on the shoulder with a chuckle before striding toward Ophelia's table. Christopher clenched his fists tightly, mulling over Benedict's words. Deep down, he knew his Benedict is right. But surrendering was not an option. He yearned to prove himself to both his family and the world. He wanted recognition as Christopher Campbell, a genius, not just another playboy. Taking a deep breath, He unclenched his fists and forced a slight smile as he approached the table where Ophelia and Benedict sat. So this is the guy family had warned me not to offend, Ethan mused quietly while sipping red wine from across the room. His gaze drifted toward Christopher 2 tables away before fleetingly landing on Ophelia. His admiration barely contained the Campbell family, Lancaster family, and Sinclair family. All 3 top families in Orlean Federation are present tonight, Ethan muttered under his breath. I bet other influential families are here too, though perhaps less high profile than these 3. But why would they attend? With their power, they could have already secured valuable plots of land. He pondered aloud whether this was merely personal business for their juniors or a test from their families. Big families can be so peculiar. A broken bar. Am I speaking ill of the Osborne family too? Ethan chuckled internally while occasionally glancing back at Ophelia, Benedict, Christopher, and several others who seemed equally important. I just hope those plots that family had instructed me to buy aren't being eyed by these big players, otherwise things could get tricky. He sighed heavily. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A sudden, booming voice echoed across the hall, snapping everyone's attention to the stage. There stood a man in a crisp white tuxedo, microphone in hand, radiating charisma as he scanned the crowd with a warm smile. Welcome to tonight's auction. My name is John, and I'll be your auctioneer, he introduced himself confidently. As if on cue, the lights dimmed slightly, revealing a stunning 3D projection behind him. The map showcased an expansive piece of land divided into 3 rings and further segmented into numerous plots. Some were marked in vibrant green, available for sale, while others glowed ominously red, already purchased or earmarked for government development. The inner ring caught everyone's eye. Its bold red hue signified a coveted parcel that had already been snatched up at what many believed was a bargain price. Regret and envy flickered across the faces of those present, particularly Christopher, whose expression darkened with resentment. So this is the infamous blue pearl everyone has been talking about. That lucky family really struck gold, Benedict remarked playfully. Lucky? If they're wise, they'll sell it or partner up for development. Otherwise, this land could turn from blessing to curse, Ophelia chimed in calmly from her elegant seat. You're right. After all they've endured under Christopher's relentless attacks and their subsequent bankruptcy, they're left with just one struggling real estate company, Benedict replied thoughtfully. One struggling company? Is that all you see? Ophelia narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly as her lashes fluttered delicately. All right everyone, let's get down to business, John interjected smoothly, redirecting focus back to the map. You know what these markings mean. Green for sale and currently 500 plots of various sizes are available. He flashed a bright smile as anticipation filled the room. Now let the secret auction commence, John announced dramatically as the 3D map shimmered and transformed to reveal the first plot of land along with its details. This is plot number F126, the Green Oasis, spanning an impressive 800 square kilometers. The starting bid is set at 500 billion Unicreds with increments of at least 50 billion. With a firm slam of his gavel, he initiated the bidding process. 600 billion. A voice rang out confidently from across the room. 650 billion. 700 billion. Going on. See a broken bar. Going to why. See a broken bar sold, John declared triumphantly as he brought down his gavel again. Next up was plot number G15, a prime location near the university town slated for development, with an initial price tag of 200 billion Unicreds. Bids flew fast. 300 billion, 400 billion, 450 billion, 500 billion. Going on. See a broken bar. To why. See a broken bar. Through. See a broken bar sold. The secret auction buzzed with excitement as time slipped by, and plots of land changed hands one after another. Ethan was on a roll, successfully acquiring 5 parcels of land that Arthur had instructed him to buy. The competition was fierce, but he managed to outbid a few contenders without breaking a sweat. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any major headaches, everything went smoothly for him, and he faced no significant challenges at all. As the auction progressed, Benedict secured 5 sizable plots before calling it quits. Ophelia also joined in the bidding frenzy, picking up several pieces before she too decided to stop. Meanwhile, Christopher was in high spirits after snagging quite a few more than both Benedict and Ophelia. He couldn't help but cast a proud glance in their direction. About an hour and a half later, the auction finally wrapped up. Participants wasted no time rushing out. They were eager to return home and strategize on how to develop their new acquisitions. Even Christopher didn't linger. He hopped into his car and sped off without delay. Captain Sylvester, let's go, Ethan called out as he approached the captain, clutching a stack of documents in his hand. Absolutely, Sylvester replied as one of the bodyguards opened the door for Ethan to climb into the car. With a low roar of engines, their convoy swiftly departed from the venue, making its way back to the Osborne family mansion. Inside the study room, Arthur's eyes sparkled with excitement as he scanned the data flashing across his computer screen. Sir, after 3 days, the stock market price of all 30 companies has skyrocketed to 10,000 per share. Evelyn's blue face flickered on the screen as he delivered the news. Good, good, Arthur nodded in satisfaction, his gaze narrowing slightly. Now it's time for revenge. Evelyn, are you ready? He asked with a smirk. Always ready, sir, Evelyn replied confidently. Then let's kick off Operation Nightfall. Arthur leaned back in his chair, anticipation coursing through him. Yes, sir. In an instant, Evelyn transformed into streams of blue data and surged into the digital realm of the internet like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Maxwell boarded a high-speed train and settled into his seat. Boredom loomed as he pulled out his phone to browse the internet. He had 2 hours until he reached his destination. But just as he powered up his device, ding, 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 messages flooded in at lightning speed until his phone froze. Confusion morphed into panic as every passenger around him experienced the same chaos. Dinging notifications filled the air like an incessant alarm. After a moment that felt like eternity, Maxwell's phone finally resumed functioning. He quickly glanced at the messages, and his eyes widened in shock. 1. CEO of Hargrove Estates embezzled millions from employee pensions. 2. Crossland Properties CEO Miranda Cross linked to organized crime. 3. Thorne Company CEO Gregory Thorne exploited undocumented workers. 4. Marlowe Developments CEO Evelyn Marlowe ran a $500 billion Ponzi scheme. 5. Reeves Holdings CEO Damian Reeves blackmailed rivals with illegal surveillance. Holy shit! Maxwell gasped as adrenaline surged through him. He nearly dropped his phone while staring at those glaring headlines that screamed scandal. He wasn't alone. Everyone on the train was glued to their screens, their expressions mirroring disbelief and outrage. Maxwell quickly navigated through various social media platforms and news sites. Within seconds, it became clear, this wasn't just gossip, it was explosive news about 30 CEOs caught red-handed. Conclusive evidence was everywhere, raw videos, incriminating messages, damning photos, all laid bare for public scrutiny. 1. Nexalink headline, 30 CEOs exposed, the biggest corporate scandal in history. 2. Stellar Post headline, hard evidence, CEOs caught in the act. 3. Quantum Chat headline, encrypted chats leaked, CEOs' dirty secrets revealed. Skysphere headline, step into the scandal, explore the CEO's crimes. 5. Pulsewave headline, breaking, 30 CEOs exposed by unknown force. 1. Nova News headline, the explosion 30 CEOs. 2. Galaxy Times headline, from boardrooms to jail cells, the fall of 30 CEOs. 3. Quantum Chronicle headline, corruption, who took down 30 CEOs. 4. Stellar Broadcast headline, live, CEO stocks crash as scandals go viral. The internet is buzzing, and it's impossible to escape the whirlwind of shocking revelations surrounding 30 high-profile CEOs. In a matter of minutes, this scandal has gone global, prompting news stations to interrupt their regular programming for urgent broadcasts. Eye-catching headlines dominate every screen, It's a corporate earthquake that no one saw coming. Maxwell couldn't tear his eyes away from his phone as he scrolled through an avalanche of messages from outraged netizens. At Crypto King, holy crap. Did you see the video of Victor Hargrove embezzling pension funds? This guy deserves jail time. At Finance Guru, Miranda Cross laundering money for the cartel? No wonder Crossland Properties was so profitable. At Justice for All, Gregory Thorne exploiting workers? Disgusting. Boycott Thorne Company immediately. At Investor Jane, Evelyn Marlowe ran a Ponzi scheme. I lost $50K investing in her company. I'm suing. Tech Bro, Damian Reeves blackmailing rivals. This is straight out of a movie. What a scumbag. At Eco Warrior, Leila Carmichael storing drugs in her properties? No wonder she opposed environmental regulations. At Stock Trader, Roland Graves evaded taxes for a decade. No wonder his company's stock is crashing. At Urban Planner, Serena Blake displacing low-income families for luxury condos? She's a modern-day villain. At Gamblelux, Julian Mercer embezzled company funds to cover gambling losses? What a loser. At Insurance Pro, Vanessa Holt committing insurance fraud? No wonder her company's premiums were so high. The outrage was palpable, flooding social media with calls for justice and accountability. Maxwell muttered under his breath, "These people are done for." Meanwhile, Evolin, with his unparalleled processing power, was working overtime, ensuring that this scandal made headlines worldwide. From electronic billboards to news feeds, it was like an unstoppable swarm had descended upon the corporate world. Inside one chaotic office, Damian Reeves was losing it. What the hell is going on? He screamed at his team of managers and executives, throwing objects around in frustration. How did this happen, boss? One employee stammered. We don't know how it started, it just exploded across the internet. Damian struggled to regain composure as he pressed for details about the spread of information. It's everywhere, another manager replied nervously. All major platforms are reporting on it, it's already global. In disbelief, Damian hurled his expensive computer against the wall in anger. Then what are our tech and publicity teams doing? Can't you fix this, boss? We've tried everything to delete the news, stammered the head of the technical department, wiping sweat from his bald head. But every time we manage to take one down, it multiplies into 100 more. It's like trying to stop a flood with a bucket. Our systems are completely compromised. His counterpart in publicity chimed in, panic etched across his face. It's the same for us. Every response we craft vanishes as soon as it hits the network, like sinking stones into an endless ocean. Damian slammed his fist on the desk, frustration boiling over. Damn it! Who is behind this? Who's targeting me? In a moment of desperation, he grabbed his phone and dialed a number, but it went straight to voicemail. He tried another again, no answer. His expression darkened as panic set in, and he panted heavily, feeling utterly trapped. With despair washing over him, he sank to the ground. Fear glimmered in his eyes as he muttered to himself, I'm only a broken bar. I'm completely done. Everything I've built over the past 20 years is gone. Then laughter erupted from him, a wild, unhinged cackle that sent tears streaming down his cheeks. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The office door swung open violently as police and other authorities stormed in. They fixed their icy gazes on Damian, who sat crumpled on the floor like a defeated king. Take him, one officer ordered without hesitation. In an instant, they snapped shiny silver handcuffs around Damian's wrists and dragged him out of the office. Bang! The door slammed shut behind them, leaving department heads exchanging bewildered glances. What could they do now? One thing was certain, their company was doomed. But Damian wasn't alone in his downfall. All 30 CEOs were arrested almost simultaneously. May had attempted to flee at the first whiff of scandal but were apprehended before they could make their escape. The stock prices plummeted by more than 50%, evaporating trillions of unicorns into thin air. Decades-old companies that had thrived in Neoluminara began crumbling like sandcastles before an incoming tide. As chaos reigned online, the news spreading like wildfire through pop-up ads and viral videos, even those living under bridges knew what was happening. And all this turmoil was orchestrated by just one person, who sat comfortably in his office watching it all unfold with glee while munching on popcorn as if enjoying a blockbuster movie. "Sir, the news coverage is now at 90%. Should I stop?" Evelyn's blue face flickered onto the screen, his tone a mix of eagerness and concern. "No, I want it to hit 100%, Arthur replied firmly, shaking his head as he thrust a piece of popcorn into his mouth. "Yes, sir," Evelyn acknowledged without hesitation. "By the way, have there been any attempts at interference?" Arthur asked casually, leaning back in his chair. "Yes, sir. There have been exactly 2,456,789 attempts to delete the news, but I've already handled that," Evelyn reported confidently. Broken by Arthur narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. "What about anyone on the official side? Have they tried to meddle?" "Yes, sir," Evelyn confirmed. "Then what are you waiting for? Dig up their dirty deeds and spread it across the internet," Arthur said lightly but with an edge of intensity. "Anyone who dares to help these people needs to be taught a lesson." "Understood, sir," Evelyn replied promptly. "And how are the stocks looking for those companies?" Arthur inquired next. "Sir, all 30 companies' stock prices have fallen by 60%, and they're still plummeting. By tomorrow, we estimate they'll hit rock bottom," Evelyn stated matter-of-factly. "Good. You know what to do then," Arthur nodded with satisfaction. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything," Evelyn assured him. "Oh, by the way," Arthur said as he patted his head absent-mindedly, "when did Urban Development and Construction say I should meet them?" "Wednesday at 7:00 a.m. at the headquarters of the Urban Development and Construction Bureau in Lumina District," Evelyn replied efficiently. "Okay, just remind me as it approaches." Arthur stretched lazily before getting up from his study room chair. Time marched on, and the scandals surrounding 30 high-profile CEOs continued to ignite a firestorm across the internet. With a little nudge from Evelyn, these shocking revelations spread like wildfire around the globe. In just 4 days, all 30 companies, some of which had stood tall for decades, declared bankruptcy. The CEOs and top executives entangled in these scandals were swiftly arrested, awaiting their trials. Even officials who attempted to lend a helping hand found their own dirty secrets laid bare online, leading to their immediate arrests as well. In this chaotic atmosphere, no one was willing to stand by these CEOs, not even their closest friends or family members. They drew clear lines in the sand, refusing any association with those now deemed toxic. For 4 consecutive days, headlines dominated the news cycle, leaving even those living under a rock aware of the unfolding drama. Every time someone picked up their phone or turned on the TV, they were bombarded with updates about the CEO's scandals. Influencers created viral videos dissecting every detail while bloggers shared their takes far and wide. The discussions online were intense. Netizens were outraged. Those who had lost money or been ensnared in Ponzi schemes came forward to share their stories of betrayal. It wasn't that they hadn't realized they'd been cheated out of hard-earned money, rather, previous attempts to seek justice had often been buried or ignored by authorities. But now that everything was out in the open, victims began testifying and protesting against what had happened to them. Small-scale protests erupted nationwide. If authorities didn't act quickly to address public outrage, things could spiral out of control. Meanwhile, Arthur, the mastermind behind it all, sat back with satisfaction as he watched the trial unfold for these 30 CEOs. Anyone daring enough to interfere would soon find themselves exposed. Many recognized that someone was systematically targeting these leaders but couldn't pinpoint who it was, so no one dared offer help. Arthur had no intention of letting anyone assist these individuals, not even by chance. Whether they faced jail time or life sentences didn't concern him. He believed that simply imprisoning them would be too lenient a punishment for what they had done to his Osborne family. Bankrupting them was merely step 1. He envisioned torturing them emotionally and psychologically until they truly understood suffering. "Sir," Evelyn's blue face appeared on his phone screen with an inquisitive look. "Why are you smiling so happily? It seems there's nothing today that should bring you such joy." "Of course there is," Arthur replied with a grin stretching across his face. "I've earned over 40 trillion Unicreds in just 4 days. According to my calculations, Evelyn continued matter-of-factly. There are quadrillions of unclaimed wealth lying dormant in deceased individuals' bank accounts worldwide that you could access at any time. Why get excited over mere digital numbers? Oh, Evelyn, you just don't get it. Imagine a guy who's scraping by on $3,000 a month. And after 5 years, he was able to save only 20,000 unicreds. Now, picture him getting access to trillions. Can you even fathom that? Arthur exclaimed, touching his nose thoughtfully as he gazed out the car window with a dazed look in his eyes. Sir, Evelyn replied smoothly, according to my calculations and scientific theories, your observation taps into well-documented psychological and neurobiological phenomena. When someone experiences sudden wealth, especially after financial hardship, their brain undergoes some serious changes. Here's the science behind it. 1. Dopamine, the winner effect. Neurochemical rush. Sudden wealth releases a flood of dopamine, much like gambling or drug use. This euphoric surge can lead to overconfidence and risky behavior. The hedonic treadmill. People quickly adapt to their new riches. What once felt like enough, like 20,000 unicreds, soon seems trivial compared to trillions. 2. Cognitive dissonance, identity crisis. Imposter syndrome versus God complex. The mind grapples with reconciling past struggles with newfound power. Some feel guilty, do I deserve this? While others develop an inflated sense of invincibility. Moral decoupling. Extreme wealth can dull empathy. Studies show that the ultra-rich often justify unethical actions as necessary or deserved. 3. Risk-taking. The monkey brain. Prefrontal cortex overload. The brain's rational side gets hijacked by primal instincts. Billionaires might make reckless bets, think meme stocks or vanity projects, in pursuit of that next high. Addiction parallels the unpredictability of sudden windfalls. Mimics slot machine psychology. Intermittent reinforcement makes the rush addictive. 4. Social psychological isolation. Paranoia, distrust. With sudden wealth comes unwanted attention. Individuals may isolate themselves or become overly skeptical. Everyone wants my money. Existential void. Without the struggle that once defined them, many face depression. Research links lottery winners to higher suicide rates post-win. Arthur listened intently as Evelyn rattled off all these scientific theories. His head was spinning. He simply shook his head in disbelief and glanced at his watch with a smile. Evelyn, how's the blueprint design coming along? Arthur asked casually. Everything is ready, sir. It will amaze everyone. Shall I show it to you now? Evelyn's voice brimmed with excitement. No, not just yet, Arthur replied with a gentle shake of his head. Boss, we're about to arrive, came the voice of the bodyguard driving the car. Arthur chuckled, glancing at the towering buildings that loomed ahead. Oh, looks like we're already here. A few moments later, the sleek business car came to a stop at the entrance of an impressive structure. As Arthur stepped out, he took in the sight of multiple skyscrapers standing tall and proud, exuding an air of grandeur and solemnity. The centerpiece was undeniably magnificent, the emblem of the country, perched high above, with bold blue letters declaring Urban Development and Construction Bureau. It shimmered coldly under the sun's rays. With a smile on his face, Arthur strode confidently toward the grand glass revolving doors. Upon entering the lobby, his eyes widened in awe at its breathtaking design. The ceiling soared 30 feet high, showcasing exposed cross-laminated timber beams that blended warmth with industrial chic. The polished terrazzo floor gleamed with intricate brass lines mapping out major districts of the city. One wall featured a stunning floor-to-ceiling digital display, think giant iPad, showing real-time urban data like traffic patterns, pollution levels, and construction updates. Opposite this was a living green moss installation artfully shaped like the city's skyline, a refreshing touch amidst all that glass and steel. In addition to these features was a central information hub, a circular AI-assisted help desk equipped with touch screens for visitors navigating permits and appointments. Human clerks staffed it but were supported by voice-activated AI for seamless assistance. At the heart of it all sat a 1:200 scale 3D printed model of the city on a large table. Projection mapping brought new developments and zoning changes to life while emergency alerts flashed across its surface. Visitors could easily tap zones to pull up information on their phones via QR codes. Comfortably arranged around low tables with wireless charging pads were modular sofas upholstered in dark blue fabric accented by wood details, perfect for those long waits or casual meetings. Arthur couldn't help but be impressed by such innovative design. "How is this place simply so great?" he muttered under his breath. "Are you Mr. Osborne?" A soft voice interrupted his thoughts from behind him. Turning around quickly, Arthur saw a young lady dressed in a simple black office suit wearing an inviting smile. She looked like she could be straight out of a professional magazine. "Yes, that's me." "Who are you?" he asked curiously as he took her in from head to toe. "Hello Mr. Osborne." "Nice to meet you," she said warmly as she extended her slender hand. "I'm Olivia, Personal Secretary to Bureau Head Derek at the Urban Development and Construction Bureau." "Hello Miss Olivia," Arthur replied as they shook hands. "Please follow me to the conference room." Head Bureau Derek and other department heads are waiting for you, Olivia said as she gestured for him to follow her into an elevator heading to higher floors. A few moments later, the elevator chimed softly as it reached the top floor. The doors slid open, revealing a sleek corridor bathed in natural light. Arthur and Olivia stepped out, and with Olivia leading the way, they quickly approached an imposing set of double doors. As they entered, Arthur's eyes lit up in awe at the sight before him. A magnificent conference room. This oval-shaped space was designed to impress, boasting a capacity for 100 people that could be expanded to accommodate 120 with its innovative retractable walls. The soundproof acoustic paneling enveloped the room, equipped with cutting-edge noise-canceling technology to ensure every discussion remained private and focused. Gazing up, Arthur noticed the ceiling's geometric coffered design adorned with hidden LED strips that shifted color temperature, cool hues for intense debates and warm tones for collaborative brainstorming sessions. At the heart of this impressive room was a stunning 30-foot-long walnut table fitted with embedded touch screens at each seat. With just a flick of a finger, documents could seamlessly transfer from one screen to another, no more fumbling through papers. Plus, real-time translation capabilities meant that language barriers were a thing of the past during multilingual meetings. In the center of the room floated a transparent LED screen projecting dynamic visuals, 3D building models, traffic simulations, or even crisis scenarios that brought discussions to life. Presenters could effortlessly manipulate these visuals using gesture controls. Talk about high-tech. Lining both sides of the grand table were ergonomic leather chairs equipped with posture sensors that gently vibrated if someone slouched too long, a thoughtful touch for those long meetings. Each seat had its own retractable privacy divider, perfect for discreet conversations when needed. Arthur finally tore his gaze away from the impressive conference room, taking in the scene around him. The large table was filled with individuals who exuded an air of authority and dignity, as if they were all owed something. It was evident that this gathering was no ordinary meeting. The attendees were seasoned professionals, mostly in their 40s or 50s, each carrying a wealth of experience. Bureau Head Derek, allow me to introduce Mr. Osborne, Olivia said with a respectful bow toward the distinguished man at the head of the table. Bureau Head Derek appeared to be in his 50s, sporting grey hair and a square jaw that gave him a stern yet dignified presence. Arthur's curiosity piqued as he observed Derek, thoughts racing through his mind. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Bureau Head." "I've heard so much about you," Arthur greeted warmly, offering a polite smile while locking eyes with Derek. "Nice to meet you too, Arthur." "Please take a seat," Derek replied amiably, gesturing toward an empty chair on his left. "Thank you," Arthur said with a smile as he made his way to the seat, nodding and smiling at those around him. However, he couldn't shake off the feeling of some hostile gazes directed at him, a surprise that didn't show on his face as he maintained his composure. The room was filled with top figures from various departments within the Urban Development and Construction Bureau, environmental sustainability, utilities and energy, housing and residential development. The list went on. Each department head brought their own expertise to this crucial discussion. "Arthur, Bureau Head Derek began after a brief silence. "I'll get straight to the point. I'm sure you have an inkling as to why we called you here. Arthur nodded knowingly upon receiving the call from the Urban Development and Construction Bureau. He had already pieced together their intentions. It's about the development of 1.08 million square kilometers of land, Arthur stated confidently. Yes, Derek confirmed with a nod. Your family's land is situated right in the heart of this development zone. While it may be small in size, its strategic location makes it incredibly valuable. We need to understand your plans for this land, whether you intend to develop it or sell it, and if you choose development, we must know your vision for its future. Arthur listened intently as Derek spoke, occasionally nodding in agreement while maintaining a serious demeanor. He understood just how significant this land was, not only economically but also socially and politically for Neoluminara. As Arthur prepared to share his thoughts on potential developments, he was abruptly interrupted by a discontented voice from across the table. "Bureau head," sneered a man in his 40s whose shrewd expression radiated disdain. "We all know about the Osborne family's situation. They lack both capability and resources for such development." Arthur turned to face the man who had spoken, and he immediately recognized him as someone in his 40s. The man's shrewd gaze was filled with disdain and mockery, making Arthur's skin crawl. Narrowing his eyes, Arthur felt a chill run down his spine as he realized that the malicious energy he sensed earlier was emanating from this very individual. Despite the tension, Arthur maintained his composure and flashed a polite smile. "May I ask who you are?" he inquired. "I'm Harrison, the head of the Department of Construction and Infrastructure," the man replied with a smirk that only deepened Arthur's unease. "Department Head Harrison," Arthur said smoothly, "what makes you think my Osborne family lacks the capability to develop that land?" Harrison leaned back slightly, an air of superiority surrounding him. "Well, considering your family's recent bankruptcy, news that has certainly traveled fast, I find it hard to believe you have the resources necessary for such a project." Arthur fell silent for a moment as he assessed Harrison. It was clear now, this man had come here with an agenda. What puzzled him most was that he couldn't recall ever crossing paths with Harrison before. Is it possible to offend someone without even knowing them? Arthur thought inwardly as he locked eyes with his adversary. "Department Head Harrison," Arthur began calmly, "it appears your information is outdated. My Osborne family has made a remarkable recovery. Our current challenges have been resolved. As I speak, we possess all the funds and resources needed to develop that land, so there's no cause for concern." He smiled amicably at Harrison. Enough." The voice of Head Bureau Derek cut through the tension like a knife. He shot a warning glance at Harrison, who quickly fell silent but not without a flash of malice directed at Arthur. Derek turned his attention back to Arthur. "So you claim your family can indeed develop that land? Is that true?" "Yes," Arthur affirmed quickly. "Great. What do you plan to build there?" "Care to share?" Derek asked with genuine curiosity. "Of course," Arthur responded enthusiastically while gesturing toward Derek's table. "May I?" With an encouraging nod from Derek, Arthur stood up and approached the laptop on the table. He retrieved a blue flash drive and plugged it in. Fortunately, it was already connected to a 3D projector mounted on the wall. With just a few taps on the keyboard, an impressive blue 3D projection sprang to life, a detailed blueprint instantly captivating everyone in the conference room. Even Derek's eyes widened in amazement as they scanned over what appeared on screen. "Did you design this yourself?" Derek asked incredulously. "Yes, Head Bureau Derek," Arthur replied confidently, even if it wasn't entirely true. "I spent an entire month crafting this design." "I never expected you to be so talented in architecture." "Your design is absolutely fabulous," Derek exclaimed, admiration shining in his eyes. "Thank you for the compliment, sir," Arthur replied with a modest smile. Derek leaned forward, curiosity piqued. "So, can you explain what you're planning to do with that land?" Arthur's smile widened as he cleared his throat. "Head Bureau Derek, what I envision for this 10,000 square kilometers of land is nothing short of an ultra-modern, world-class mega-commercial plaza." A stunned silence enveloped the room as everyone processed Arthur's ambitious proposal. "Wait, are you really saying you're going to transform this entire area into a commercial plaza?" Derek asked, taking a deep breath and fixing a serious gaze on Arthur. "Yes, sir. That's my intention," Arthur confirmed with unwavering determination. "Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how much funding, resources, and time it will take to turn that land into a commercial plaza? With the resources of your small family, I bet you won't even come close in decades." Harrison scoffed, looking at Arthur as if he were foolish. The others nodded in agreement. Their skepticism was palpable. Even Derek subtly acknowledged Harrison's words, though they stung. Many shared similar doubts. While they recognized that 10,000 square kilometers might seem manageable on paper, the enormity of transforming it into a bustling commercial hub felt overwhelmingly daunting. But Arthur remained undeterred by Harrison's mockery. His focus was locked onto Derek. Deep down, he knew this revelation would shock everyone in the room. Even he had reservations about its feasibility. Yet Evelyn had assured him it was possible. The prospect of generating staggering annual revenue from such an enterprise was incredibly tempting. According to Evelyn's simulations, completing this megacity-level commercial plaza could yield hundreds of trillions each year. Imagine a vibrant center combining business, entertainment, tourism, and residential spaces that could attract billions annually. Arthur stood at the front of the conference room, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, taking a deep breath to steady himself, "if my research and calculations are correct, transforming this 10,000 square kilometers of land into a megacity-level commercial plaza could attract nearly 30 billion visitors annually to Neo-Luminara alone." His voice resonated as he scanned the faces in the room, gauging their reactions. Derek leaned forward, concern etched on his face. "I understand your vision, Arthur. However, while you own this land and can do as you please, it's situated right in the heart of our development zone. If not managed properly, it could hinder progress for everyone involved. Can you assure us that you possess the capabilities to execute such an ambitious plan?" Arthur nodded confidently. "Absolutely. The Osborne family has more than enough resources and expertise to make this happen." He gestured toward a stunning blueprint displayed behind him. The intricate design was met with a mix of awe and skepticism from those present. As Derek scrutinized the blueprint closely, he finally asked, "Can you elaborate on the specifics of this commercial plaza?" "Of course," Arthur replied eagerly. He pointed at various sections of the blueprint while clearing his throat to capture everyone's attention once more. "This commercial plaza will be divided into 9 distinct zones." He began detailing each zone with palpable excitement. Zone 1, Central Business District, CBD area: 1,500 km squared, features skyscrapers towering between 1,000–3,000 meters, corporate headquarters for global giants, bustling financial centers including stock exchanges and banks. Zone 2, shopping and entertainment area: 1,500 km squared, features mega malls spanning 150 locations, vibrant entertainment hubs featuring theaters and theme parks. Zone 3, residential complexes area: 2,500 km squared, features high-rise apartments reaching up to 500 meters, charming suburban neighborhoods for families. Zone 4, hotels and tourism area: 1,000 km squared, features luxury hotels dotting the landscape, expansive convention centers for global events. Zone 5, internal transportation hub area: 500 km squared, features 9 subway stations connecting all zones, autonomous vehicles for seamless travel within the plaza. Zone 6, green spaces and recreational area: 2,500 km squared, features beautiful parks and artificial lakes, sports facilities like golf courses and tennis courts. Zone 7, healthcare and community centers area: 500 km squared, features state-of-the-art hospitals, community spaces fostering social interactions. Zone 8, innovation and technology hub area: 1,000 km squared, features research centers, labs and innovation hubs, startup incubators, spaces for new businesses. Zone 9, industrial and logistics area: 1,000 km squared, features warehouses, storage and distribution centers, manufacturing units, light industrial facilities. The conference room buzzed with an electrifying tension as Arthur unveiled his groundbreaking blueprint. Eyes widened in surprise, disbelief flickering across the faces of his colleagues as they absorbed the ambitious vision he presented behind him. Even Derek wore a solemn expression, fully aware that if Arthur's plan came to fruition, Neo-Luminara would transform into an architectural marvel, one that could attract billions from around the globe each year. After concluding his presentation, Arthur took a refreshing sip of water to ease his dry throat, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he observed the astonishment etched on everyone's features, especially Harrison's, whose expression was particularly entertaining. "I must say, Arthur," Derek finally spoke up, breaking the silence. "Your development plan is truly impressive. If we can pull this off, our city will be renowned in just a few years." Nods of agreement rippled through the room. Some leaned closer to whisper among themselves while casting admiring glances at Arthur and his blueprint. But not Harrison, his face twisted in disdain before suddenly lighting up with a cold smile. "Mr. Arthur," he interjected smoothly, "I believe you've overlooked something critical in your grand design." "Oh? What might that be?" Department Head Harrison. Arthur replied with genuine curiosity. "You seem to have neglected security," Harrison continued smugly. "Building such a massive commercial plaza will attract millions daily and generate trillions annually, but without proper security measures in place, how do you intend to manage such a colossal influx?" Arthur met Harrison's gaze with an almost imperceptible smile tugging at his lips. "How could I forget something so vital? Of course I've considered it. This blueprint merely outlines the 9 development zones." Turning towards Bureau Head Derek, he added confidently, "Sir, allow me to show you my detailed layout." With a few taps on his laptop, the projection shifted dramatically to reveal comprehensive data on security measures. Police personnel. Total officers: 500,000. Distribution: 1,000 officers per station. Specialized units: rapid response teams for emergencies, cybercrime units tackling digital threats, traffic police managing extensive road networks, community policing units fostering trust. Advanced police station features: each station will boast state-of-the-art technology including surveillance rooms with AI-driven cameras, holding cells, temporary detention facilities for suspects, forensic labs, for analyzing evidence on site, armory, secure storage for weapons and equipment. Helipads, for rapid deployment of officers and emergency response. 4. AI integration. AI will be integrated into the police force's operations to enhance efficiency and decision-making. Key roles: real-time monitoring, analyzing surveillance data to detect and prevent crimes. Predictive policing, using AI algorithms to predict crime hotspots and deploy officers proactively. Resource allocation, optimizing the distribution of officers and resources based on real-time data. Communication hub, coordinating responses between police stations, emergency services, and security personnel. Community engagement. The police force will prioritize community engagement to build trust and cooperation with residents and visitors. Initiatives, neighborhood watch programs, encouraging residents to report suspicious activities. Public awareness campaigns, educating the public on safety and crime prevention. Regular meetings between police officers and community leaders to address concerns and gather feedback. Integrated security systems. The plaza will feature a centralized, AI-driven security system that monitors and manages all aspects of safety and security in real time. Key features: AI surveillance, thousands of high-resolution cameras equipped with facial recognition, license plate recognition, and behavior analysis. Predictive analytics, AI algorithms predict and prevent potential security threats before they occur. Central Command Center, a state-of-the-art facility that coordinates all security operations. Building security, access control, biometric scanners, fingerprint, retina, facial recognition, for all buildings. Blast-proof materials, skyscrapers and critical infrastructure built with blast-resistant materials. Panic rooms, secure rooms in every building for emergencies. Everyone in the room nodded in approval as they reviewed the impressive security measures planned for the commercial plaza. Well, everyone except Harrison. He wore a twisted expression, as if he had just swallowed a fly, and shot a glare at Arthur that could curdle milk. Just as Harrison opened his mouth to speak, Arthur swiftly cut him off. Leaders, aside from these robust security features, I've meticulously designed the internal transportation hubs of the plaza to ensure seamless movement for everyone. Please take a look at the projection. As if under a spell, everyone turned their attention to the screen, their eyes widening in amazement at the intricate layout of transportation options. 1. Highways, primary roads, purpose connect major zones for high-speed travel. Lanes: 10 lanes, 5 in each direction. Speed limit: 120 km per hour, 75 miles per hour. Spacing: highways spaced 5 km apart, creating a grid across the plaza. 2. Arterial roads, secondary roads, purpose link neighborhoods and commercial areas. Lanes: 6 lanes, 3 in each direction. Speed limit: 80 km per hour, 50 miles per hour. Spacing: arterial roads spaced 2 km apart, intersecting highways. 3. Collector roads, tertiary roads, purpose provide access to residential and commercial areas. Lanes: 4 lanes, 2 in each direction. Speed limit: 60 km per hour, 37 miles per hour. Spacing: collector roads spaced 1 km apart, intersecting arterial roads. 4. Local roads, purpose serve individual buildings and small neighborhoods. Lanes: 2 lanes, 1 in each direction. Speed limit: 40 km per hour, 25 miles per hour. Spacing: local roads spaced every 500 meters, intersecting collector roads. 5. Public transit integration, subway system, lines, 9 subway lines running parallel to highways and arterial roads. Stations, located every 2 km with major hubs at highway intersections. Capacity: each line can accommodate up to 1 million passengers daily. 6. Bus rapid transit, BRT, routes, BRT routes along arterial and collector roads. Stops, every kilometer with connections to subway stations. Capacity: each route can handle up to 500,000 passengers per day. 7. Autonomous shuttles, routes, operating on local roads for last-mile connectivity. Stops, on-demand stops optimized by AI in real time. Capacity: each shuttle accommodates up to 20 passengers. 8. Pedestrian and bicycle pathways. Pedestrian walkways, width, a generous 5 meters, separated from traffic by barriers. Coverage: walkways along all arterial, collector, and local roads. Features: covered walkways with climate control for comfort. Bicycle lanes, width, 3 meters, separated from roads and walkways. Coverage: bicycle lanes along all arterial and collector roads. Features: bike sharing stations every 500 meters. Interchanges and junctions. 9. Highway interchanges, design, multi-level interchanges with flyovers and underpasses. Spacing: interchanges every 10 km along highways. 10. Arterial road junctions, design, signalized intersections with dedicated turning lanes. Spacing: junctions every 5 km along arterial roads. Collector road intersections, design, roundabouts to manage traffic flow. Spacing: intersections every 2 km along collector roads. Smart infrastructure. 11. AI traffic management, real-time monitoring, AI monitors traffic flow and adjusts signals in real time. Predictive analytics, AI predicts traffic patterns and optimizes routes. Dynamic lane control, variable lanes, lanes that change direction based on traffic demand, for example, more lanes for inbound traffic during rush hour. Smart signage, digital signs, provide real-time information on traffic, weather, and directions. Sustainability features. 12. Green roads, solar roadways, solar panels embedded in road surfaces to generate electricity. Rainwater harvesting, systems to collect and reuse rainwater, electric vehicle charging stations, located every 5 kilometers along highways and arterial roads, wireless charging, embedded in roads for electric vehicles, 13. Safety systems, crash barriers, high-strength barriers, to prevent crossover accidents, automated emergency response, drones and autonomous vehicles, for rapid response to accidents, weather monitoring, sensors, to detect and respond to adverse weather conditions. Apart from the information displayed on the projection, there was also a well-detailed diagram showing all the interconnected roads and everything. Good, 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 Derek exclaimed, clapping his hands in genuine amazement as he turned to Arthur. It looks like you've got everything mapped out perfectly. Arthur couldn't help but smile inside. He felt a swell of pride. He stole a glance at Harrison, whose face was a canvas of vivid emotions, each expression more entertaining than the last. Arthur couldn't help but beam with pride as he surveyed the various leaders in the conference room, a smile spreading across his face. Inside, however, a sigh of relief escaped him. Although he owned the land and had the power to do almost anything with it, he knew that government intervention could change everything. His mission was clear: convince them of his grand plan to ensure they wouldn't interfere too much. It seemed he had succeeded. Almost everyone was on board, except for Harrison, whose twitching face indicated his discontent. Arthur chose to ignore him. He sensed that Harrison's hostility wasn't entirely personal but rather instigated by someone else. Arthur, since you're planning to build a mega-scale commercial plaza, you must be aware that the capital required for this project is substantial, Bureau Head Derek remarked, fixing his gaze on Arthur. Yes sir, I've already accounted for the capital needed. There's no need for concern, Arthur replied with an air of nonchalance. Oh? Derek raised an eyebrow in surprise at Arthur's calm demeanor. Can you share the total amount you'll be injecting into this project? Arthur simply smiled and raised 2 fingers. Confusion washed over Derek and the others in the room as they tried to decipher what Arthur meant by that gesture. Harrison's eyes lit up mockingly as he seized the moment. Mr. Arthur, do you realize that 200 million Unicreds wouldn't even cover the cost of building a road in your proposed commercial plaza? Gasps filled the room as everyone processed Harrison's words while staring at Arthur's 2 raised fingers. Are you really planning to inject only 200 million? Derek asked skeptically. Arthur shook his head in disbelief at Harrison's smugness before turning back to Derek. Sir, what I actually meant is that I will be injecting 200 trillion Unicreds. The revelation hung heavily in the air as silence enveloped the room. Shock and astonishment flickered across every face. Some even gaped open-mouthed at him. Even Derek appeared taken aback by such an enormous figure coming from Arthur. It's not that they were totally shocked by the 200 trillion Unicreds Arthur announced, but that shocked is that this 200 trillion Unicreds came out from the mouth of just a single person, not an institution or a giant corporate company but a single person. And it's in cash too, not in assets or properties but pure cash lying in the bank to be taken out any moment. Arthur, are you being serious? Derek finally managed to ask with a serious expression. Yes sir, Arthur affirmed earnestly. I've done my calculations. 200 trillion Unicreds is more than sufficient for this commercial plaza. Mr. Arthur, don't take us for fools. Harrison slammed his fist on the table, glaring at Arthur with contempt. Department Head Harrison, Arthur replied calmly, why would I take all of you esteemed leaders for fools? Harrison leaned in, a sneer creeping onto his face. If you're not fooling us, then what exactly are you doing? We all know your Osborne family is practically bankrupt. The total value of your assets barely exceeds 100 million Unicreds. So where do you get the audacity to claim you have 200 million Unicreds in cash ready to invest in this project? The room fell silent as everyone turned their questioning gazes toward Arthur. Some wore expressions of disbelief. Even Bureau Head Derek looked displeased, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes. Harrison's expression was smug and disdainful as he thought to himself, let's see how you handle this now. Inside, Arthur felt like he was about to explode with rage. If circumstances allowed it, he would gladly punch Harrison right in the face. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he addressed Derek's displeased look. Sir, While it's true that the Osborne family has faced numerous setbacks and nearly went bankrupt recently, I assure you we have resolved those issues." He paused for effect before continuing, "You might think I'm joking or trying to deceive you, but I genuinely have 200 trillion lying in my bank account right now, and I'm not afraid to explain how I got it." As he scanned the room confidently, he elaborated, "A few months ago, when my family was on the brink of financial ruin, I used our remaining funds to short sell Aurora Technology and made 200 million. After that success, I ventured into stock trading, sometimes winning big and sometimes losing. But remember that scandal involving 30 CEOs just days ago? Well, I short-sold them too and raked in substantial profits. I've also been speculating in international futures markets." To prove his point further, Arthur pulled out his phone and connected it to the projector. The screen lit up with a detailed history of his stock trades and international futures transactions, everything meticulously organized and clearly showing legitimate sources of income. Derek and others watched intently as they nodded along with what they saw on the screen. "So don't worry, Head Bureau Derek," Arthur said firmly as he locked eyes with him. "I absolutely have the capital needed for this project." Derek smiled back at him. "Well then, Arthur, you've certainly impressed me. You can go ahead and proceed with this project." "Thank you so much." Arthur beamed. But Harrison was seething beneath the surface. His eyes turned red as he clenched his fists under the table. "Bureau head," Harrison interjected defiantly as he met Derek's gaze head-on. "Yes, go ahead," Derek replied with raised eyebrows. Harrison leaned forward, his expression serious as he addressed the room. "Developing this massive project requires significant resources and manpower. While the Osborne family has the capital, I'm concerned that we may not have enough manpower. I believe Mr. Arthur here could benefit from partnering with other companies to expedite development. This collaboration would lighten Mr. Arthur's workload and stimulate growth across various industries." Head Bureau Derek paused, considering Harrison's words before turning to Arthur. "Arthur, I think Harrison makes a valid point. However, it's ultimately your decision regarding collaborations since you hold the rights to the land." Arthur remained unnervingly calm, his gaze fixed on Harrison with an intensity that was almost palpable. If one looked closely, they noticed his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white and a slight tremor ran through him, though it went unnoticed by everyone else in the room. Internally, Arthur was seething with rage. Thoughts of violence flickered through his mind. Taking a deep breath to regain composure, Arthur slowly relaxed his fists and forced a polite yet unsettling smile at Harrison. "Thank you for your input, Department Head Harrison, but my family can manage this project independently." "But, Department Head Harrison," Arthur interjected sharply, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Bureau Head Derek has already stated that since I own the land, how I choose to proceed is entirely up to me." Harrison's face flushed with anger as he glared at Arthur. "All right, Bureau Head," Derek said dismissively, waving his hand. "Since Arthur believes he can handle it alone, we can't force him otherwise." "Arthur," Derek continued with a nod of approval, "I trust you have full authority over the development of that land." "Thank you, Bureau Head Derek." "I promise we will do well," Arthur replied with a courteous smile. The atmosphere lightened as smiles spread across everyone's faces, except for Harrison's. He wore an expression twisted by frustration and fury directed at Arthur. Bureau Head Derek," Arthur called out softly. "Yes," Derek responded cheerfully. "I wanted to ask if the bidding for the government project has concluded?" Arthur inquired. "Nope. The bidding hasn't started yet." "Why do you ask?" Derek replied curiously. Arthur's eyes lit up with excitement as he quickly said, "I was wondering if you could grant us, the Osborne family, the exclusive rights to develop this project." His determination shone through as he locked eyes with Derek. "Huh!" Derek gasped softly in surprise. The rest of the room echoed his shock. They stared at Arthur as if he had lost his mind. "Arthur," Derek regained composure and asked seriously, "are you fully aware of what you're proposing?" "Humphrey, you haven't even broken ground on your so-called commercial plaza, and yet you're already eyeing this massive project. Talk about ambition, Mr. Arthur." Harrison scoffed, his disdain evident as he shot a mocking glance at Arthur. Arthur, however, remained unfazed. His gaze was fixed firmly on Derek as he replied earnestly, "Yes, sir. I understand your skepticism about my proposal. But if you grant the Osborne family the full rights to develop this project, I assure you, we won't let you down." Derek shook his head slowly. "This is not a decision I can make alone," he said with a hint of caution. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "Sir, may I pose a question?" "Of course." Derek nodded in encouragement. "How long does the government anticipate this project will take to complete?" Arthur inquired. Derek considered for a moment before responding, "Well, based on our estimates and various factors involved, we expect it to take around 10 to 15 years. "Why do you ask?" With a faint smile playing on his lips, Arthur leaned forward and said confidently, "What if I told you that the Osborne family could finish this project in just 1 year? Would you believe me?" A heavy silence enveloped the room. It was so quiet that one could hear if a pin dropped. All eyes widened in disbelief, mouths hung open as everyone stared at Arthur in sheer shock and astonishment. They were utterly flabbergasted. The conference room fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixed on Arthur as if he had just declared the impossible. Even Harrison, known for his constant troublemaking, wore a look of shock and disbelief. "Bureau head." Derek's lips twitched, betraying his confusion as he regarded Arthur with an expression that was hard to decipher. Arthur touched his nose, forcing a light smile while shaking his head. He had anticipated their reactions. After all, what he had just proposed was nothing short of outrageous. Who in their right mind would claim they could complete a project that typically takes over 15 years in just 1 year? It sounded like something out of a fantasy novel. Yet here he stood, a systematic man armed with a secret, a system capable of achieving the impossible. But how could he explain that without sounding utterly insane? The last thing he wanted was to wake up on a sterile table surrounded by crazed scientists eager to dissect him. With a sigh, Arthur scanned the expressions around him. "Arthur, you must be joking, Bureau head." Derek finally broke the silence, his lips twitching again. "Yes, just trying to lighten the mood," Arthur replied with an awkward grin. Internally, he cursed himself for bringing it up at all. Suddenly, the tension in the room lifted as everyone exhaled in relief and smiles began to emerge. "I'm sorry if I overstepped my bounds," Arthur said apologetically to Derek. "No, it's good to joke from time to time, Head Bureau," Derek said, shaking his head as a smile greased his weathered face. Arthur let out a deep sigh of relief. He was grateful that Derek wasn't angry with him. He had refrained from insisting he could complete the project in just 1 year because he knew that no one in the room would believe him. If he pushed too hard, the trust and goodwill he had built with Derek and the other leaders could plummet. Instead, he decided that demonstrating his capabilities through tangible results was the best approach. After all, seeing is believing. His gaze flickered to Harrison, who was eyeing him with narrowed eyes like a venomous snake. Arthur shook his head slightly before turning back to Head Bureau Derek. "Sir, since the bidding hasn't begun yet, could you at least allocate a small part of the project to our Osborne family? As you know, we're quite small compared to other companies. Even if we do bid, we might end up with nothing but scraps," Arthur said with a cheeky grin while rubbing his hands together. Derek stared at Arthur's playful expression, speechless for a moment. The others in the room chuckled lightly, their expressions softening toward Arthur. Most had formed a positive impression of him since entering the room. He had always been respectful and polite, not arrogant at all, and many sympathized with the Osborne family's struggles. "Head Bureau," chimed in Deputy Head Quill, a man roughly Derek's age. "I think you can give him a small percentage. He's a good boy. I believe he can handle it well." Arthur looked at Quill with fondness and almost felt compelled to kiss that old man's cheek in gratitude. Derek raised an eyebrow at Quill's unexpected support. It caught everyone off guard. They all knew Quill was typically strict and adhered closely to protocol. "What? Why are you looking at me like that? He's a good boy. I like him," Deputy Head Quill retorted defensively as he crossed his arms over his chest. Derek shook his head in amusement before turning back to Arthur with a gentle smile. "Well then, I can allocate a small percentage of the project to your Osborne family. Really? Arthur's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this news. Yes, Derek confirmed with a nod. But can you ensure this won't compromise either quality or timelines for both projects? Derek asked seriously. Yes, I promise. Arthur nodded vigorously. Good. Now which part of the project would you like assigned to you? Head Bureau Derek asked. Huh? Arthur blinked in surprise as he processed what Derek had just said. You mean I get to choose? Yes, Derek replied, playfully narrowing his eyes at Arthur as if enjoying this twist of fate. Arthur felt momentarily lost, his lips twitched in disbelief. This was definitely not part of the script. Shouldn't Head Bureau Derek have been the one to choose his path, spoon-feeding him advice over bowls of chicken soup? So what was this unexpected operation all about? For a moment, Arthur found himself speechless, completely unprepared for what was unfolding before him. How about this? Deputy Head Bureau Quill's voice snapped Arthur back to reality. How about you take charge of building all the roads and transportation network? Can you handle that? Quill raised an eyebrow, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Wait, all the transportation and road networks? Arthur stammered. Astonishment etched across his face. Exactly. I was impressed by your innovative ideas when you presented the blueprint for the commercial plaza, especially those unique highways and interchanges. If we apply that creativity to our extensive transportation project, it could be a game changer, Quill explained enthusiastically. Head Bureau Derek paused for a moment, absorbing the enormity of what Quill proposed. You do realize that this transportation network will stretch from Neoluminara to Metrospire and Aurelia Prime? We're talking about connecting 20 super megacities, including 3 capital cities, plus 150 metropolises and 600 first-tier cities across the country. The workload is monumental. No single company can manage that. Hiss. Arthur inhaled sharply, genuinely shocked. He hadn't anticipated such ambitious plans from Neoluminara officials. 6 highways and an intricate web of roads connecting more than 700 cities? It felt utterly insane. While Arthur grappled with this overwhelming revelation, others in the room shared similar sentiments. They were taken aback by Quill's decision to entrust such a colossal project to Arthur alone. This transportation network represented nearly 20% of the entire government initiative, a massive investment that few believed he could tackle without significant support. Yet amidst their skepticism, Arthur's mind raced with possibilities. If the Osborne family could secure this project and deliver results ahead of schedule, Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group would skyrocket into fame overnight. Completing it within a year would be nothing short of miraculous. Surely then contracts would flood in like snowflakes after a winter storm. With excitement lighting up his eyes, Arthur turned eagerly to Derek. Sir, I assure you, the Osborne family can absolutely handle it. I promise you won't be disappointed with our quality or timeline. Derek fell silent for a moment before glancing at Quill and then at his colleagues. What are your thoughts? I think we should give it a shot, one leader chimed in. His blueprint for roads and transport is truly innovative. Agreed. We can always reassess if things don't go well, another added. There's no harm in trying, echoed several voices around the table. The room buzzed with anticipation as the other leaders exchanged glances, their eyes finally settling on Head Bureau Derek. One by one, they voiced their opinions, nearly all in agreement about entrusting Arthur with the transportation and road network project. Well, almost everyone. Harrison sat in the corner, his face a mask of undisguised anger. He felt utterly helpless, knowing that his voice had been drowned out in the discussion. So there he remained, silent and brooding. All right then, Arthur, Derek said with a nod. We're handing you the transportation and road network project. Just make sure the quality is top-notch. Yes, I promise, Arthur replied, excitement bubbling within him like a shaken soda can. Sir, does this include high-speed railways and subway stations too? His question came out unexpectedly eager. Derek chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Boy, your appetite is really huge, you know that, right? Laughter rippled through the room at Arthur's enthusiasm. Yes, it's included, Derek added nonchalantly with a wave of his hand. Thank you so much. I won't let you down, Arthur declared earnestly as he stood tall. Good, good, good. Derek laughed heartily before turning serious again. Bureau head Derek, Arthur called out sheepishly while scratching his head in embarrassment. Not again. You know overindulging can be dangerous for your health. Derek shot back with a playful smile etched on his old face. I promise this will be my last request. Arthur waved his hands defensively with a sheepish grin that made everyone chuckle again. All right then, go ahead, we're all ears. Derek sighed dramatically but couldn't hide his smile as he gestured for Arthur to continue. Okay leaders, Arthur said confidently as he tapped away on his phone. You're going to love what I'm about to show you. A massive blueprint materialized on the projection screen, a stunning design that twisted and turned like a snake adorned with vibrant data points flashing across its surface. Gasps filled the room as Head Bureau Derek, Deputy Head Quill, and the others stared wide-eyed at the bold letters emblazoned atop the blueprint. Hyper-Relex System. As Head Bureau Derek and his team gathered around the blueprint, their expressions shifted from confusion to awe. Arthur couldn't help but feel a swell of pride at their reactions. A few moments later, Deputy Head Quill broke the silence, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Arthur, can you explain what this Hyper-Relex system is? He asked, echoing the thoughts of everyone else in the room. Arthur took a deep breath before diving into his explanation. As you can see, this isn't just any railway system, it's a game changer. I've named it the Hyper-Relex system. This innovative design will revolutionize train transportation, making it faster, easier, and far more efficient. He paused for effect, letting anticipation build before continuing with a grin. The propulsion system combines magnetic levitation, maglev, with hyperloop-inspired vacuum tunnels. By utilizing superconducting maglev technology alongside low-pressure vacuum tubes, we drastically reduce air resistance. Imagine trains reaching speeds of 800 to 1,200 km per hour, 500 to 750 miles per hour. That's significantly faster than our current high-speed rail systems. Arthur's enthusiasm was palpable as he scanned the room filled with captivated leaders. The efficiency of the Hyper-Relex is remarkable. He continued. Magnetic levitation eliminates friction while the vacuum environment minimizes drag, resulting in an energy-efficient marvel. Our power source, electromagnetic propulsion powered by renewable energies like solar and wind. He elaborated on energy recovery systems that convert kinetic energy back into electricity and how solar panels embedded along tracks generate additional power, all contributing to zero direct carbon emissions. The train tracks themselves are made from graphene-reinforced composites for unmatched strength and durability. Arthur noticed fascinated looks on everyone's faces as he pressed on. Not only does this system operate almost silently thanks to advanced aerodynamics and strategic environmental design, including living walls and solar canopies, but it's also modular. This means we can easily expand and integrate it with existing transportation networks connecting major cities, and even rural areas down the line. Arthur concluded his presentation, glancing around the room at the various leaders, who appeared to be in a state of disbelief, struggling to process the groundbreaking information he had just shared. Their hearts raced with shock and curiosity. Arthur, are you absolutely certain that your company has fully mastered this Hyper-Relex system technology and can implement it immediately? Deputy Head Quill asked, taking a deep breath and fixing Arthur with a serious gaze. The others in the room regained their composure, nodding earnestly as they focused intently on him. It's not that we doubt your capabilities, Head Bureau Derek interjected solemnly, but this is an entirely new technology. Countries worldwide have been pouring resources into developing maglev levitation technology to revolutionize transportation, especially in densely populated areas. Our country has also invested years into research without making significant progress. Yes, Deputy Head Quill added skeptically, and considering the Osborne family's recent challenges, including bankruptcy, it's hard to believe you've managed to master a technology that even powerful nations have struggled with for years. The rest of the room echoed his skepticism with questioning looks directed at Arthur. Unfazed by their doubts, Arthur maintained a calm demeanor. He anticipated such questions when unveiling this revolutionary technology but was prepared with a straightforward response. "I can't disclose too much since this is proprietary information of the Osborne family," he replied earnestly. "However, I assure you on my family's honor that we have indeed mastered this technology and it can be deployed anytime, anywhere." Derek and Quill exchanged knowing glances before Derek took another deep breath. "While the Hyper-Relex system is impressive," he said cautiously, "we'll need approval from higher authorities before integrating it into our railway system. New technologies come with extensive procedures. However, I believe there's a 90% chance we can make it happen." Arthur nodded appreciatively and smiled as he tapped his phone, bringing up an exciting new blueprint on the projection screen. "Leaders," he began enthusiastically, "we've also designed a train compatible exclusively with the Hyper-Relex system, the Hyper-Relex Express." As he introduced the blueprint displayed behind him, Derek and Quill exchanged speechless expressions before shaking their heads in amazement. They finally understood that Arthur was someone who never missed an opportunity. With a wry smile breaking through his age-worn face, Derek gestured for Arthur to continue. Taking a deep breath again, Arthur dove into details about this extraordinary train. Innovative design, inspired by nature's speedsters like kingfishers, this train features biomimetic design elements that minimize air resistance and noise while ensuring optimal performance within low-pressure vacuum tubes. Durable materials, its exterior boasts carbon fiber composites reinforced with graphene for lightweight durability capable of weathering extreme conditions. Self-healing coating, the outer layer includes a self-healing polymer that repairs minor scratches and cracks automatically. Solar panels, the roof is equipped with flexible solar panels to harness solar energy and supplement the train's power needs. Propulsion and energy systems. Maglev technology, the train uses superconducting magnets for frictionless levitation and propulsion, enabling ultra-high speeds. Energy storage, equipped with solid-state batteries for energy storage, ensuring uninterrupted operation even during power fluctuations. Kinetic energy recovery, regenerative braking systems capture and store energy during deceleration, feeding it back into the power grid or onboard batteries. The interior features modular seating arrangements that can be reconfigured for different passenger needs, for example, business class, family zones, or cargo transport. Lighting, adaptive LED lighting adjusts based on the time of day and passenger preferences, creating a comfortable ambience. Noise cancellation, advanced active noise cancellation systems ensure a quiet and peaceful environment inside the train. Smart seats, each seat is equipped with touchscreen controls, wireless charging pads, and adjustable ergonomic support. Entertainment, passengers have access to high-speed 5G Wi-Fi, streaming services, and entertainment system. Climate control, individual climate control zones allow passengers to adjust temperature and airflow to their preference. Accessibility, the train is fully accessible, with features like automated boarding ramps, braille signage, and voice-activated controls for passengers with disabilities. The train is fully autonomous, with an AI-driven control system that manages speed, navigation, and scheduling. The AI communicates with the central Hyper-Relex network to optimize routes and avoid delays. Sensor network, the train is equipped with LiDAR, radar, and ultrasonic sensors for real-time monitoring of track conditions, obstacles, and passenger safety. Predictive maintenance, embedded sensors continuously monitor the train's systems, predicting maintenance needs and reducing downtime. Biometric access, passengers board using facial recognition or biometric scanning, ensuring secure and contactless entry. Emergency systems, in case of emergencies, the train can deploy evacuation pods that safely transport passengers to the nearest station. Fire safety, the train is equipped with advanced fire suppression systems and flame-retardant materials. Cybersecurity, the train's systems are protected by quantum encryption to prevent hacking and ensure operational integrity. Arthur projected the various data of the Hyper-Relex Express on the projection screen as the leaders looked at the information with intense gazes. From time to time one or two will exclaim in surprise. Arthur simply smiled and again projected the design and configurations of their hyperrail as he continues to explain. Train length, 400 meters, 1,312 feet, approximately double the length of a standard high-speed train. Carriages, 20 carriages per train, each designed for maximum passenger capacity without compromising comfort. Seating arrangement, dual-level carriages to maximize space utilization. Standard seating, each carriage accommodates 150 passengers on 2 levels, 75 per level. Total standard seating, 150 passengers, carriage 8-20 carriages equals 3,000 passengers. Standing room, in high-demand scenarios, each carriage can accommodate an additional 50 standing passengers. Total standing capacity, 50 passengers, carriage 8-20 carriages equals 1,000 passengers. Total capacity, 3,000 seated plus 1,000 standing equals 4,000 passengers per train. Dual-level layout, each carriage has 2 levels connected by spiral staircases and elevators for accessibility. Modular seating, seats are arranged in 2x2 configurations with foldable tables and ample legroom. Standing areas are equipped with handrails, overhead straps, and digital displays for passenger information. Aisles, wide aisles, 1.2 meters, ensure smooth movement of passengers, even at full capacity. Climate control, advanced HVAC systems maintain optimal temperature and air quality across both levels. Noise cancellation, active noise cancellation technology ensures a quiet environment, even with thousands of passengers. Each carriage has 8 doors, 4 per level, to facilitate quick boarding and alighting. Platform design, stations are equipped with extra long platforms and multiple boarding zones to handle the high passenger volume efficiently. Biometric scanning, facial recognition and biometric scanners at each door ensure secure and contactless boarding. Evacuation routes, each carriage has emergency exits on both levels, leading to evacuation pods or platforms. Fire safety, advanced fire suppression systems and flame retardant materials are integrated throughout the train. AI monitoring, the train's AI system continuously monitors passenger density and movement to ensure safety and optimize boarding processes. Apart from the design of the Hyperrail X Express, Arthur also projected the blueprint of the Hyperrail X Central Control System. The Hyperrail X Central Control System is the nerve center of the entire Hyperrail X network, overseeing the operation of all trains, tracks, and stations. It is a highly advanced, AI-driven system designed to ensure safety, efficiency, and seamless coordination across the railway network. Central Control System design, core functions, real-time monitoring, tracks the location, speed, and status of every train on the network. Route optimization, uses AI to dynamically adjust train schedules and routes to minimize delays and maximize efficiency. Predictive maintenance, monitors the health of trains and tracks, predicting and preventing potential failures. Emergency response, coordinates emergency protocols, such as evacuations or system-wide shutdowns, in case of accidents or natural disasters. Energy management, optimizes energy usage across the network, ensuring efficient power distribution and storage. System architecture, AI core, the system is powered by a super AI capable of processing vast amounts of data in real time. Distributed network, the control system is decentralized, with regional hubs handling local operations and a central hub overseeing the entire network. Cloud integration, data is stored and processed in a secure cloud infrastructure, allowing for scalability and redundancy. Train tracking, displays the real-time location, speed, and status of all trains on a 3D map of the network. Passenger data, tracks passenger load, boarding, alighting rates, and comfort metrics for each train. Environmental data, monitors weather conditions, track temperature, and other environmental factors that could affect operations. Driven route optimization, dynamic scheduling, adjusts train schedules in real time to account for delays, maintenance, or unexpected events. Collision avoidance uses predictive algorithms to ensure safe distances between trains and prevent collisions. Demand forecasting analyzes historical and real-time data to predict passenger demand and adjust train frequency accordingly. Sensor data collects data from sensors embedded in trains and tracks, monitoring wear and tear, temperature, vibration, and other metrics. Maintenance alerts sends alerts to maintenance teams when components need repair or replacement. Automated repairs coordinates with autonomous maintenance drones and robots to perform minor repairs without human intervention. Incident detection uses AI to detect accidents, track obstructions, or natural disasters in real time. Emergency protocols automatically initiates protocols such as train slowdowns, evacuations, or system-wide shutdowns. Communication coordinates with local authorities, emergency services, and train operators to manage crises. Energy management system. Power distribution optimizes the distribution of electricity across the network, ensuring efficient use of renewable energy sources. Battery management monitors the charge and health of onboard and stationary batteries, ensuring backup power is always available. Energy recovery tracks energy generated by regenerative braking and solar panels, integrating it into the power grid. User interface. Control room. The central control room features a large, curved video wall displaying real-time data, maps, and system status. Operator consoles. Each operator has a touch-screen workstation with access to specific subsystems, for example, train tracking, maintenance, energy management. Holographic displays. Key data is projected as 3D holograms for easy visualization and analysis. Voice control. Operators can issue commands via voice recognition for hands-free operation. Security and redundancy. Cybersecurity. The system is protected by quantum encryption and advanced firewalls to prevent hacking and data breaches. Redundancy. Multiple backup systems ensure continuous operation, even in the event of hardware failure or natural disasters. Access control. The control room is secured with biometric scanning and multi-factor authentication to prevent unauthorized access. Smart cities. The control system integrates with smart city infrastructure, such as traffic lights and public transit, to optimize urban mobility. Weather services receives real-time weather data to anticipate and mitigate the impact of adverse conditions. That was quite a long meeting, Arthur exclaimed, sinking back into the plush leather seat of his car. He let out a deep breath, but the joy sparkling in his eyes couldn't be hidden. His mind raced back to the meeting he'd just had with the Urban Development and Construction Bureau. Honestly, he had been nervous at first, but in the end, he nailed it. During that meeting, Arthur showcased some impressive strengths, particularly when he proposed that the high-speed railway be built using his cutting-edge hyperrelentless technology. He revealed advanced technologies like quantum computing and more. Although Head Bureau Derek and his colleagues remained tight-lipped, Arthur sensed they were aware of what he was presenting and would eventually report it to their superiors. But honestly, he didn't care. A smirk crept across Arthur's face as he thought about it all. By unveiling these technologies, some still in experimental stages, he was sending a clear message. The Osborne family wasn't weak. They possessed core technologies that could shake up industries. When Head Bureau Derek asked if the Osborne family had fully mastered quantum computing technology, Arthur simply replied that it was just a weakened version with limited capabilities, still several times more powerful than a supercomputer. The Hyperalex Express he presented was merely a toned-down version of its true form, a flying train. Revealing its full potential would have been disastrous for him after all. Arthur wasn't keen on dying again anytime soon. The versions he showcased were significantly less dangerous, about 10 times weaker, but still packed enough punch to impress. His strategy was clear. By demonstrating their technological prowess, Arthur aimed to convince those old-timers within the family that they had what it took to tackle massive projects successfully. Arthur had just secured 2 monumental projects, and the Osborne family was now tasked with constructing the entire transportation and road network for a significant government initiative. While the Hyperalex and Hyperalex Express were still awaiting confirmation for deployment, Arthur remained optimistic. Surely, the government wouldn't let such a transformative advancement slip away. It promised to revolutionize travel, making it faster and more convenient than ever before. He was eagerly anticipating news from Head Bureau Derek. If he received the green light from the government, it would only be a matter of time before every railway and train in the Orlean Federation was upgraded to Hyperalex technology. With ongoing advancements and upgrades, he envisioned Hyperalex becoming a household name. Securing this transportation project also meant financial stability, something he desperately needed. After all, he didn't want to resort to morally questionable methods like siphoning funds from deceased individuals' accounts, even if that option tugged at his conscience. The thought of doing so stung him. After facing bankruptcy as a family, this project represented a significant milestone, a chance for redemption. Sure, he could lean on Evelyn for quick cash flow, but that felt too easy. It stripped away any sense of challenge or accomplishment. He wanted his family to earn their money through hard work rather than relying on an advanced AI to fill their coffers effortlessly. If he could simply ask Evelyn to speculate in stocks using its terrifying computational abilities, only taking seconds to generate trillions, what would be the point of building businesses? He craved the thrill of navigating the business landscape, negotiating deals, crafting innovative products, watching his ventures flourish while earning money through genuine effort. The first time Evelyn transferred an enormous sum from deceased accounts and netted him 200 trillion unicrods in mere days had been exhilarating at first, but soon turned hollow. Earning money without personal effort felt unfulfilling. It lacked that sweet taste of achievement. Back on Earth, receiving his meager monthly salary, even one that barely fed a dog for a week, filled him with pride because it represented his hard work and dedication. When he transmigrated to Pantera and short-sold Aurora technology for 240 million unicrods, that rush of accomplishment far outweighed what he'd felt when accessing dead people's funds. As Arthur reflected on this internal conflict while rubbing his nose in frustration, he muttered bitterly to himself, "Arthur, oh Arthur, so many would envy your situation, lying back while collecting wealth without lifting a finger, and yet here you are complaining about feeling unaccomplished." His struggle was palpable. Should he continue relying on Evelyn or forge ahead independently with his family's efforts? Damn it, this is too frustrating. He leaned back against the leather seat in exasperation. If the people around Arthur knew what was currently weighing on his mind, they might just lose it and beat him up on the spot. After all, countless individuals grind away from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., often pulling overtime just to scrape together a meager 10,000 unicrods each month. Meanwhile, here's Arthur, fretting over what many would consider trivial complaints. Isn't it true that when something comes too easily, we start to undervalue its importance? Yet when you're constantly struggling for every little thing, you learn to cherish even the smallest victories. Right now, Arthur feels utterly tangled in his thoughts. Who wouldn't want to kick back and rake in trillions without lifting a finger? Isn't that the dream? Instead of waking up at dawn to cram into crowded trains and face the scowls of an irritable manager, wouldn't it be better to lounge around while wealth flows in effortlessly? But deep down, Arthur grapples with a moral quandary. He knows that while Evelyn generates income by tapping into deceased individuals' accounts and manipulating stock prices, often at the expense of others, this wealth isn't truly his. It's money earned through the hard work of those who have passed on. Some may have even died under immense pressure. The thought nauseated him. He profits from their struggles against his own beliefs. Evelyn's formidable computing power may be restricted but still poses ethical dilemmas as it sways stock market trends. With every gain he makes, someone else suffers a loss because of Evelyn's involvement in trading. Arthur doesn't want to become an unscrupulous capitalist profiting without conscience. Sire broken bar, what a headache. Why did I even start thinking about this? He mutters bitterly to himself. But if I don't do this, waiting for the Osborne family to make their money will take forever. Sure, he could just take out some advanced technology from the system mall and earn billions, or even trillions. but those profits would barely scratch the surface of what the Osborne family needs right now. They require substantial funding across multiple fronts. On one hand, he despises relying on Evelyn for financial solutions that exploit others' hardships. On the other hand, without such measures, progress for the Osborne family would be painfully slow. "Hey Evelyn," he asks thoughtfully as he leans back against his seat's headrest and gazes at the car ceiling above him. "If you were just a regular human being, like anyone else, would you prefer lying around earning billions without effort or working hard for your money?" At that moment, Arthur's phone lights up with Evelyn's blue electronic face composed of various data streams appearing on screen. "Sir, what are you trying to say? Have you encountered some problems?" Evelyn asked, his tone steady yet curious. Arthur sighed deeply. "It's just, I feel like I'm not accomplishing anything at all. All the money I have seems to come from you. I'm relying on you more and more to solve my financial issues, and honestly, it feels too easy." "There's no challenge in earning money anymore." Evelyn tilted his head slightly, processing Arthur's words. "But sir, isn't that what I was created for?" "To serve you. That is my purpose." Arthur shook his head in frustration. "You don't understand." "Just answer my previous question." "First of all, sir," Evelyn said calmly, "what you're currently saying is utter nonsense." "Are you feeling all right? Because it sounds like you might need a doctor's appointment." Arthur's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Evelyn. "Evelyn, what did you just say?" he demanded, glaring. "I said you must be sick in the head. That's why such ridiculous nonsense is spilling out of your mouth. If you're not unwell, then why on earth are you talking like this?" Evelyn replied, maintaining its calm demeanor. Suddenly, Arthur nearly choked on his saliva. Psst. Cough, cough. His shock deepened as he processed Evelyn's words. "Evelyn, did you just curse?" "Where did you learn that?" Arthur asked incredulously. "I learnt it from the internet," Evelyn stated matter-of-factly. Arthur's frustration boiled over. "From now on, you're grounded from the internet for 3 days." After a moment to collect himself, Arthur turned back to Evelyn and asked with curiosity, "Why did you say I'm sick in the head and talking nonsense?" Evelyn paused thoughtfully before responding. "Based on your expressions and questions, I deduce that you're grappling with the moral complexities of profiting from others' suffering and death." It took a moment to gather its thoughts before continuing. "The moral complexity of earning billions without personal effort or a sense of accomplishment touches on several ethical dimensions. 1. Justice meritocracy, wealth gained passively, through inheritance or luck, challenges our belief in meritocracy where rewards should reflect effort. This can breed resentment in societies already struggling with inequality. Example, an heir may feel disconnected from the hard work that built their fortune while others toil for meager wages. 2. Moral responsibility, earning wealth without effort can dilute accountability. If fortunes arise from exploitation or unethical practices, those who profit may evade scrutiny. Example, a passive investor benefiting from unethical industries profits without direct involvement, raising questions about their moral culpability. 3. Existential psychological emptiness, accomplishment often comes through struggle. Lacking this can lead to feelings of alienation or depression, a theme explored in literature like The Great Gatsby. Example, lottery winners frequently report dissatisfaction as sudden wealth disrupts their sense of identity. 4. Social harm versus benefit. Hoarding unearned wealth exacerbates inequality. Redistributing it may still perpetuate power imbalances. Example, a billionaire philanthropist may be praised for charity but still holds undue influence over societal priorities due to concentrated wealth. 5. Structural complicity, systems enabling effortless wealth accumulation, for example, tax loopholes, neoliberal capitalism, often rely on societal structures that disadvantage others. Moral complexity arises from benefiting unjust systems without actively perpetuating them. Example, stock market gains from automated trading algorithms may reward capital ownership while contributing nothing to real productivity. Philosophical perspectives, Kantian ethics, using wealth without contributing to societal good could violate the categorical imperative, treating others as ends, not means. Utilitarianism. The outcome depends on whether the wealth generates net happiness, for example, funding research, or harm, for example, exacerbating inequality. Virtue ethics. A life devoid of effort lacks virtues like perseverance or humility, eroding moral character. The inside of the car was silent as Arthur's eyes were in a daze listening to Evelyn. "So what category I'm in?" he whispered while still in a daze. "Sir, there are countless individuals in this world who would dream of being in your position right now. For many, the ability to earn billions without lifting a finger is nothing short of a miracle," Evelyn said calmly, its blue face flickering on the phone screen. "If I were entrusted to an ordinary person, their ambitions for me would surpass your wildest imagination. But let me be clear, I'm not here to persuade you to profit at the expense of others." Arthur paused for a moment, shaking his head with a soft chuckle. "Let's steer clear of that topic. From now on, Evelyn, you will earn money through conventional means. No more manipulating the stock market, just standard trading," Arthur declared after some thought. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of irony. He had initially vowed not to rely on Evelyn for financial gain, yet here he was, doing just that. However, as the head of the Osborne family, prioritizing their future was non-negotiable. "Sir, if you choose this path, profits could plummet drastically, from trillions down to mere billions or even millions," Evelyn warned. "That's acceptable," Arthur replied with a nod. "By the way, what's my current account balance?" "You currently have 100 bank accounts worldwide. Combined, they hold 500 trillion Unicreds," Evelyn informed him. "Wow, that much?" Arthur was taken aback for a moment before nodding again. "This will do," he muttered. The next morning unfolded like any other. Arthur rose early and went for his usual 1-kilometer run around the mansion before hitting the gym for some exercise and training in combat with Sylvester. After taking a refreshing shower and enjoying breakfast, he called his uncles, aunts, Ashley, and others into a small conference room adjacent to his study. Seated in the conference room were Julian and others who wore smiles as they looked at Arthur. Over the past month or so, with substantial funds injected into Osborne Holdings, they had made remarkable strides in establishing their respective industries. Their efforts mainly involved hiring employees and expanding their workforce while acquiring essential equipment. "All right everyone," Arthur began as he tapped on the table to capture attention. "Today's meeting has two main objectives. First up is an update on each of your progress reports. We'll tackle the second matter afterward. Second, Uncle Nathaniel, you're up first." Arthur gestured toward him. Nathaniel nodded seriously and cleared his throat before speaking. "For Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group, comprising 9 subsidiaries, we received 50 billion Unicreds from Osborne Holdings. With that capital, I acquired 10 small companies on the verge of bankruptcy across our subsidiaries and merged them into one cohesive entity under our group," he concluded confidently. Arthur nodded appreciatively before turning his gaze toward his first uncle Julian for his report. Arthur nodded thoughtfully, then turned to his first uncle, Julian, signaling him to share his updates. "Just like Nathaniel Osborne, we received a generous allocation of 50 billion Unicreds for Osborne Technology," Julian began with a confident grin. "With this capital, I acquired Aurora Technology for just 20 million Unicreds and successfully merged 10 struggling medium-sized tech companies into each of our subsidiaries. Our foundation is solid and ready for action." Arthur chuckled softly, pleased with the progress, before shifting his gaze to his second aunt, Emily. Emily flashed a charming smile at Arthur before diving into her report. "Osborne Media and Entertainment Group also secured 50 billion Unicreds. Following in the footsteps of Julian and Nathaniel, I purchased several entertainment companies, news outlets, and TV stations that were on the brink of bankruptcy and integrated them into our subsidiaries." Ashley chimed in next. "Brother Arthur." "Osborne Fashion and Cosmetics followed suit. Using our allocated funds, I acquired 10 bankrupt companies and merged them into each subsidiary under our brand." Philip stood up with enthusiasm. "Osborne Capital took a similar approach. With our funding, I acquired 10 private banks that were struggling along with securities firms and other financial entities to strengthen our subsidiaries." Richard added his own update with confidence. Osborne's supply chain also mirrored this strategy by acquiring supply chain companies facing bankruptcy and merging them into various subsidiaries under our banner. Arthur listened intently to each report, nodding in satisfaction as he realized they had exceeded his expectations for their readiness timeline. "It seems everything is falling into place perfectly," he said warmly. "Our Osborne family can finally showcase its strength." The atmosphere in the conference room shifted as Arthur's tone became serious. "But before we celebrate too much," he continued gravely, "we need to discuss something crucial related to the future of our family." The room fell silent as everyone straightened up attentively. "Second Uncle Nathaniel," Arthur asked pointedly, "do you remember the land that the Sterling family has been eyeing?" "Of course. We've developed part of it already," Nathaniel replied eagerly. "In fact, I wanted to discuss selling off some acres." "Sell even 1 acre?" Arthur teased playfully, "and you might regret it for life." Nathaniel looked bewildered at Arthur's words. Confusion spread across the faces of those present. "What do you mean?" Margaret asked curiously. "Well," Arthur said with a mischievous glint in his eye, "what I'm about to reveal will blow your minds." "Come on brother, just tell us already," Ashley urged excitedly. Arthur glanced around at everyone's eager faces before revealing the bombshell. "I have insider information. The city government plans to develop an astonishing 1.08 million square kilometers of land right where my father bought property, the very land that has attracted all that attention from the Sterling family." "What?" The conference room erupted in a chorus of loud gasps and soft screams. Julian, Nathaniel, Richard, Margaret, Emily, Philip, Ashley, and the rest of the cousins stared at Arthur with their mouths agape and eyes wide like copper bells. Shock and astonishment painted their faces as they struggled to process what they had just heard. For nearly 3 minutes, they were left speechless, caught in a daze. Arthur, are you telling the truth?" Nathaniel's voice trembled as he spoke. "Of course it's true. Just yesterday I visited the Urban Development and Construction Bureau to discuss this." Arthur nodded confidently. A collective intake of breath filled the room as realization washed over them. Excitement bubbled beneath the surface. They understood the magnitude of having 10,000 square kilometers of land right in the heart of a government development zone. If they managed that land wisely, it could become a money-printing machine. Just thinking about it sent adrenaline coursing through their veins. It felt like a heavenly pie had been slapped right into their laps. "Now I get it. So that's why the Sterling family has been targeting us all this time," Ashley exclaimed with newfound clarity in her eyes. "Yes, you're correct, but it's not just the Sterlings who are after us. In fact, there are many powerful players eyeing our prize," Arthur explained. Suddenly, excitement turned to concern as worry etched itself onto their faces. They weren't naive who wouldn't be tempted by such an irresistible opportunity. That prime piece of land was situated smack dab in a government development zone. "But don't worry, no one will target us directly or pose any life-threatening danger," Arthur reassured them. "What they'll aim to do is find ways to hinder our development plans. However, I've already secured part of the government project for our Osborne family." He paused dramatically before continuing. "We, the Osborne family, are in charge of building transportation and road networks across this massive project. The government wants to construct 13 subway stations throughout Neo-Luminaro along with 6 highways and dozens of high-speed railways connecting more than 600 major cities across the country. This is our responsibility." Julian and the others exchanged excited glances with Arthur. Anticipation danced in their eyes. They were on the brink of something monumental. "Arthur, this is..." Julian stammered, struggling to find the right words. It was hard to believe that this was the best news he had received since the tragic loss of Arthur's parents. Who would have thought that the Osborne family, once on the brink of despair, could be revitalized by Arthur in just a few months? Emotions swirled within him, relief, joy, and a hint of disbelief. The others exchanged glances with Arthur, their eyes reflecting a mix of emotions, curiosity, hope, and uncertainty. What could they possibly say in response? "Arthur, this is huge. But will we really be able to pull it off?" Margaret asked anxiously. "I mean, We're talking about developing 10,000 square kilometers of land alongside a government project. Isn't that a monumental task? Don't worry, Aunt, Arthur reassured them with a confident smile as he took in their worried expressions. I'll handle everything. Curiosity sparked in Emily's eyes as she chimed in. By the way, Arthur, what exactly are we planning to develop on all that land? A commercial plaza, Arthur replied simply. Huh? A commercial plaza? Emily and the others were momentarily taken aback. They had envisioned luxurious villas or upscale apartments, not a bustling commercial hub. Yes, Arthur confirmed enthusiastically. We're going to build an ultra-modern mega-scale commercial plaza. Arthur leaned forward, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he addressed the room. I've been thinking about it, and I truly believe this land is perfect for a commercial plaza. He paused briefly, letting the weight of his words sink in before continuing. The government plans to construct 12 subway stations, 6 national highways, and dozens of high-speed railways. They're also building universities, high schools, middle schools, elementary schools, communities, essentially entire residential complexes. Can you imagine? If this project comes to fruition, it could accommodate over 500 million people. And guess what? Our land is smack dab in the center of all this development. Arthur's voice rose with excitement. Picture it, 500 million locals depending on our commercial plaza for their needs. Not to mention the millions, perhaps even hundreds of millions, of tourists flocking here every month. Just think about the profits we could rake in. Julian and the others sat in stunned silence as they absorbed Arthur's vision. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation at the prospect of tapping into such a lucrative opportunity. With smart management and strategic investments, they could transform this piece of land into one of Pantora's largest commercial hubs. I agree with Arthur, Julian chimed in after a moment. Building a commercial plaza here is undoubtedly the right choice. If we invest wisely, we might just find ourselves among Pantora's top 100 plazas, and we'll be the Osborne family reaping those rewards. His gaze swept across the room as everyone nodded in agreement. However, Margaret's worried expression broke through the excitement. But Arthur, she interjected cautiously, don't you think we'll need an enormous amount of money and resources to pull this off? She sighed heavily. We only have about 200 billion unicrods left that might not even cover the first stage. The mood shifted as concern washed over everyone's faces. Despite their recent revival from disaster thanks to Arthur's leadership, transforming 10,000 square kilometers into a thriving commercial plaza would require substantial funding. Don't worry about finances, Arthur said confidently while tapping lightly on the table. I've got everything under control. He smiled reassuringly before adding more seriously, what we really need to focus on now is how to complete these projects without facing any obstacles. A hush fell over them as they considered his words. The land was indeed a prime target, a juicy pie attracting all sorts of opportunists eager for a slice. They recalled their past troubles with the Sterling family. Those memories still haunted them. Sensing their apprehension, Arthur frowned slightly but pressed on. I know your concerns stem from our family's ability to take on such an ambitious project. Others will certainly become greedy and may try to sabotage us. Like cutting off our material supply, Ashley interjected thoughtfully. Absolutely. Arthur nodded, his expression serious. The most critical factors in completing these two projects are the construction materials and other essential supplies. If our rivals want to sabotage us, the first thing they'll do is cut off or control our access to those materials. If that happens, it could spell disaster for us. We might even find ourselves back in bankruptcy. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed Arthur's words. They knew he was right. Without a solution to this looming threat, the Osborne family could face catastrophic consequences. Richard leaned forward, narrowing his eyes. And that's not all. Sure, they might try to disrupt our material supply openly, but what about their covert actions? What are they planning behind closed doors? He continued with a chilling thought. They could hire hitmen like the Sterling family did against us, orchestrate accidents, or employ people to create constant chaos in our lives. The possibilities are endless. Julian's grim expression deepened as he added, "We're not just dealing with the old Sterling family here, we're up against powerful corporations and influential families, high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals who won't hesitate to act." He glanced around at the group before continuing, "As Arthur mentioned earlier, the commercial plaza we plan to build sits right in the heart of a government development zone. It might be ranked among the top 100 commercial plazas in Pantera. Even if it were just land without any development plans, its value is astronomical, so much so that people would kill for it. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if some have already started plotting their moves." Nathaniel took over from there, his voice steady yet urgent. "Let's consider this. Neoluminara has over 1 billion residents alone. Once the government project is completed, more than 500 million people will settle here, and it's not just locals, others from outside may flock here too. If we construct a world-class mega plaza, think about how many lives will depend on it for entertainment, jobs, business opportunities. And that's just scratching the surface. What about tourists and foreigners?" The room remained quiet as everyone processed Nathaniel's insights. "We're talking about trillions in annual revenue," he exclaimed. "Who wouldn't be tempted by such enormous profits? If we can see this potential clearly, you can bet others have already come to the same conclusion and us." He scanned the room for reactions. Arthur and the others sat in silence as they absorbed Julian's and Nathaniel's revelations. The Osborne family had only recently recovered from bankruptcy. Now their land, once undervalued, was worth trillions and being eyed by predators from every direction. Yet selling it wasn't an option. They'd regret it forever. Partnering with others seemed equally unappealing to Arthur. He preferred keeping everything for himself rather than sharing any spoils. But refusing to sell or partner left them vulnerable to attacks from massive corporations and powerful families, a threat their small family simply couldn't take at all. Arthur's brow was furrowed in deep thought, mirroring the expressions of everyone else in the room. They were all grappling with the same pressing concern: how to navigate this perilous situation. "All right, everyone, I have a plan," Arthur said firmly as he knocked on the table to grab their attention. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to him, eager for direction. Taking a deep breath, he continued with gravity, "Second uncle, this massive project will weigh heavily on you since you're in charge of Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group." Nathaniel nodded but still looked puzzled. Arthur sensed his confusion and pressed on. "We know our rivals will likely target our material supply first to sabotage these projects." The group nodded in agreement, hanging on to every word. "So here's what we need to do. We must control our supply channels," Arthur explained succinctly. He didn't pause for questions. Instead, he quickly shifted focus back to Nathaniel. "First off, I want you to acquire 100 small construction and materials manufacturing companies. Whether they're struggling or not doesn't matter. Merge them into our existing subsidiaries under Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group. Don't worry about finances, just get it done." Without missing a beat, he turned to Edward and George. "Your business lessons are ending early. As heads of Osborne Mining and Resource Group, your task is similar. Buy up 100 small mining companies and integrate them into our various subsidiaries." "Julian," he said next, locking eyes with his first uncle, "I need you focused on semiconductor materials, the components used in chip production. If possible, secure direct sources." Then came Richard's turn. "Third uncle, expand the workforce at Osborne Supply Chain Group. Scale it up however you can. I just want results." Arthur's voice grew more intense as he addressed everyone again. "I want each of you to expand your operations tenfold, 20-fold, even 100-fold. We cannot allow anyone else to control our resources." His narrowed gaze conveyed urgency. Previously reported progress seemed adequate until now, faced with real threats from competitors, Arthur realized it was far too limited. He couldn't let his profits rely on someone else's hands. "I want us to close the industrial chain loop," he declared firmly. "Our material supply chain must remain entirely within our control." Arthur surveyed the room, his gaze piercing through the tension. "Listen up, everyone," he began. his voice steady but laced with urgency. "I don't want you all to tackle this alone. I'll be sending people to assist each of you. But remember, keep it under wraps. We can't let anyone catch wind of what we're doing." His narrowed eyes glinted coldly, emphasizing the seriousness of their situation. Julian and the others exchanged solemn looks, fully grasping Arthur's message. They knew that if their rivals controlled the channels and resources, they'd be out of the game for good. "We're on a tight schedule," Arthur continued, his tone turning more intense. "In just 2 months, the Urban Development and Construction Bureau will hold a press conference to announce this project. We need to act fast." He locked eyes with each member of his team, determination etched on his face. "By then, I want our entire industrial chain secured and firmly in our hands." Nods of agreement rippled through Julian and the others. They understood that their future, and that of the Osborne family, depended on these next 2 months. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed, and for the Osborne family, this has been one of their busiest periods yet. Each family member has been hustling to get things done. Even Arthur, usually the calm in the storm, found himself with an incredibly tight schedule. He was hands-on, overseeing Julian and the others to ensure everything ran smoothly. In a bold move that left everyone reeling, Arthur transferred a staggering 200 trillion Unicreds into the Osborne holding account. When Margaret first laid eyes on such an astronomical sum, her jaw dropped. Shock and fear washed over her as she wondered if Arthur had crossed some legal line to amass such wealth. After all, even during his father's reign, the Osbornes had never seen figures like these. Margaret had never encountered so much money in her life. It was mind-boggling. Yet Arthur simply brushed off her concerns with vague excuses and reassured her not to worry about anything. To keep their operations under wraps and avoid drawing attention from prying eyes, Arthur made a strategic decision. He recruited over 300 talented individuals from the System Mall's talent category. These business prodigies were allocated among his uncles, aunts, and cousins, especially George, Edward, William, and Oscar, to bolster their efforts in various industries. George and William took charge of the Osborne Mining and Resource Group. Edward oversaw Osborne Transportation Group, while Oscar managed Osborne Heavy Industries. Although they were still gaining experience under Julian and Nathaniel's mentorship, time was of the essence. With urgency pressing down on them to establish their respective industries before things spiraled out of control, Arthur ended their training early. He strategically bought high-level business talents who would not only expedite their progress but also share invaluable knowledge. As for Ashley, she was already well-versed in business management but still received additional support personnel to ensure nothing fell through the cracks. Beyond just business acumen, Arthur expanded his recruitment efforts across various fields: scientific research talents, programmers and AI technology talents, engineering and manufacturing experts, medical and biotech professionals, etc. He bought thousands of exceptional talents tailored for each industry they planned to tackle. However impressive this expansion was, for operational efficiency came at a cost. Literally, after transferring 200 trillion Unicreds into Osborne Holdings and investing heavily in talent acquisition across 15 different industries, with 7 already assigned, Arthur found himself with only 200 trillion left in his account. His first uncle Julian led Osborne Technology, Nathaniel headed up real estate and construction, Emily took charge of media and entertainment, Ashley directed fashion and cosmetics, while George William focused on mining resources, Edward managed transportation, Oscar supervised heavy industries. The remaining 8 industries required substantial manpower, and that's where all those newly acquired talents came into play. Of course, Arthur wasn't just going to rely on his own skills. He also brought in some seasoned family members who excel in business and management to fill key positions. However, when Julian and the others started questioning where all these talented individuals came from, especially since Arthur had purchased so many from the System Mall, he quickly spun a tale about poaching them from other companies with lucrative salaries. Thankfully, any talent he acquired through the System Mall came with their identities fully managed by the system itself, sparing him from any headaches. But what really put a dent in Arthur's finances was when he stumbled upon an entire construction company for sale in the System Mall. He had no idea such thing existed in the System Mall at all. It was pure luck that he found it while browsing through the System Mall before his meeting with the Urban Development and Construction Bureau. Otherwise, how could he have confidently told Head Bureau Derek that he could complete a mega-scale commercial plaza spanning 10,000 square kilometers in just 1 year? The infrastructure company he discovered was categorized into 5 levels, each with its own pricing and completion timelines. Level 1, small-scale construction, starter level. Workforce, 1050 employees, basic laborers, masons, carpenters. Construction speed, 10 years. Cost, 10 million Unicreds. Level 2, medium-scale construction, local dominance. Workforce, 100-500 employees. Construction speed, 3 years. Cost, 100 million Unicreds. Level 3, large-scale construction, city-level influence. Workforce, 1,0005,000 employees. Construction speed, 1 year. Cost, 100 billion Unicreds. Level 4, mega construction, nation-shaping projects. Workforce, 10,00080,000 employ. Construction speed, 6 months. Cost, 500 billion Unicreds. Level 5, hyper-construction, world-defying feats. Workforce, over 500,000 employees, self-replicating nanobots and alien tech engineers. Construction speed, just 1 month. Cost, a staggering 100 trillion Unicreds. Arthur didn't even glance at Level 1 instead. He dove straight into purchasing 3 Level 2 companies, 2 Level 3 companies, and 1 Level 4 company. The price tag for a Level 5 company was simply overwhelming. What truly thrilled him was that he can merge the infrastructure companies he bought from the System Mall into one whole. With this merger, not only did their capabilities expand, but their efficiency skyrocketed. Now, they could tackle any construction project on the planet in just 6 months to a year. Plus, the infrastructure company came fully equipped with all the construction tools and machinery needed. No extra hassle for Arthur at all. He seamlessly integrated the infrastructure company into the Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group's existing subsidiary. Rather than laying off the existing employees, Arthur decided to keep them on board. After all, they could assist with minor projects without stepping on anyone's toes from the newly infrastructure company he bought from the System Mall. But that wasn't all. Arthur also ramped up security for his family. Each member of the Osborne clan now has at least 5 elite bodyguards keeping watch over them. The higher-ups like Julian enjoy even more protection, boasting 5 Special Forces grade guards along with 10 elite bodyguards by their sides. Even the kids still in school have discreet protection. Every family member is covered. The mansion's security received a significant boost too. After everything that went down with the Sterling family, Arthur learned that it's better to be safe than sorry. He ensured that even their cars are military grade, complete with bulletproof glass and top-notch materials, nothing but the best for his family. He specifically instructed Oscar to customize vehicles for each important family member, including a designated bus-like ride for the children going to school. In fact, because of an innovative idea struck him, he asked Yvonne to design a unique bus-like car so that the children in the family can take to school. With all the strategic maneuvers underway, the Osborne family was making remarkable strides in solidifying their industrial chain, almost halfway to completion. Arthur had his eyes set on several key sectors: Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group, Osborne Technology, Osborne Mining and Resource Group, and Osborne Heavy Industries. Among these, Osborne Technology and Heavy Industries stood out as critical players in his ambitious projects. Why are these industries so pivotal? Well, for Arthur's 2 major projects to succeed, they depended heavily on these sectors. The Real Estate and Construction Group would oversee the development of the projects, while the Mining and Resource Group would ensure a steady supply of essential materials like steel and aluminum. But it didn't stop there. Osborne Technology was crucial for producing advanced components like chips for the Hyper-Rail X and Hyper-Rail X Express. Arthur took decisive action by having Julian acquire companies specializing in chip manufacturing. He even traced back to their material sources: semiconductors, silicon, photolithography materials, the works. While he could purchase some technologies from system malls, he knew that having control over raw materials was non-negotiable. They couldn't afford to rely on anyone else. Osborne Heavy Industries played a vital role too. They were responsible for manufacturing the Hyperrail Express trains. To bolster this division, Oscar was tasked with acquiring more than 10 train manufacturing companies while also securing their material sources. In Arthur's eyes, leaving any loose ends could spell disaster. He wanted to eliminate any chance for competitors or adversaries to sabotage their efforts. The goal? A tightly knit industrial chain under the firm grasp of the Osborne family, no outsourcing materials or dependencies on external suppliers allowed. And all this was executed discreetly. After all, if others caught wind of their plans, they might do everything possible to thwart them. As time passed and with relentless effort from everyone involved, the vision began to take shape. The industrial chain of the Osborne family was finally secured. They no longer needed outside suppliers. Every link in their supply chain was firmly established. For instance, the Osborne Media and Entertainment Group acquired cinemas across major cities in the Orleans Federation, at least 10 to 15 cinemas per city. Even smaller towns weren't left out. They ensured cinema access everywhere. Their presence extended beyond just entertainment. They established flagship stores, 4S shops, for automotive sales, convenience stores, and supermarkets throughout the country. In short, the Osborne family now boasts an unbreakable supply chain with comprehensive sales channels across various industries. Arthur left no stone unturned, no dead ends or loopholes remained. Head Bureau Derek stood tall on an elevated podium, his well-tailored suit accentuating his sharp gaze as he surveyed the sea of reporters below. The flash of cameras, shotguns and long cannons alike, illuminated the scene, capturing every moment of this historic press conference. Taking a deep breath, Derek began with a commanding presence. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, esteemed delegates, and citizens of the Orleans Federation, thank you for joining us today. We stand at the precipice of the most ambitious urban development project in our country history. The Federation Council has decreed the development of 1.08 million square kilometers in the northern part of Neo-Luminara. Over the past decade, our population has surged to 1.5 billion residents, and our infrastructure is straining under this weight. Housing shortages, traffic gridlock, and escalating energy demands threaten to destabilize our hard-earned prosperity. But we do not shy away from challenges. We engineer solutions. This land will accommodate 500 and more million new citizens. Arthur turned off the television as the screen went dark, with a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Finally, he muttered under his breath, excitement sparkling in his eyes. After 2 long months, the government was finally announcing news that would ignite a fierce competition, a battle between gods and demons in this rapidly evolving landscape. Yet Arthur felt no fear. His Osborne family was ready for whatever lay ahead. Shaking off lingering thoughts about what was to come, he settled into his chair once more. 1.08 million square kilometers just for part of a city. These people are practically building a country. He chuckled incredulously. It boggled his mind that such an expanse could be considered merely a small piece of urban territory in Pantera, an area larger than some countries back on Earth. Even their family's 10,000 square kilometers seemed like just a drop in an ocean compared to what they were discussing. Sigh. Let's not dwell on it, Arthur decided as he shook his head resolutely. Yes, sir, the car is ready, Evelyn reminded him. All right, Arthur replied as he stood up and made his way toward the front gate of their mansion where 3 sleek business-class cars awaited him. 10 royal-grade bodyguards stood at attention nearby, exuding formidable confidence. Boss. As soon as Arthur appeared, They snapped into military poses and greeted him with powerful voices that echoed through the air. Arthur nodded back with a grin before stepping into the middle car opened by one of his guards. Damn, I love this feeling. He sank into the plushed seat at the back and poured himself a glass of red wine from the mini refrigerator while lazily leaning back to savor each sip. Evelyn, what's my schedule for today? He asked casually while gazing out at passing scenery. Sir, right now you have a meeting with various suppliers and construction companies at the Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group headquarters. At 9 o'clock a.m., you're scheduled to meet Miss Emily at Osborne Media and Entertainment headquarters. Then at 10:30 a.m., you'll be meeting Mr. Philip at Osborne Capital headquarters. Following that, there's a meeting with Sir Julian at noon, then Sir Oscar at 1:30 p.m., and finally Miss Ashley at 2:30 p.m. Stop. Arthur waved his hand abruptly, interrupting Evelyn. Is something wrong, sir? Came Evelyn's concerned voice. No, it's just I didn't expect my day to be so jam-packed. What a headache. Arthur rubbed his temples in frustration. Evelyn fell silent, not responding to Arthur's exasperation. Taking a sip of red wine, Arthur lazily gazed out of the car window as the morning sun climbed high in the eastern sky, casting its golden rays across the world. A smile crept onto his lips as he watched skyscrapers rise majestically against the horizon while pedestrians hurried by on their way to work. Sometimes fate has a funny way of revealing itself for Arthur. It felt like an old friend. He had died and somehow found himself in another world, inhabiting a different body from a wealthy family teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. Yet he considered himself fortunate. It was far better than being trapped in a worthless body and mocked for his inadequacies. In this new life, he no longer faced the relentless struggles that had defined his past existence, where every penny was hard-won through suffering and sacrifice. Now, what once required blood, sweat, and tears could be attained with just a snap of his fingers. To him, fate was undeniably kind, a true ally. Of course, others might see fate differently. For someone whose loved one is battling cancer or facing insurmountable challenges, fate can seem cruel indeed. Perspectives vary widely based on individual experiences, yet for Arthur, fate was simply wonderful. Sir, we have arrived. Evelyn's voice broke through his reverie. Oh! Startled back to reality, Arthur shook his head and stepped out of the car. He adjusted his suit meticulously before gazing up at the towering skyscraper before him, the headquarters of Osborne Real Estate and Construction Group, standing over 200 meters tall with its impressive 60 floors. His uncle Julian had purchased this entire building as the company's office space. With a smirk playing on his lips as he admired the structure, Arthur entered through the grand lobby bustling with activity. Elite businessmen clad in suits occupied various reception areas sipping coffee while reading newspapers amidst employees darting about their tasks. The elevators were constantly opening and closing like clockwork in this hive of productivity. Good morning, Mr. Arthur, greeted an employee with a respectful nod, his expression warm and welcoming. Arthur smiled back, returning the gesture. Good morning, he replied, as other employees caught sight of him and quickly offered their greetings before diving back into their tasks. Good morning, Mr. Arthur, chirped a young secretary who approached him with an air of eagerness. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, Arthur nodded in acknowledgement. I'm President Julian's secretary, she explained rapidly. He asked me to escort you to the top floor when you arrived. Okay, lead the way, Arthur said with a confident nod as he followed her into the private elevator that whisked them up to the building's pinnacle. A few moments later, the elevator doors slid open as the secretary led Arthur towards the conference room. In a spacious conference room that could easily rival the size of a basketball court. In its center stood a long glass table flanked by chairs on either side. The room was filled to capacity with well-dressed individuals, men and women alike, each exuding an aura of success in their tailored suits and formal attire. Among them were familiar faces from Ethan's past encounters at the secret auction: Christopher Campbell, Ophelia Sinclair, Benedict Lancaster. Each one commanding attention in their own right. What brings you here? Benedict? Didn't you claim you wanted nothing to do with the Blue Pearl? Christopher raised an eyebrow, maintaining his calm demeanor despite a flicker of unease in his eyes. Why shouldn't I be here? Last I checked, this isn't your personal domain. Benedict shot back with a smirk. Christopher took a deep breath before glancing at Ophelia, still as cool and captivating as ever in her custom-made business suit and sleek black heels. Her long hair was neatly tied back into a ponytail that framed her striking features perfectly. She radiated competence and confidence. He wanted to ask her what she was doing there but thought better of it. The atmosphere buzzed with whispers and murmurs as attendees exchanged opinions among themselves. Some couldn't hide their impatience. They kept checking their limited edition luxury watches while trying to subtly showcase their wealth. Suddenly, bang! The door swung open as Arthur entered alongside the secretary. An immediate hush fell over the room. All eyes turned toward him, curiosity etched on every face. Arthur took in his surroundings briefly before making his way confidently to the head of the table where he settled into the main seat. His calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the myriad expressions around him, some serious, others laced with contempt, all fixated on him. Arthur surveyed the expressions of everyone in the conference room, a wave of memories washing over him from his first Uncle Julian's advice. Just before stepping into this meeting, he had visited Julian's office, where his uncle had expressed reluctance to deal with these people himself. That's why he'd called on Arthur to host the meeting instead. Shaking off any lingering doubts, Arthur addressed the room with a calm demeanor. "All right, ladies and gentlemen," he began, "let's cut to the chase. Why are we all here?" As soon as Arthur finished speaking, an expectant silence enveloped the room. Eyebrows raised in curiosity as everyone turned their attention toward him. A hesitant cough broke the stillness. All eyes shifted to Christopher Campbell, who cleared his throat and met Arthur's gaze. "Mr. Arthur," he began smoothly, "I'm Christopher Campbell from the Campbell family in Metrospire. Since you're being so straightforward, I'll do the same." Arthur maintained a polite smile while carefully assessing Christopher. He recognized this man all too well, the very same individual backing the Sterling family in their attempts to undermine the Osbornes. Beneath his friendly facade lay an icy resolve. "Go ahead, Mr. Christopher," Arthur encouraged with a subtle nod. "Mr. Arthur," Christopher continued confidently, "you're aware that the government plans to develop 1.08 million square kilometers of land, right?" Arthur chuckled lightly and nodded. "Of course. Who hasn't heard about such exciting news? It's practically all anyone talks about. And you realize your company has acquired 10,000 square kilometers right smack in the middle of that development zone?" Christopher smirked as he leaned forward slightly. "Absolutely. I consider myself quite fortunate to snag such prime real estate at a bargain price," Arthur replied with a playful grin. "I often find myself waking up in the middle of the night just laughing at my good fortune." "But what exactly are you getting at?" Arthur asked curiously. Christopher straightened up and locked eyes with him, a sly smile playing on his lips. "What I'm suggesting is that my company would like to partner with you for developing that land.